are in a situation where there are people who try to learn swimming by distance education, which you can't. Obviously, you can't learn swimming by postal tuition. You have to get involved. You have to be part of the process. You have to jump into the water. And therefore, spiritual experience is also one such. It is not just a philosophical exercise of your learning a process of understanding the Bhagavad Gita or the Quran or the Bible or whatever text you follow. But it is a question of your getting involved in it in serious terms and becoming one who is capable of experiencing that supreme joy, that ecstasy that comes out of your relationship with the divine. It is very rare that you come across somebody who has gone through that experience, who has lived this experience, and who can at the same time talk to you. I requested SRIM to speak about his personal experience of his travels in the Himalayas and his meeting great personalities who are realized souls. This great seer among men, Shri Mumtaz Ali Khan, Guru M to all of us. He is not on a pedestal as a guru. He is with you like a friend. He is one who guides you by your hand. He takes you along his path. There is no distance between you, between the disciple and the guru in this case. And therefore, it makes it all the more easy for a disciple to follow him.
Akhanda mandalakaram vyaptam yena characharam tatpadam darshitam yena tasmai shri gurave namaha. Jnanatimirandasya jnananjanam shalakaya chakshurumilitam yena tasmai shri gurave namaha. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Gurur Sakshat Paraparam Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. From young age, he has described that I was born in a Muslim family. But from a very young age, my interest was always first in spiritual matters, and more than that, in the Hindu way of life and Hindu philosophy. How could this come about when you are born in a particular setup and when you are trained from childhood in a particular religion? Is it possible for the mind of a young child to shift from one way of thinking to another at that age? In the Madhuri oru question varum. Fact is, I believe, and it is also my personal experience, that one passes through many lives. What we see in this life is a very short life from birth to death. But before this there have been many more, and after this there may be many more to come. So there are many influences working inside our mind which move us towards a certain way of life. Which is why in one family you may have 4 children, and the 4 children may turn out in 4 different ways. In the same way, there is a possibility that someone who was influenced in his past one life or many lives in a particular way of life is born in a different setup in this life and continues to move along this path. Now this biography of mine, which is an autobiography, Apprentice to a Himalayan Master, a yogi's autobiography, is an attempt to put to the public, to the readers, these experiences which I have had since my childhood. Some of them even cover a little bit of what is before this life, which people may believe or may not believe. That is not the intention is to make one understand what I have experienced in my life from childhood to now. I am 63 years old now. This is the whole thing. Now, it is also an attempt to show that one can also live a normal life, so-called normal life. You may not be absolutely normal. Have a family, have your children, do your work, earn your living, and still be spiritually inclined. There is no bar on this, provided we are a little careful in what we do and how we live. Now, there must be a basic starting point for all this. It has to be somewhere where I really began to see something different. And that point, I would say, first of all, I must say that what is the truth from this philosophical and religious point of view, spiritual point of view, cannot actually be expressed in words. And when we express something in words, actually it cannot be the absolute truth, because truth cannot be put into any language or any words. So we can only describe our lives and how we are connected to that truth. We cannot actually describe the truth because it is not possible to do so humanly. So what I am trying to start with now is the first point, which you might call the first impulse, which prompted me to move in this direction of understanding the spiritual truths. Why understanding the spiritual truths? Going from the southern end of India, which is in Kerala, in Trivandrum, go straight up to the Himalayas at the age of 19. Now there has to be something that ignites this, some process, some impulse, and that impulse, I will tell you a little story about how this happened to me when I was a small child of around 8.5, 9 years old. Now, as already I told you, my parents belonged to the Islamic religion. They were not orthodox, but they followed generally the principles. And I was the eldest son among three children. And therefore they had great hopes that I would also take up some kind of a business career and make money as they did. So we were financially quite well off when I was a child. And this was in Trivandrum, which is the capital of Kerala. Although I was born and brought up in Kerala, we used to speak Urdu at home because we do not originally belong to Kerala, but we are 100 years ago settlers to Kerala from the north. Now, behind our house in Trivandrum, which many of our friends have seen, the house, there was a very big backyard, the garden. And in that backyard, there was a jackfruit tree, big jackfruit tree. Tamil la enna solluvaanga adu jackfruit, panaskai, something like that. Okay. Under the jackfruit tree one evening, when I was playing and when everybody else had gone home, it must have been around 6 o'clock, 6:15 in the evening, I saw under the jackfruit tree, which is in the last end of the garden, somebody standing. Now, there was nobody there before, but then when I turned and looked, the person was standing there again. I looked from far. He was a tall man, very fair, bare-bodied, except for a small cloth around the waist, and long hair which was matted and kept like a crown on the head. And he was wearing some beads in his neck, which now I know were the Rudraksha beads, but then I did not know. I have never seen Rudraksha in my life at that age. And he had a water pot in his hand, which now I identify as a kamandalu. So I looked back and he waved his hand in a gesture saying, "Come forward." Normal reaction is at this time to be afraid and not go because there is a stranger standing there. We don't know where he has come from. But I moved forward. And as I approached him close by and stood looking at him, I think I was quite stunned because I was just looking at him and wondering, who is this man? Because the eyes were extraordinarily bright and large. He gestured for me to go closer, so I went closer. He put his hand on my head and said in Hindi, "When the time comes, everything will be all right." That's the only sentence uttered. "Jab samay hoga, sab theek ho jayega." Now, because we speak Urdu at home, I understood exactly what he said. And then I stood rooted to the spot looking at this person. After some, I don't know, maybe few seconds, he told me, "Wapas jao, go back." So, like a robot, I turned and went back towards the house. Now the last door at the back of the garden is the kitchen door. So I came up to the kitchen door and I turned round to see if there was anybody under the jackfruit tree. There was nobody under the jackfruit tree. I am not saying that I saw him disappear, but when I turned and looked, there was nobody there. Now, I went into the kitchen and I remember that my mother was cooking something. Now, what happens when a boy of 9 sees something extraordinary? He has to tell somebody. So my mother is the nearest person I can talk to. So I went to my mother and I wanted to tell her that I saw somebody standing under the jackfruit tree and he has blessed me. But every time I tried to say this to her, I could not speak. My throat used to get jammed. My tongue used to get stuck. So I decided maybe this is not something which we should discuss. I tried it a few times, but it never worked. But something extraordinary happened to me after that time. And that was, every night when I went to sleep, around midnight, I would be woken up from my sleep. Not by anybody, but I used to just wake up. And then we used to all sleep in one room. My father, my mother, we all used to sleep in one room those days. So I had to get up quietly and sit without disturbing anybody. So I used to get up, sit quietly on the bed, sometimes lie down on the bed because I didn't want anybody to see what was happening. And there was a very blissful, happy feeling in the heart center somewhere here. And a kind of silvery light of something rotating. Nobody had taught me anything about this before. So I used to lie down, close my eyes, put both my hands on that area, in that area, and just allow myself to see that light. Sometimes the light would go and I would see those beautiful eyes of the person I saw under the jackfruit tree. Sometimes the eyes would melt away and there would be only this beautiful light which spread throughout the body and one would feel very, very happy and blissful. This experience continued every night for several years. Apart from that, during this time, I used to have several other experiences about which, even though I have written the autobiography, I don't think it's a good idea to discuss. We'll keep it for the future. Anyway, so this continued. Now, after this, all the books and all the knowledge that is required to walk on the spiritual journey began to unfold itself to me in different ways. Like, if I used to go to the library, you must remember that by now I was growing up. This happened when I was 9, then I was 10, 11. As I grew up, I started visiting the library, and there somebody would say, "Oh, this book is good for you, read it." I would get books by complete works of Swami Vivekananda. At the age of 11 and 12, it's not easy to read Vivekananda, but since I was educated in the English medium, reading English was not a problem for me, and we went to the best schools and I had the best teachers. Still, some things I read and understood, some things I did not. But what I am trying to say is that all the knowledge that is required began to come in mysterious ways. Somebody giving you a book, or you go to the library and you're searching for a book and some book falls from the top and falls in your hands. We cannot explain this. Then I also started meeting people who were highly spiritual and who were in that locality. My first experience of seeing a spiritual person was that one day I was standing in in my house when I was maybe 11 years old, wearing shorts and bare-bodied, and from the road I heard some sound of bhajan kirtan. Somebody is playing drums and there is a sound of cymbals. And I was curious, so I went and looked, and I saw that this group of people were playing drums and playing cymbals, and there was one man walking in front wearing only a kaupin, a small kaupin, covering his private parts, a fair-looking tall man, and his eyes were closed. He was walking, but there were tears coming down his eyes, and he seems to be smiling. This was the first thing I saw. When I saw this, I felt something very nice, and there were two boys were collecting money. So I ran inside, took some money which was lying there, and brought it and gave it to him. Late, and I saw the neighbors coming out and washing the feet of this gentleman who was walking in front. Later on, I came to know that it was someone called Swami Abhedananda, who had an ashram not far from our house in the fort. And when I was in college, I used to visit him frequently and have long chats with him many times. This was the first experience. And this continued. Wherever there was a holy man nearby, somehow or the other I would be exposed to that person. This included Hindus, Muslims. There were some Muslim saints. There was a Muslim saint who lived close by whom I used to go and visit. You might say Muslim saint meaning a Sufi saint, like a dargah. When you go to a dargah, it's not a mosque. It's not a place where you do your prayers. It is a tomb of a great saint. That's called a dargah. A place where people worship is called masjid. But generally both are kept together so that people can go down and then come and worship. And so it continued till the age of 19, when I decided to quit and go off to the Himalayas one fine day. So as I was saying, extraordinary people, whoever came to the neighborhood, I would somehow get an opportunity to meet them. Now, I was a little weak in mathematics, so there was a group, a family living near our house, where there was Mr. Ramaswamy, who was actually an accountant in the Accountant General's office, and my friend Marthanda Pillai was his nephew. Marthanda Pillai later on became a very famous neurologist in Trivandrum. He was head of the Department of Neurology in Trivandrum. Now he runs his own hospital. I used to go to their house because Mr. Ramaswamy used to teach me mathematics, tuition. So one day when I went there, that must have been when I was around 10 years old. I went to Ramaswamy's house, Marthandan's house, and they told me today there is no tuition. I said, why? No, Swami has come, so there is no tuition. So I said, which Swami has come? No, you will not be interested, some Swamiji has come. Then Marthandan, my friend Marthandan's mother came out, that is Mr. Ramaswamy's aunt, and she said, our Swami, they used to talk in Tamil, they were Pillays settled in Trivandrum. She said, Swami vandirkaru, there is no tuition today. The half Malayalam in the tuition illa. So I said, all right. Then I said, can I also see the Swami? She said, I'll have to find out, you stand here. So she went inside. It was a small house with little doors, old model house. She went inside, and after some time she came out and she said, come inside. So I go inside. There is a small drawing room, very small. In that there is one chair in the middle. On that chair somebody is sitting. Agarbattis are lit and some people are standing around like this. And there is a man sitting in front. Now normally if you see a Swami, you will think somebody with kashaya, vastra or some matted, nothing. Hair short cut, like a summer crop, white hair, well built, clean shaved, slack shirt up to here, white slack shirt, nicely ironed, white dhoti, and one white cloth tied like a cross belt. Individual sitting there. They have put a small footstool to put his legs on. So he saw me. They must have told who I was. So he very lovingly said, Malayalam, come here. So I went, come here, sit down. So I sat down. Then he put his hands on my head and massaged the head nicely. And he said, Nalla kutti, good boy. He said, good boy. He kept on repeating this. And then I looked at his eyes. Now these eyes were also quite powerful. They were not so big, they were small eyes. But there was something very quite extraordinary about it. Because for some time, my mind became absolutely blank. There was nothing. No, there was no thinking, there was nothing. I don't know how to describe it. For some time I was in a vacuum. And then I quickly woke up because he was still rubbing my head. And I got up. I also did namaskaram. I saw everybody doing namaskaram. So we are not accustomed to doing namaskaram in the house. I did namaskaram and I came off. That was my only meeting with this great man. Later on, I came to know through various sources, also by reading a book, which are his little talks, that his name was Gopala Swami. His name was actually Gopala Pillai, and he was working in the Accountant General's office or something, took voluntary retirement. He was there, and I don't think he was in the Accountant General's office. He used to go to court every day because he had many property cases. And he was unmarried, but he was a great saint. Now this Gopala Swami was like an ordinary man in the sense that he didn't change his clothes, he didn't wear saffron robes, he didn't have matted hair, nothing. But he was not married, he was single, he had a large family. And every once in a week in a homeopath's clinic in a place called Pujapare, at midnight he used to have some satsangs. And during that satsangs, even sannyasins in that area used to come and attend to this satsang. And he did not have any organization, he did not have any board, any name. Because his name was Gopala Pillai, everybody called him Gopala Swami. That's all. That's all. Many years later, I came across a book which is a collection of his discussions, satsangs, which was called, now I forget the name. Anyway, when I read that, it was in Malayalam, Arul Murigal. When I read that book, then I discovered that this Gopala Swami, this great person, was a person who had reached the heights of spiritual understanding and illumination, and trying to explain this in simple language to people. Now, Vedanta is a very highly abstract way of looking at truth. It's not for everybody. Now, Gopala Swami must be given credit for making it so simple that any ordinary man could understand what he was trying to say. He has quoted many wonderful books as he talked. One of them, which I remember very clearly, is what is called the Harinama Sankirtanam. In the Harinama Sankirtanam, it always is like a Sankirtana. Sankirtana means in the evening all the family sits together in Kerala and sings like a bhajan, Harinama Sankirtanam. And the end of every stanza is Hari Narayanaya Namah. This is how it ends. But before that, the stanza contains profound Vedantic truths, and Gopala Swami's most favorite sloka from the Harinama Sankirtanam was, it explains the essence of Vedantic thought actually. It explains what is the Supreme Being and what is our connection to the Supreme Being, and who are we actually in our true essence. Harinama Sankirtanam, which he was very fond of, that part was Kanninu Kannu Manamagum Kannu Adana Kanna Idunna Purul Tananna Riyumala Anandamendu Hari Narayana Nama. This was the sloka. Now, if you understand this, he has explained it so nicely, Gopala Swami, saying that, see, the eye of the eye, we have two eyes. If both my eyes are open and I am looking at all the scenery in front of me, but if my mind is not there, I will see nothing. The image will be there like a camera in my eye, but I actually won't be seeing what is in front of me. If my mind is in the Himalayas, then even though I am looking at the camera, my mind will be seeing only the Himalayas. On the other hand, if my mind and the eye are both engaged in looking at something, then I am actually seeing. So, the mind is that which recognizes what you see. Otherwise, you can open your eyes and see many things but will not recognize anything. If you are in anesthesia and if your eyes are open, the images will fall in the retina because your lenses are there in the eye, but you will not recognize them because your mind is not there. So, the eye of the eye, Kanninu Kannu, Manamagum Kannu is the mind. Now, he says, suppose I find out the eye, which is also the eye of the mind. How wonderful and blissful it would be for me. Now, this is the whole essence of Vedanta, which means that truly we are not this body. We are in essence a spiritual spark, which is called the Atman, which is the witness, Sakshi, to everything that is happening. All our problems is that we mistake the body to be the true self, and the true self is a spark of the divine. So, such wonderful teachings were put by Gopala Swami in such simple language, and later on when he passed away, there is a story, it's very interesting, told to me by my friend, the doctor, who was a neurologist, who is now a neurologist. Said he was admitted to hospital because he had some stomach problem. They wanted to operate him because they suspected something in the tumor in the intestines, so they gave him anesthesia. So, in the middle of the anesthesia, after the operation was done, the anesthesia remains for some time. But just after the operation, while the doctors thought that he was still in the anesthetic state, he opened his eyes, tried to get up and said, "It is all over," and went back to anesthesia. It was quite a shock to the people in the medical profession because this never happens usually. And he passed away in the operation table. No elaborate samadhi. Of course, his samadhi is there in a place called Samadhi Totem, near Samadhi Totem, where you can go and see it even today. So, such extraordinary people I started meeting almost on a daily basis, I should say. So, now I will tell you another extraordinary meeting which I had. In Trivandrum, on the beach, near the Shangamugam beach, there is a tomb of a Muslim saint, and that tomb is called Bhimapalli, where lots of people go there. Now there is a mosque also there, but it is a dargah, basically a tomb, samadhi of somebody. Bhima, BV, is supposed to be the saint who is buried there. People who are possessed or so-called possessed, who are mentally ill, they are taken there and tied to the trees, and they are supposed to be cured after some time. So, my grandmother, some of my uncles, we all went to Bhimapalli one day when I was a small boy, maybe 10 years, 11 years old. While we were in and when we came out, I used to be very frightened of the place because suddenly you see people screaming and jumping, saying, "We are possessed, please don't harm us, don't kill us," and things like that. So I used to be very frightened. So I came out of the dargah and I was standing outside the gate when I saw a naked man walking. He looked like a complete madman with mud all over his body and no clothes, and he was walking across, and behind him there were many people following with their hands like this. So I could not understand anything. I came out, then he saw me and he looked at me. Then in Tamil, extraordinary because we are talking about Kerala. In Tamil, suddenly he said, Pavam, nalla paiyan, like that. And then he took some mud and sand and threw it like this at my feet and he went off. I was quite astonished. In fact, I was frightened because I thought it was a madman. Later on, many years later, I discovered that he was a Sufi saint whose name was Kaladi Mastan and who used to be naked most of the time. When you say naked, that means he has no consciousness of the body. Like a baby which is born has no consciousness of the body, doesn't need any clothes. He was like that. Whenever people gave him a mundu, dhoti, he used to tie it and walk around the fisherman's colony. And some fisherman will come and say, Swami, mundilla, you open it and give it to him and come away naked. Such a person. And later on in life, I had some extraordinary experiences with Kaladi Mastan Sahib. I remember that once when I was, we will shift to when I was 16, 17 years. I went once saying that I will go and meet Kaladi Mastan, whom I had met as a small child. So we went there. I went there alone. I saw him sitting in front of a small tea shop, tea kade, hotel, and drinking tea, keeping it there, smoking a beedi or a cigarette, then throwing it off, again smoking, throwing it off, like a madman. And he was always laughing and talking to somebody. We cannot see anybody. So anybody would think that he is a completely madman. Sometimes I wonder if we are mad or they are mad. I think they must be thinking that we are completely mad because we live in a mad world, while we think they are mad. Anyway, so he was sitting there in front of the tea shop, sipping tea. I went. There's a big crowd, so I stood around. Suddenly he saw me in the middle of the crowd. Inge va, he said. So I went and sat down. Most of the time nobody knows what he talks. It is neither Tamil nor Malayalam. It's simply a babble. And then half the tea was drunk. If you look at him, his teeth, they're so black, you would think that he has even brushed his teeth since his birth. He was drinking that tea, half the tea. He put back half the tea into the cup. He gave it to me and he said, Kudi. So I was in a dilemma whether to drink this tea and get sick or to refuse to drink. So that hotel owner was standing next to me. He said, Kudi, drink, drink. So I drank it. Then again the same thing. Periya Thiridan, he said. Periya Thiridan, Thiridit Poidon. Like that he said. So I thought, why is he calling me a Thiridan? I mean, I have never stolen in my life anything. So I thought, I must be a bad man, so he is calling me a Thiridan. Later on, when I met my master, Babaji, he suddenly reminded me once, he said, did so-and-so call you a thief? I said, yes. He said, do you know the story of Krishna stealing butter? I said, yes. Then he said, that kind of stealing is when you steal somebody's heart. He said, when you fall in love, what do? Do you go and ask legitimately, give me your heart? You steal it, right? I said, yes. He said, that is what he meant. Then only I was relieved that he was not calling me a thief. So, it's extraordinary that somebody should say like that to me. Anyway, I came away. Then I started practicing a lot of Hatha Yoga and Pranayam and all that. And one day, something went wrong or right, I cannot say. There was a rush of energy in my system and I forgot where I was. I had gone actually to the seashore and I forgot. For many days I didn't go back home because I was not aware what had happened and I was wandering around the seashore, apparently. So the hotel owner where Kaladi Mastan used to sit told me that he found me one day in this state and he brought me to Kadadi Mastan, who was then not in front of the hotel, he was on the beach near the sea. So I believe he took an old bucket and filled it with sand and put the whole sand on the head, covered the whole thing and massaged, and after some time I opened my eyes and I asked him, where am I? So, which means that there was some connection between him and the experience which I had, or he was trying to save me from some extraordinary, the practice of certain forms of yoga and pranayama are fraught with danger unless you have a teacher, proper guide, because you are dealing with your nervous system, you are dealing with your brain, which is the controlling center of the whole body. So if something goes wrong here and there, there's a possibility that one might completely lose control of what's happening. So which is why they say always that there has to be a teacher, especially in such practices, who can personally supervise and see that nothing goes wrong. Anyway, so I was saved by him by throwing this mud on my head and saying, something he said, I didn't hear, but that's what the hotel owner said. Balan. He said, Balan, Balan, and put sand on the head. And woke me up, and I opened my eyes and said, where am I? Then they changed my clothes, I took mundu and shirt, and I went back home after 6 or 7 days. My mother used to always remember that, but unfortunately she is not there now, she is gone. So anyway, that was another extraordinary experience I had. Then the third one, which I want to say, I don't think I have mentioned these experiences in a very detailed way in the autobiography itself. This particular thing which I said just now. Anyway, now the third is about an extraordinary lady called Maima, who used to live in Kanyakumari. In those days, if you go and wander around the temple, there is a Kanyakumari temple, below that is the ghats, and there you find a lot of rocks. You would have found a lady who you would have mistaken to be a completely mad person. Yeah, she used to be surrounded by dogs all the time. There would be a circle of dogs, and those dogs were her security guards. Nobody could go near her. If you go near, they'd all stand in a circle and growl at you. And nobody knew what she ate or what she did. She used to catch fish from the sea by hand, put them together, light a fire and eat it. Or if somebody brought any food, she would accept it from them, if she accepts at all, and eat it. Now, the first time I saw Maima was in, I think I was in college doing my second year pre-degree, probably. And then I went there looking for her because my friends told me that there is somebody like that. So I went there. I was sitting in a hotel having my lunch because I was very hungry when I found her coming. So the hotel man said, if you offer some food, she may take it. So I bought some food and she went off. Nobody actually knew what language she spoke in, but I guess it was Bengali. So I followed her with the food and the dogs started barking. Then she said something to the dogs and the dogs kept quiet. So I went. I offered her the food. First she fed the dogs. After feeding the dogs, she gave me a little bit to eat. Then she ate a little bit of food. So I was confident, now I am safe. Then I sat near her, near the rock, and she just kept looking at me, laughing. She was completely naked. She must have been around, she looked quite old, maybe 60, 70 years old, 75 years old. And she kept on saying some things which I could not understand a word. Finally, I only understood she saying, jao, jao. So I came away. I thought when somebody says, jao, jao, you shouldn't sit there. So I quietly came off. Now, that time nothing happened. I came back home in Trivandrum, and that night when I slept, I had a very strange dream. Now, in that dream, I am sitting under a big tree. I can't remember the tree. 3 roads are meeting, and the tree is in the middle of the 3 roads. like a traffic island. And I am sitting under the tree, and in the dream I am very, very thin, and like all bones are seen. I am sitting cross-legged in Padmasana and trying to meditate. Then from one of the roads I see Maima coming, and in the dream she is very tall, she is huge, and she has a stick in her hand and a small container in her, something she has. She comes and then she asks me for food. Now I have no food, I am myself in a kind of starving condition. I said there is no food. Then I search around, and in my dhoti I find a small container. In olden days, film rolls used to come in aluminium containers, long film rolls. So something like that, one container. So I open it, and there are 2 grains of rice in it. So I give the 2 grains of rice to her. She eats it. Then after that she says, close your eyes. So I close my eyes. She takes that container from me, puts it between my eyebrows and applies pressure. And then from here, absolute blissful feeling comes, and my whole body is in that very blissful, semi-conscious state, I must say. But that is not the end of the story, because when this happened, I woke up. And when I woke up in my bedroom, from then till probably the afternoon, till around 4 o'clock, even though the dream was over, the feeling of that bliss and that some kind of a drunken kind of feeling, like you're drunk, you're intoxicated, that feeling remained till 4 o'clock in the evening. So much so that my mother thought that I was sick, because I could not have breakfast. I sat but I couldn't eat. I couldn't have lunch. So I went and lay down and enjoyed the bliss. I was enjoying, but others thought that I was sick. Now this continued till 4 o'clock in the evening that day. Third time I went to see Maima. There was no dog, nobody there. She was alone, and it was evening. I missed my bus and went very late. She didn't say a word. She just got up from there and embraced me and held me in her arms for quite some time. I was expecting that she's so full of dirt that there will be some bats, but there was a lovely smell like incense being lit. And she held me for quite some time, muttered something like moaning sound, and then suddenly let go of me and said, "Jao, jao." So I came off. So this is another extraordinary experience which came to me unasked. Not that I was looking for an experience, but things seemed to happen like that. Now there were many temples around this area in Trivandrum, and I used to go and frequent many of these temples, sit down in the evening, talk to them. By the time I was in college, so inside the fort there was the ashram of Swami Abhedananda. You might remember that I talked about him when I was a small child and he was walking on the main road with the kirtans going on. So it went on, and I used to go to meet him whenever he was in the ashram, to sit down and talk to him, and he would always advise me. One day I told him that I have picked up the practice of Kundalini Yoga by reading Swami Vivekananda's Raj Yoga, and I am doing some pranayam. So he got very worried. He said, "You don't do all that, you don't need to do all that. Bhakti is the best thing for this Kali Yuga. You just chant the name, sing the names, do kirtanas. Be careful, don't do all that." And he would never let me go without having food with him. I saw him like that many years. I learned many things from him, especially on the Bhakti scriptures, because every evening he used to have a small satsang. So I used to go and join the satsang, sit there, listen to him, and then he would say, then kalichittu ponam, you must eat something and go, don't go otherwise. So like this my life expanded. I used to go to school and college, but my interest was not in the subject, which is why my sister became an IAS officer and I ended up running around the Himalayas. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So this was my life. Then every time I went and sat in the beach or in the evenings and looked up at the clouds in the sky, I used to always imagine the Himalayas. I never thought there were clouds, thought there were snow-clad mountains, and there was this pull to go to the Himalayas. Meanwhile, I had read most of the literature available on these topics. Vedanta, Brahma Sutras, Upanishads, mostly without any help from anyone, but I think the help was there in the form of blessings from all holy men. Then, when I was 19 years old, had just finished my second year in the college. The results had not yet come, and I decided that I will have to quit and go away to the Himalayas for some time. I thought that this particular setup in my home was not ideal to my spiritual fulfillment. I thought I need to go to the Himalayas. Perhaps somebody was waiting for me. Maybe there is a guru waiting for me. I was not sure, but there was something that pulled me irresistibly towards the Himalayas, which for thousands of years have been a place from where wisdom has come to this country. All the great sages, the Bhagirathi flows from there. The Himalayas are well known in the Puranas, in the Itihasas, even in the textbooks on Vedanta. Many of the rishis taught from the Himalayas. So I decided I must go. Now I had some pocket money with me. Immediately, my only interest was that I went and bought some tickets to Delhi, to Chennai, from Chennai to Delhi, from Delhi to all unreserved because you cannot suddenly get it. And then from there to Haridwar. The train used to go right up to Haridwar, Rishikesh in those days. Then I went to Haridwar. And a new chapter started for me in my life. Although I had to look for someone, I couldn't find someone for many years, but that is a completely different chapter which we have to take up separately and look into, of my days in the Himalayas, of going to Haridwar, of not having any money with me, of walking all the way 200 and odd kilometers from Rishikesh to Badrinarayan, walking in 20 kilometers a day at an average, and getting my feet all swollen and cut, and suffering sometimes for want of food. Now that is a separate chapter. I think we should start it separately. In the last episode, I was saying that I was all packed and ready to go to the Himalayas. On the threshold, getting ready, packing up. Basically, packing up means not much luggage, but winding up and freeing myself to move towards the Himalayas. Now, before I go into that, I must mention a few things before we start, which I shouldn't forget to mention. One was my first visit to a temple. My first visit to a temple in my life. I had never before got into a temple because, as you all know, I was born and brought up in a Muslim family. We were not allowed to go to temples. It so happened that Model High School, where I went to school, was not very far from a Subramanya temple. There's a Kartikeya temple there, Subramanya temple, in a beautiful campus with a lot of peacocks. The males danced and the females just stood there. And you could hear the sound of the peacocks all over the place from the campus. And it was like a hillock, and on top of that was a beautiful old Subramanya temple. Now, the priest of the temple was I forget his name, but he was a Tulu Brahmin from speaking the Tulu language from Karnataka. And his son Srinivas Rao was my classmate. So very often when I passed the temple, I used to think, maybe I should go and see the temple, what is inside. I've never visited a temple. So one day, Srinivas invited me to his house, because the priest was also staying there in a small little house. So we went there, and I was just hanging around the campus. His mother went to make a cup of coffee for me. They make very good coffee, filter coffee. So I was sitting and talking to Srinivas when I saw his father coming. His father was a tall man with sharp nose, hair tied up in a big juttu at the back. He came and he said, oh, Srinivas introduced me. So he said, oh. He said, I'm going to the temple for puja. Suddenly I asked him, can I also come? So he looked at me carefully, a very orthodox man. He said, oh, you can come, but you cannot enter in the sanctum sanctuary. You have to stay outside. So he went there, and then I heard the sound of bells ringing. I was outside. After a while, he pulled the curtains. I saw a beautiful Subramanya standing there with a veil in his hand. And on both sides, there were two Shaktis. Subramanya has two consorts, so on both sides. So after that, when we came out, after the puja was over, he gave me the prasadam. He came out, sat down, had a cup of coffee. Then I asked him, this Subramanyam is what? So he said, Subramanyam is the son of Shiva. He's a god for us, and he flies on peacocks at a very high speed. So I said, but have you seen him fly in the peacock? I was a small boy. Have you seen him fly? He said, some things cannot be seen by ordinary eyes. Certain things can only be seen with extraordinary eyes, which most people don't possess. If you purify your life and improve your mind, then you may be able to see such things. Otherwise, nobody can see such things. So I dropped the question of asking him whether you have seen it. I just kept quiet. I thought it would be wrong and insulting to ask him that question. Then I asked him, what about the two Shaktis standing around? Does he have? He said, they are his two consorts. I said, so the gods have two wives, is it? So he smiled and said, yeah, they have two. Like Muslims, they have 4 or 5, he said. So I didn't want to say anything. I just looked at him and smiled and came away. After that, I used to quietly, surreptitiously get into the Subramanya temple. And when nobody was around, make a quick pradakshina and come out. That was my first entry into the temple. I mentioned it specifically because that was my first time that I ever saw the insides of a temple, and I was fascinated by the concept of Subramanya, who in Tamil Siddhars called him Saravana Bhava. The mantra itself is Om Saravana Bhava. He is supposed to be also the god of meditation, the Skanda, which is the leader of all the Ganas of Shiva, and the god of meditation. He is mentioned very often in the Tirumulars, Tirumantiram, many times as Kartikeya, the mystic yogi. Okay. Now the second thing I want to mention before the Himalayan trip was, which is very similar. I had another friend who was a Palghat Iyer, whose father, his parents settled from Bombay and came and settled down in Trivandrum. His father was working in the LIC, but he was also the trainer for the badminton team of the LIC. He was a very good badminton and tennis player. His name was Vishwanath Iyer, and my friend, his son's name was Ananta Narayan. He lives in Palghat now. Now I used to go to Ananta Narayan's house, which was not very far from our house, and mainly to eat very good sambar and idlis and vegetarian food. And that was the first time I realized that according to the orthodox Brahmins, a lady, when she has her menses, is not allowed to enter the kitchen. I found it out in a very funny way, because Ananta Narayan came to me one day and said, "Come home, today there is very good food." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because my father is cooking today." I said, "Why is your father cooking?" He said, "Because my mother is out." So I said, "What do you mean mother is out? She has gone somewhere?" He said, "No, she is not allowed to enter the kitchen." So that's how I found out the connection between the two. So I used to go to his house, have food. They were great devotees of Shirdi Sai Baba. So they used to have Thursday bhajans. I also used to go and join the Thursday bhajans. I even wrote the lyrics for a small song on Shirdi Sai Baba at that time. Something like, "Hey Prabhu, Hey Sai Nath," something, I can't remember the whole thing. So we knew each other quite well. Now it is relevant because after many years, when I was in college, my friend Ananta Narayan went and joined the Palghat Engineering College and went away. His father was transferred from Trivandrum to Trichur. So once he sent me a letter saying, "The Trishur Puram festival is coming. It's a very important festival. Hundreds of elephants stand around the temple of Shiva, Vadakenathan temple in Trichur. Come and see the Trishur Puram, because it's full of, what are they called, fireworks, heavy fireworks." So I decided to go. My friend was not there, so I was staying alone with him. This is very interesting, because according to the rules, no non-Hindu can enter the Guruvayur temple. So when I went to see Vishwanath Iyer, one morning at 4 o'clock he was getting ready to go to Guruvayur. So, it's very close from Trishur. So he told me, "Vada Pola, let's go to the temple." I said, "Okay, fine." So I went with him. And then we have to be bare-bodied to go inside. I wear a dhoti. And we started towards the temple. As I went towards the temple, on the entry, I found a board. Board says, "No entry for non-Hindus." So I stopped. So he went inside. I was out. He told me, "No, it doesn't matter." He said, "You look like a Brahmin boy. Who is going to find out? You come." I said, "Look, I am not coming because it is written and we should not break rules." So he went inside. After some time he came back and gave me prasadam. "Let's go." I said, "Look, I am not coming now. You go. I know the bus. You give me some money." So I got some money from him. And he said, "I will be back by evening." So he went off. It's a beautiful atmosphere around the Guruvayur temple. So I went and I waited for some time, hung around. Then when I came near the gate and saw the board, I had this unbearable pain that I could not go into the temple. So I sat just outside and started crying. So I was crying very badly actually. My whole body was shaking. Some people came around, stood, "What happened?" They thought some pain or hungry or something. I said, no, nothing. After some time they all went off. They thought must be mad, God knows what. So I got up from there, went near the temple tank. There's a beautiful temple tank there. So on the tank there is a parapet. So I sat under a tree near the parapet, wiped my tears and lay down and looked up at the sky and fell asleep. I was tired also, so I just fell asleep. Now in the sleep I had a very beautiful dream. I can't say it is a dream or a vision, but it was a dream, but it was a very vivid dream. I was in the dream, I was standing outside the temple, Guruvayur temple, holding my hands like this and thinking, oh, I have to go inside and, have darshan of Guruvayurappan. Then from suddenly inside, I heard somebody blowing the conch. So even in the dream, I'm thinking, oh, the pujari is performing the puja, he is blowing the conch. Then the conch sound, the shank sound became louder and louder, and it was reverberating in my head like a bomb. And then from inside, I saw the small place where the deity is kept. It's called Garbhagriha. Garbha, Sanskrit, Garbha means womb, and Griha means house. So womb, house, that means deep inside, like a child. So that Garbhagriha was coming out of the temple and becoming bigger and bigger and bigger and coming near the gate. And inside that I saw this little boy standing and playing and laughing and saying, come, come, like that. So in the dream, I was saying, Yamaram, I'm coming. And I woke up. So when I woke up, I decided that this is a good signal. Now what, there is board or no board, I'm going to go inside. So I went inside, had darshan, took a pradakshana, took the prasadam and came out. That is the one and only time that I could go to Guruvayur temple and come out, because now if I go, my name is in the newspapers, people will be very happy, but the Devasam board will be in trouble. So this I had to mention, because this was kind of preparatory to my going to the Himalayas. Now the other thing I want to mention is the meeting with another great yogi, a Paramahamsa, who also looked like he was completely mad. Near the beach in Trivandrum, there is a beach called Pundara beach, which is beyond the Shangamukam beach. There used to be a person, nobody knows where he came from and nobody knows where he went afterwards. He disappeared after some years. They didn't even know his name, so they used to call him Pundara Swami. He used to be a man with matted hair and wearing a small cowpin and sleeping on the sand. And his pillow was always a heap of sand on which he kept his head and slept. And he hardly talked. Whatever food was offered by the fishermen, he ate. You can't say as vegetarian, non-vegetarian, whatever the fishermen offered, he ate. People say that if they offered him liquor, he would drink that also. But people used to go and stand around and bowed out. He would not allow somebody to touch his feet or anything. And he looked so wild that people were very frightened of going close to him. So one night I went, one evening, stood near him and was looking at him closely. I moved a little forward. Suddenly lying there itself, with one hand he pressed one, raised his body, and with the right foot he gave me one hit on the neck. It hit me somewhere here. And I remember I fell down. I fell down full of mud on my body and face. Then I got up and hit everything. And he was silent as if he had done nothing. I was lying there. I looked at him, he looked at my eyes, I also looked. And everybody around me said, you are blessed, you are blessed. Only when he blesses, he does this thing to you. Came off. What happened was, for a long time I was having a persistent ache in my right backbone. When I went home, I suddenly realized that it was not there. It had completely vanished. So these are some of the experiences I wanted to relate before we talk about going on to the Himalayas. Also, I need to mention 3 renunciants, sannyasins, who had a profound effect on me before going to the Himalayas. One was Swami Abhedananda, who I have already mentioned, whom I met as a small child when he was doing kirtan and walking on the street, and how I used to go and meet him and get a lot of understanding about what bhakti means. He was basically a bhakta, Swami Abhedananda. The second person who influenced me was Swami Tapasyananda, who was then the president of the Ramakrishna Mission, Trivandrum, Shastamangalam, where they have a hospital. As a young boy, I used to, when I was in school and in college, I used to go on Sundays and meet him and talk to him. And we also used to go and meet another professor of Malayalam, who was a great teacher of Vedanta, Professor Balakrishna Pillai. I don't know if he is still around or he has passed away. He was pretty old at that time. He also lived near Peta, which was on the way to the beach. So Sundays we used to go there. Swami Tapasyananda would come and we used to sit there and have discussions on Vedanta. Swami Tapasyananda told me that Professor Balakrishna Pillai has actually experienced the essence of Vedanta. So his wife would prepare coffee, simple man living. Yes. Now, afterwards, I met Swami Tapasyananda in many places as I was traveling. Sometimes I would come back. Now, in the Ramakrishna Mission, there is a very important initiation, which is taking of the mantra of Sri Ramakrishna. Even though I had joined the Ramakrishna Mission, spent some time in different centers of the Ramakrishna Mission, I had not taken the mantra of Sri Ramakrishna from anybody, because I thought I had to find the right person to take the mantra from, because in the Ramakrishna Mission only the president can give the mantra. Later on, they changed the rule and said the vice president can also give mantra diksha. That was the time when I came to Chennai once more and found that Swami Tapasyananda has been appointed vice president. But he was living in Mylapore in Madras, in the Mylapore Mutt. So one day I went to him. After a long time I was meeting him. I went to him and I said, Swamiji Maharaj, so you have come. He said, where are you now? What are you doing? I thought you must have taken sannyas after you left the mission by yourself. I said, no, I have not taken any further. Then I explained to him where I was and what I was doing. Oh, he said, met a great yogi, wonderful. I said, but I have one problem still, that I haven't taken the Ramakrishna mantra. Hey, why? You did service to Prabhu Maharaj, you should have taken. I said, no, but I didn't. Can you give me the mantra? Okay. He closed his eyes for a few minutes and then he said, okay, on Guru Purnima you come and see me at the Mutt. Those days this new temple was not there. There was the old temple in Ramakrishna Mission. And said, what should I bring? He said, have a bath, bring a dhoti, some flowers and some dakshina and come. So I went. When I went, I found there were other people also, few people. But he took me aside separately, individually, on to the temple. And then he told me to sit down, went inside and meditated for a while. When he came out, I found that his face was red and flushed and his eyes were all red and flushed. And he didn't look like this same friendly Swami Tapasyananda that we know of. There was something had taken place in his mind. Anyway, he came out. And then he gave me the Ramakrishna mantra, which is the Diksha mantra of the Sri Ramakrishna Mission, which was first taught by Swami Vivekananda and continues down. Later on, Swami Tapasyananda introduced me to some books on Sri Vidya and Tantra, which I already had taken from Babaji, my guru. And he passed away after some years. One of the best books, translations and commentaries on the Bhagavad Gita, all the 18 chapters, was written by Swami Tapasyananda. Also, he has written a beautiful translation and commentary on the Bhagavatam. which is also worth reading. It's in English. Because I vouch for the fact that he was a genuine sadhu. Apart from being the vice president and so on, which is an administrative matter, he in his young age had done personal seva to Swami Shivananda, who is Shivananda, a direct disciple of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, who used to be known as Mahapurush Maharaj. Not only did he do seva to him, he was initiated into the mantra by him, and he was given brahmacharya diksha by him. Apart from that, he had done seva to Sharda Devi, the Holy Mother, who was a consort of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and who lived for many years. Many of Sri Ramakrishna's disciples passed away, but she was alive. She lived to a ripe old age. So at a young age, Swami Tapasyananda, who hails from Vattapalam, Palghat, left home and went and met Sharada Devi, stayed with her and did seva. Then he was introduced to Swami Shivananda and he got his initiation from it. This was a great man, one of the second person who had influenced me during those years. The third was a very peculiar man again, whose name was Nilakanta Swami, but everybody used to call him Chambarandi Swami. He used to live in a remote village on the outskirts of Kerala, of Trivandrum, called Chambarandi, which also happens to be the birthplace of Sri Narayana Guru Swami. There, story is that he used to be a tea shop man who used to make tea in a small tea shop. But he was a great bhakta of Sri Rama. So very soon, in his sankalpa, he began to think of himself as Hanuman and worshipped Rama as his god. As years went by, he became so involved in the identification with Hanuman that he closed up the tea shop and everything and used to spend most of the time on the tree, eating nuts and things like that. And after some time, people found him to be a very holy man who, when he blessed, things happened. So they built a small cottage and asked him to come and settle down there. So he was living in that small cottage and everybody used to call him Chambarandi Swami. Now the college where I went to was not very far from there, the new Loyola College which had started. So one day, one afternoon, I cut class and went towards the Chambarandi and saw him sitting in a thatched hut with a thatched hall also in front. So I went and met him and did pranams. He was also a matted haired man with a long beard and wearing a small cloth, loin cloth, very, very thin, extremely thin, almost bones. He called me near to him and put his thumb in the middle of my eyebrows for it, pressed it for some time, and I felt something very tangible happening inside my system. This was before I met Babaji. I came back and I found that I was in a very calm and tranquil meditative state. But even though he was a great holy man, he was a very, very practical man who could see through pretenses very, very easily. I remember that we used to have a gathering. So everybody was sitting there together. Suddenly he asked, which deity is worshipped most in Kali Yuga? Which is the favorite god of Kali Yuga? So many people asked, offered their opinions. Somebody said Murugan, somebody said Shiva, somebody said Krishna, it went on like that. He kept quiet. He said, anybody? Who is the favorite god of Kali Yuga? No answers. He refused everything that they said. He said, no. Adalla. And finally, he said, shall I tell you? Shall I tell you? They said, yes, Swami, please tell us. Chakram, he says, money. That is the favorite god of Kali Yuga. If that is there, everything is there. If that is not there, you will become a mad fellow like me, he said, and laughed loudly. Now, you can understand. And he had a favorite statement for Ramayana. When somebody asks, what is the definition of Ramayana? He always says, Ramayanam. That means the darkness has to move out. In Malayalam, Ra is the short form for Ratri, means night. Mayanam means it must be rubbed out, erased. He said to understand Ramayana, the darkness must be rubbed out. So Ramayana for him became Ramayanam. So this was the great soul. So these three people had a profound influence on me. Before I decided to step out of home and be on my own, so their blessings were always on me. So this is what happened before I started off for the Himalayas. By the time I was 19, around 19 and a half, I had written the exams, my final exams, and the results had not yet come. This irresistible desire to go to the Himalayas was kind of eating up all my thought, my mind, my soul, and I was wondering what to do. But then the practical side of my mind came into the picture, and I said to myself, let's make a trial run, because I had never left home before all alone and gone in a place like that. So I said, let's have a trial run. A friend of mine, a relative of mine actually, an uncle told me that there is a beautiful place in a place called Puttalpudur, which is in Tamil Nadu, which is close to the Tamraparni river and not very far from Tirunelveli. There, he said that there is a small Sufi setup where Sufi practitioners live together and do their practices, and it also is supposed to contain a small dargah, a shrine, where the sandals of Abdul Qadir Jilani, who is the founder of one of the great Sufi orders called the Qadiriya order of the Sufis, are supposed to be kept there. So around that is controlled by someone who is the landlord there, who is called the Inamdar, and who is also the head of the Sufis, the Sheikh, the Guru of all the Sufis in that area. So I went with an introduction from my uncle, went and met the Inamdar, I forget his name now. They used to live in a big bungalow in the premises of the dargah. So I went there, and he said, you can stay with me in our house, and he was very interested in discussing matters with me. I found that he was very interested in Vedanta, yoga and things like that. I said, look, I don't want to stay in your house. Can I stay quietly in any other place inside the premises? So he gave me a small cottage, which is like the ones the other Sufis were living in. So I spent some time there, trying as much as possible not to meet people or make any networking, and remaining alone, not talking, doing my meditation. I was also having daily discussions with the Inamdar, the Sheikh, the Guru there, about Sufi teachings and the Qadiriya order and what are their meditation techniques. And the Qadiriya order has a great deal of pranayam as part of their devotional exercises. So I spent some time. It was nice, very beautiful. The place used to be full of doves sitting and making kind of cooing noises throughout. And I found out that instead of avoiding the cooing of the doves, one could meditate by trying to listen to them quietly. If you listen to them quietly, you hear only the cooing, and the cooing slowly disappears and you are in silence. If you try to avoid, then the mind again brings it back again and again and causes disturbance. Anyway, so I spent some time. Then one of the Sufis told me there, elderly man, that a little beyond, about 20 kilometers away, there was a hill where there was a cave and the tomb of a Sufi, unknown Sufi, where it's a beautiful place to go and meditate. But he said we have to be careful at night, you are not supposed to go here and there because there are some evil influences and so on and so forth. So I said, many people talk about evil influences and I have never seen anything before. So I thought this must be just stories. Anyway, I decided that it would be a good experience since I was going to the Himalayas to go to a non-Himalayan mountain or cave and spend some time and get some practice, like a trial run. So I went with this man. He also came with me. I think his name was Ibrahim Sahib or something like that. He came with me. Both of us went. We had to go through forest areas, and in the forest areas one would get suddenly frightened when you see huge images made of clay of some gram devatas and all sitting there with big eyes and canine teeth coming out. So anyway, we travelled, and by evening we reached the cave, the hill with the cave and a little tomb. Now there is no place there, you have to sleep on the slope. So we lit a fire and we slept there. We decided to sleep there. Of course, Ibrahim Sahib had his own little drum which he played and sang some nice Sufi songs. So sat there. Then I decided to do my pranayam and meditation. I sat down and meditated. After midnight, after my meditation, I decided to sleep. Now this man was sleeping here and I was sleeping next, and the fireplace was here. Maybe I must have half asleep, about to sleep, half asleep, when there was a stench, very bad stench, like dead bodies, you know how that kind of smell was coming. So I was wondering, where is this? My first thought, of course, being always practical and skeptical, but that there must be some dead bodies or a dead animal in the forest buried. Then I opened my eyes and saw something very strange. There was a old haggard looking woman standing there with her skin and everything hanging down. She had a broom in her hand. In one hand she was holding my shoulder and say, "Come with me, I am suffering, help me, I am suffering," and crying. I was also wondering, what is this happening? I was a little frightened. Then Ibrahim Sahib suddenly hit me on the hand and said, close your eyes, keep chanting your mantra. So I closed my eyes and started chanting. Then she released, that hand was released, and after some time the stench also disappeared, and there was nothing when I opened my eyes. Then this Ibrahim Sahib said, now you sleep, there is nothing to worry. Of course I could not sleep the whole night. Morning I again went to the pond, washed myself, came back and meditated. Then I asked him, what is this? He said, there is some Gram Devata, some old lady, who comes in the form of an old lady, whatever. So that was my first experience outside home. I spent 2 days and 2 nights in that place, came back to Puttalpuzhur, spent another 3-4 days in the mosque, in the dargah, and then I came back. Now I had not informed my parents where I was, so they were shocked, they didn't know, they asked many friends. One of my closest friends was Ranjit Sadashivan, who always knew where I went. Even when I went off to the Himalayas, he was my contact. He knew where I was. So if anybody wanted information, they would ask him, and he would give it only if it is an emergency. Otherwise, he would never let anybody know where I was. So they asked Ranjit, and he said he doesn't know because I hadn't told anybody. I returned, dirty clothes and mundu and all. My mother was relieved. I think she almost fainted when she saw me coming back. Anyway, that was my first experience. After this experience, I was confident that it would be possible for me to go away for a long period of time and stay away from everybody. And of course, the natural route that opened into my mind was the Himalayas. So one Friday, I remember, I went to the Trivandrum railway station and bought a ticket to Chennai, because that time there was Trivandrum had no direct connection to Madras Central. You had to come to Egmore. Then from Egmore I went to Central. Then I took a train, spent the night there in the station. Took the train to Delhi. It used to take many days to reach Delhi, 2 days, 3 days, 2 days. So I reached Delhi. From Delhi I took the next train to Haridwar. Haridwar I went to a barber and got my head shaved except for a little hair here. Wore a brahmachari dress, gave away everything. Had a bag with the Bhagavad Gita, a pad and a pencil and a water pot which I bought in Haridwar. And with that, now if you look like a brahmachari, then you can survive in those places. There is nothing to worry. So with that, in that vesha, in that dress, I went all over Haridwar, looking around temples, different ashramas, meeting different heads of ashramas, talking to them. Basically, I think I was looking for a spiritual teacher who would take me into his confidence and then guide me properly into the spiritual field. I spent at least maybe a month or 2 in Haridwar. I met somebody who was a Mahamandaleshwar of that area. He introduced me to some other people staying there, but I found that it was not to my way of thinking, not my way of what I thought was spiritual. Apart from the fact that there were people who thought he was a young educated man and were trying to make marriage matches for me in the ashrams. So I quietly left the place and went off to Rishikesh. Rishikesh, I spent some time, 2-3 months at the Shivananda Ashram, which is called the Yoga Vedanta Forest Academy of Shivananda Saraswati. When I went there, Swami Shivananda Saraswati was not there. He had already attained Samadhi. But his disciple Swami Chidananda was there, a very holy, saintly soul, very thin, tall and soft spoken. And I spent some time there. One day, I met Swami Chidanandaji and I had a long personal chat with him. He inquired where I came from, what I was doing. And he said, I think you are not satisfied with all this that is going on. You are probably looking for something different, maybe higher up in the Himalayas. But be careful, there are also many frauds here who say, oh, in 3 days you can get moksha, or who will take money from you, do all kinds of things. Then there are ganja sadhus who do nothing but simply smoke ganja and waste their life. So there are all kinds of people. Be careful. But anytime you are leaving this place, please inform me before you go. I said, fair enough, Swamiji, I will do that. So I stayed there for about 3 months. At the end of 3 months, I went and told him, tomorrow morning I would like to leave because I want to go further up to the Himalayas. He said, all right, how are you going? I said, I'm going walking. He said, do you have money? I said, no. He said, do you want to take some money? I said, no. He said, okay, God bless you, and put his hand on my head. I said, all right. So next day, early in the morning, I set out. The same, only one pair of change, dhoti and kurta, half sleeve kurta, bag, kamandalu. Sometime I walked with my rubber chappals, Hawaii chappals. After some time I found that it was difficult to walk with them, so I threw them away. So I walked. My aim was to reach a place called Vashishta Gufa, which is about 21 kilometers from Munikireti in Rishikesh. So I went, walked, and I got very tired. I had some little bit to eat somewhere in a little ashram. Nothing much to speak about. I kept walking and walking till my feet became swollen. I had never walked 20 kilometers at a stretch before in my life. And the bottom of the sole of my feet was all swollen like rubber. When I finally reached Vashishta Gufa. There, the Vashishta Gufa is located on the banks of the Ganga. From the road you have to go down the steps, deep down, and there is a cave there. So when I went there, Swami Purushottamananda, who used to live in Vashishta Gufa in those days, he had passed away, he had attained Samadhi, and a brahmachari who was serving him was there. There was nobody there. There were a few cows. There's a dining hall with a big jamun tree there, and this brahmachari was staying there. That brahmachari is now become a Swami. I forget his name at the moment. He lives in Vashishta Guha even now and remembers me very often. So when I went, he was also from Kerala. Swami Purushottamananda himself was from Kerala. He was a disciple of Swami Shivananda of the Ramakrishna Mission, Mahapurush Maharaj, and also of Nirmalananda, another disciple of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. Anyway, so this brahmachari saw me in the state and he took care of me for at least a week till my feet became all right. He fed me, he looked after me, and I used to go and meditate inside the Vashishta Gufa. Vashishta Gufa is a beautiful place to meditate. People who have come with me on my Himalayan trips later on, they will vouch for the fact that once you enter the cave, it's absolutely quiet. You only have a humming sound and quietness and darkness. There are no lights there. If you sit down and meditate, you just fix your attention on the humming sound. It's like pranava, Om being chanted over and over again, and you can go into very deep meditation. I think it will work for people who have also not meditated before. Anyway, so I spent 4-5 days there. Just from the banks of the Ganga, if you walk further up, there is a cave on the top called the Arundhati cave. But I was not aware of its existence at that time. Later on, when I was wandering with my guru, Maheshwarnath Babaji, we have spent many days in the Arundhati cave. That time I didn't know about the Arundhati cave. Anyway, after a few days I told this Swamiji, this Brahmachari ji, that I am going now. I have to go to the Himalayas, further up to Badrinath. So again I started. By then my feet had got cured, and they became good enough. It's about a month, I think, good enough for me to walk. So then from then on, I never wore any chappals or sandals. I walked barefoot because the soles of the feet had developed calluses and they had become like soles of chappals. Anyway, so I walked, and then that day, by evening time, I was going through the forest and I was feeling hungry and wondering what to eat, what to do. There was no ashram in sight. When I saw a man coming from there, collecting firewood and going. So he asked me, "Oh Maharaj, Brahmachari ji kahan ja rahe ho? Where are you going?" I said, "I am going to Badrinath." He said, "Is there any place to rest here?" He said, "If you can walk 2-3 kilometers with me, you can come and stay with Babaji." When I heard the word Babaji, I was astonished. I said, "Maybe the same Babaji about whom I have heard, about which we have read before." So I didn't know that all Vaishnava sadhus of the Vaishnava Sampradaya in the north, they are all called Babajis. Anyway, so I said, "I'll come." So he took me down near the Ganga. You have to descend about 1 kilometer, and there was a little ashram with a Krishna temple, and there was a Vaishnava Babaji sitting with all namams, big man, and there's a small community staying there. When I went, Aarti was about to be performed. So with the ringing of the gong and all that, they performed the Aarti. I sat down. Then he told me that I found this brahmachari on the way. He is going to Badrinath. So that Babaji was a very kind soul, very nice soul, man. So he said, "Okay, you have your prasad now, and then we can discuss." So I had whatever food was there. And then I went to see him, and he sat down and he had a long chat. He gave me after talking to me for 15 minutes, he said, "Do you want the Krishna mantra? I can give it to you." I said, "Well, I'd be very happy to take it, but I am actually in search of a guru." And he said, "All right, but I can give you the mantra." He said, "There are many gurus. Upagurus are those who help you go towards the real guru." Such an humble man. He said, "It doesn't matter, you still take the mantra from me." So he gave me a bija mantra of Krishna, from the Vaishnava Sampradaya. He belonged to the Gaudiya Math. So I spent the night there. Next day morning I said to the Babaji, I am going further up, I am climbing. He said, I am very happy that you are searching for the truth and for a guru and so on, and you will definitely find the guru. My blessings are with you. But you remember one thing, if you think of taking sannyas, which means becoming a renunciant, giving up the world, it's a very lofty ideal which everybody cannot do. Said only few people can take sannyas, everybody cannot do. Because it is such a difficult life. Don't think that it is full of, because you have no work that you will be happy. It's not like that. It's a difficult work. He said to take sannyas really, it's like climbing up the steps and going to the heights. Now after going to the heights, if you fall down from that height, it will probably break your bones. And it will be very difficult to get up again. You will have multiple fractures, he said. This is the word used. On the other hand, if you are only gone 2 steps, if you fall down, it doesn't matter. You can still get up and rub off the dust from your back and walk again. So be very careful about taking sannyas, because it's a very lofty ideal which most people cannot follow. But I said, but Swamiji, Maharaj, there are many sannyasins I see in the Himalayan area in Rishikesh. He said that is the problem of Kali Yuga. Anybody who doesn't have a job puts on the saffron robe, and laughed loudly. Then he said, Narayana, Narayana. Anyway, so from there I walked the next day and proceeded towards Badrinath. In Devprayag, I met the kind of sadhu which was described by Swami Chidananda. There was a guy who was naked, who saw me on the way and said, come, come, you stay with me. I will give you guidance. I will teach you how to meditate. I was a little suspicious, but I went and stayed with him in a small kutir on the banks of the Ganga in Devprayag. As soon as evening came, he prepared his chillam and put ganja into it and started smoking. Those days, I had not even tried or touched any of these things. So I said, I am not going to. He kept forcing me, have a puff, have a puff, have a pull, it will be nice for you, you will reach Shivam. I said, no, I am not going to. Then he was joined by another Naga sadhu. So he is telling him, this man is a great Shiva yogi, so he doesn't take siddhi, so let us smoke. So they both smoked. And they were shouting some loud things, and I don't know what they were doing. Anyway, I meditated for the night, went to sleep. Early morning I got up, and without informing anybody, quietly I walked out and started my journey again. So I continued like this. On the way I met many sadhus, but I could not relate to them. Some of them must have been great spiritually evolved people, but they were not my cup of tea, because my master was waiting for me and I was waiting for him. So it didn't work out. Nothing worked out. So on I went traveling. Now, one or two things. Somewhere near Nandaprayag, I had a very interesting experience. When I reached there, it was evening. And there was a temple, small temple there. And the priest of the temple was winding up and going home, a Garhwali priest. So he told me, okay, you can sleep here if you like, but there is no food. There's a banana here, you can take it and sleep. I'll see you in the morning. So I said, all right. So there is no other place to go. In fact, that temple is still there. Even if you go in the bus on the road, you can see it on the left. It's a Shiva temple. So I was settling down in the temple when suddenly I heard somebody saying Ram Ram. So I look out of the kutir and I see a man standing there. He says, Maharaj, you must be very hungry. Can I get some food for you? Actually, he said, can I get some bhiksha for you? I said, all right, sure, because I was really very hungry. So he said, shall I bring it here? I said, are you living close by? He said, I am very close by, just on the other side. I said, you don't have to bring it here, I will go there. So I went to his house and his wife was cooking inside. He was a tailor. He had only one sewing machine there, wearing a white kurta and pajama, the Gandhi topi like thing on it. And his wife made pulkas and sabji and all hot. I was so hungry. I ate the whole thing. And while I was eating, I noticed this man was standing there and crying. So it didn't strike me. I said, why is this? Maybe out of happiness he is crying. So I asked him what happened. He said, you know, I am a Harijan. I am untouchable in this village. No sadhu comes to our house and eats. We are not allowed to go to the temple also. No sadhu comes and eats. So I am filled with joy that God has sent somebody to our house to eat. So that's why I am shedding tears. I am crying. I was very touched by it. Then in the night I went to the temple and I slept. Early in the morning the priest came and started shouting and abusing me like anything. He said, get out from here, you have spoiled the temple. I said, but why? He said, how could you are a sadhu, how could you go to that Harijan's house and eat? You have polluted yourself and you are coming here after that and you have polluted the temple. I have to wash it many times before I go. So I said, fine. Then I said, I decided maybe I'll stay one more day in this area, but I won't go to the temple. So I went straight to the not tailor, I'm sorry. He was a cobbler. So I went to him and told him, look, can I stay one more night in your place? Then that veranda I can sleep. He was so thrilled, but he said, Maharaj, please don't stay. You please keep walking. I said, why? He said, you will stay and tomorrow I will be troubled by these people. They will say, why did you do that? How could you do that? So they may come upon me. So it is better that you go. So I walked. Anyway, so after many, many days of walking, maybe about 3 months roughly, 2.5, 3 months, I can't reckon because there was no watch, no calendar. I went by the sunrise and the sunset. I reached Badrinath. So the moment I saw, those days you had to, even for Badri you had to walk quite a bit. Now the bus goes right near the temple. So I went to Badrinarayan. I had heard that the chief priest of Badrinarayan, who is called the Ravalji, is a Nambudri Brahmin from Kerala. For 100 years, the Nambudri Brahmins of Kerala are being appointed as priests. From Shankaracharya's time, I think the priests have been Nambudris from Kerala. They are known as Ravaljis. So I went, I thought he will be knowing Malayalam so we can talk and figure out what to do. So I went to him and when I went, they were playing cards inside. I could hear the sound of the cards being hit and all that. Anyway, I waited outside and I told him, I have come from a far off place. I am looking for a guru for spiritual practice. Can you find some place for me to stay? He said, I will find you a kutir to stay, but you come back in the evening. I want to talk to you. I think educated young man like you is wasting time here. So after darshanam, better you go back. If you want to spend some time, I will find a kutir for you. His name was Keshavan Nambudripad, I think. Now there is a Keshavan Nambudripad, that time Keshavan Nambudripad. So I spent some time in the Himalayas, staying in the kutir across the Ganga, which was given to me. And one day, I decided to walk towards the last border of India on that side, which is called the Mana village, beyond which Tibet starts. So one morning, I decided to walk towards the Vyasa Gufa. So, I had reached Badrinath after a great deal of travel. Took me about 3 months roughly to reach Badrinarayan. And as I said, the priests of Badrinarayan are Nambudris from Kerala. So I went to see the priest, to see the Ravalji, they are called Ravaljis, and I had a meeting with him. Interesting. I was given the name of Shiva Prasad at Haridwar by the Mahamandaleshwar, whom I had met first. So I maintained that name. So when Ravalji asked me, what is your name? I said, Shiva Prasad. Because I thought these Nambudris are such orthodox people from Kerala Brahmins, so I thought better to stick to Shiva Prasad. So I said, Shiva Prasad. Ah, very good, he said. So, you finished your college? I said, almost. So why are you here? I said, I came looking for gurus because I have heard in the Himalayas there are great yogis still living who might be able to guide me because I'm looking for a true and original guru. He started laughing. Then he said, I have not met a single genuine soul here. I was shocked. I said, how is this possible? He said, maybe I have, I'm not sure, but most of these pseudo sadhus all around here, some of them are very rich, and he gave me such a critical view of this whole thing that I began to wonder, is it right to ask? It was wrong to ask this man. Anyway, I said, all right, but can you find me a place to stay? He said, yeah, that I can find you. I'll find a kutir for you across the river, across the Alkananda. Stay for some time. You can get all your food from here because the priests of Badrinath are from Kerala. Badrinarayan regularly gets Kerala food to eat. So I decided I will also get good food and I stayed on. I was missing the food for quite some time. So I stayed on. But every time I met Ravalji, he used to discourage me. He said, I appreciate your search, but you can find it at home also. You are an educated man. You should go back, work for a living. See these buggers, they are all sadhus. Okay. I kind of closed my ears and listened and heard everything that he said, but it didn't register. I was very upset. One day I was so upset, I was so depressed that I decided that I will walk up to Mana, the last village on the border, full of Tibetan weavers, and then go to Vashishta Gufa, which somebody said is beyond, and see if there is anyone there. If I don't find a proper guru or a teacher, then it is better that I commit suicide, because maybe this body is not ready for spiritual instruction, maybe I am not fit for it. Maybe next time I will come back in a better body, in better circumstances, and find a guru and find spiritual fulfillment. So I said to myself, I will go and see. If I don't find anybody, I stood on the banks of the Alkananda and looked down. And in my mind I was calculating how many minutes it will take to die, because the water flows very strongly with a roaring noise from the top. I said to myself, maybe 2 minutes I will be dead, finished. I will close my eyes, meditate and go. So when you discard the body, you get a better body and come back again for spiritual. With this in mind, do or die, I walked up. So I went up to Vyasa Gufa. There was nothing there. Vyasa Gufa now has become so busy, it's not worth going there. That time there was just a small cave. Then I further went up, almost up to Swarga Arohini, near the rocks where the Saraswati river flows. There is a beam pool there. I went to beam pool, then I was quite depressed and I started walking down. On the way I had to pass the Vyasa Gufa again. So when I reached Vyasa Gufa, I found that there was some fire inside. Somebody must be there. There was a dhuni in the mouth of the Vyasa Gufa. So if there is a dhuni is the big fire which is lit by yogis who live in these areas, like a campfire. So I said, if there must be somebody inside. So I slowly went into the Vyasa Gufa, not expecting anybody, hoping to see some sadhu. I thought maybe I'll spend the night here and meditate. The moment I entered, this person came out of the cave. And I looked at him, and it was the same. It clicked immediately in my mind that this is the same person whom I have seen many years ago when I was a 9-year-old boy playing in the backyard of my house. The man who stood under the jackfruit tree and touched my head. This whole thing flashed into my mind, and I said, I think this is the same person. And unconsciously I exclaimed, Babaji, like that. So, and his first statement was very interesting. He said to me, Acha ghum phir ke aa gaye yahan. You've gone round and come back to me. So I prostrated before him and I said, now all my life till I die, I am not going to leave you. And he said, Dekha jayega, we'll think about it. But then from that time, for 3.5 years, I spent with him, following him wherever he went, learning what he taught, eating what he provided, and living as he wanted me to live. 3.5 years as he traveled, I also traveled. And that night we spent at Vyasa Gufa. The next day morning, he took me away from there. We crossed the river, went to a place called Charanapaduka, which is behind the Badrinath temple, which has many caves. As you proceed further up, you see caves on the right side of Charanapaduka. If you go further, it used to be the old route to Kedar, but nobody goes on that way now because it's all broken and ice filled. So, in one of those caves in Charanapaduka is the place where Babaji used to live. Now, when I say Babaji, many people would immediately think that I am talking about Mahavatar Babaji, about whom Yogananda Paramahamsa has written in the autobiography of a yogi. I think in recent times, Rajnikant also made a movie on Babaji. No, I am not talking about that Babaji. I am talking about someone whose name was Maheshwarnath Babaji. We used to call him Babaji. In Hindi, Babaji means Appa, father. It means father, mother, everything. So great saints are addressed as Babaji. Maheshwarnath Babaji belonged to the Natha Sampradaya, which is a very old tradition in India. It starts with Adinath, who is considered to be none other than Shiva himself. And from there, Machendranath, and from Machendranath to Gorakhnath, from Gorakhnath to the other Naths. Gorakhnath is the most famous of the Nath Sampradaya saints, and his headquarters is in Gorakhpur, which is on the border of Nepal almost. Now, Maheshwarnath Babaji belonged to the Natha Sampradaya on one side, and on the other side, he was a direct disciple of Sri Guru Babaji, who is referred to in the autobiography as Mahavatar Babaji. In our tradition, in our parampara, we don't call him Mahavatar, we call him Sri Guru Babaji. Because Mahavatar was a word coined by Paramahamsa Yogananda, because this particular being is supposed to have lived for so many years. Many other avatars have come and gone, but he continues to live, so he gave the title of Mahavatar. And the picture of Babaji, Sri Guru, we call him Sri Guru Babaji, he was my Guru's Guru. So normally when I say Babaji, I refer to Maheshwarnath Babaji, who was his disciple, direct disciple. Now there is a picture of Mahavatar Babaji or Sri Guru Babaji in the autobiography of a yogi. Now that picture is a painting done by the brother of Yogananda Paramahamsa based on a description given by Yogananda Paramahamsa, who said that he had seen Sri Guru Babaji in a vision. Not actually, but in a vision. This is the picture. Now why I am mentioning this is because one day when I was walking with Maheshwarnath Babaji, whom I should continue to refer as Babaji, in Badrinath, I told him that this beautiful picture of our Paramaguru, Sri Guru Babaji, is there in the autobiography of Yogi. It's beautiful, which I had read. He said, it is beautiful, it's an artist's rendering, but there is another picture which is even more identical to as Babaji looks. So I asked him, where is it? So he said, it is hanging in the bedroom of the Ravalji at Badrinath. So I said, shall we go and see it? He said, Abhi nahi, not now. So I kept quiet. I was like that. He always, when he blew the whistle, I shook my tail and went. And when he blew the whistle, I went away. So when he said, don't want, I said, don't want, fine. Once I even told Babaji, he said, what do you think about yourself? You and me. I said, I think of myself as a dog sitting in front of you, looking at you, listening to you, his master's voice, HMV. And he said, but don't shake your tail too much. Zyada dum nahi hilana, he said. Anyway, so that was our, so I said, okay, fine. Many years later, and then he gave me the history of how that picture of Sri Guru Babaji came to be in the Ravalji's room in Badrinath. Ravalji is the chief priest of the temple. He said there was one priest, one of the Ravaljis, who was a great bhakta of Badrinarayan. So he used to go off when he was not doing puja, free hours, to the back of the temple and meditate in Charana Paduka. So one day when he was meditating in Charana Paduka, he saw a vision. He saw somebody, not vision, he actually saw somebody. Now, according to Babaji, it was Sri Guru. But the Ravalji thought that it was a vision of Badrinarayan, sitting in Padmasana. In Badrinarayan is the only form of Narayana who sits in Padmasana in meditative pose. So when he came back home to his room, he was an amateur artist. So using vegetable colors, he painted a picture of whom he saw, who he thought was Badrinarayan, but it is Sri Guru or Mahavatar or whatever you want to call him. That picture was lying in the room of the bedroom of the Ravaljis for many years. This was the picture, and that is the picture which I have used in my autobiography. You will find a picture of Sri Guru Babaji, which is a copy of the picture that hangs even today in the bedroom of the Ravaljis. Now the Ravaljis have come to know that it is Sri Guru, so they have taken prints and kept it in front. When they sit, there is also a picture of Babaji there. Now, this picture came to me because once we went to Badri Kedar in Rishikesh, Nanu came with us, and he is an amateur photographer, but he is almost a professional. So he had a beautiful camera which looked somewhat like here. And with that, we went to then Ravalji and asked his permission, can we take a picture? They didn't know at that time what it was. They said it has been lying here for years. It is a painting of Badrinarayan. I said, can we take a picture of that? He said, no problem. Vishnu Nambudripad was the Ravalji at that time. So then Nanu, with his camera and lights and all that, he took a close-up of that, and then he printed it and distributed it to us. And that is the picture that you will find in my autobiography. It is very similar to the one in autobiography yogi, but it is a little more, according to Babaji, more resemblance to Sri Guru Babaji, and it is a little roughly done. It's not very finely done. Anyway, so I stayed with Babaji, with Maheshwarnath Babaji, in the cave at Charana Paduka behind the Badrinath temple, and I spent many days with him, off and on. We used to travel and come back again, stay there. Many of the lessons which I learnt, much of the knowledge that I had gained, which is with me today, and because of which I am able to teach people, those who want to learn, came from those days of instruction in Charana Paduka. I learnt not only how to study Vedanta, how to practice meditation, or how to practice Kriya Yoga, which is our parampara. I also learnt how to cut vegetables, how to cook food, how to go for bhiksha, how to keep the kutir clean. Babaji told me once, if you cannot cut vegetables properly, you cannot understand Vedanta. He was a real taskmaster and a real teacher who taught me every little thing, how to live, what to do. Of course, I may not have been such a perfect disciple, so I might commit mistakes, but this was the teaching, the instruction. And he was more than a father and mother. I think he was father, mother, friend, all guru, all rolled into one. I never kept anything in my mind. I exposed my mind to him, and he worked on it in his own way. Sometimes actual work, sometimes invisible work, which you cannot make out until the results come forth. So this was my life with Maheshwarnath Babaji. Now, before I end my story about Sri Maheshwarnath Babaji, I must mention one more thing, which is that he was one of the oldest and the earliest direct disciples of Sri Guru Babaji. And in the autobiography of a yogi, there is a mention of Lahiri Mahashai, who was Shyamacharan Lahiri was a very advanced yogi and a disciple of Mahavatar Babaji. So in that story, in the autobiography, there is a mention of Lahiri Mahashai going to the Himalayas and meeting Sri Guru Babaji in the cave. That cave is still there. It's in UP near Dwarahat. Now, in that, Babaji sent somebody to him, to Shyamacharan Lahiri, saying, go and bring him inside and show him something. Now, this person who was sent by him to fetch Shyamacharan Lahiri inside was Maheshwarnath Babaji. His name is not mentioned in the autobiography because the author of the autobiography did not know who he was. He has only mentioned that he sent one of his advanced disciples to bring him inside. This is Maheshwarnath Babaji. Now, how did he look? His picture is there in my autobiography. It is not a photograph. It's also a painting, because Sri Guru Babaji was dead against being photographed. He always resisted being photographed. And knowing that I was myself an amateur artist, he prohibited me from painting or drawing any likeliness of himself, because he was against any form of people worshipping him in any way. He was a man who walked barefoot all along the Himalayas, or even when he came back down the Himalayas, barefoot, no ashram, no organization, no banner. The only thing he possessed was a white cloth which reached from the waist to the knees, and a kamandalu and a rudraksha mala on his neck. There was nothing else that he possessed, not even a pair of Hawaii chappals. And he never got into any vehicle. He always walked. No bus, no car, always walking. And therefore I was also forced to walk with him wherever he went, whenever I was with him. He was a thin, tall man, well built, very fair, with a sparse beard and moustache, and with his hair, matted hair, jata, tied up like a big cone on the top of the head. His eyes were the most extraordinary, because very often questions which were difficult to be understood through discussion and argument could be understood by his mere look into your eyes. That was the most special quality of Babaji that I know of, that I have heard of. Anyway, so I lived with this great being for some years. Now I must tell you the story of Babaji's picture, which is now in the autobiography, how it came about. Even though Babaji had told me not to take a picture of him, not to photograph him, not to paint any picture of him, one day in my innocence and ignorance, I decided that I would somehow get a photograph of his. Now that's an interesting story by itself. We used to live in Rishikesh for some time in a place called the Gufa of Mauni Baba, Mauni Baba's cave, which is on the other side of the Ganga. In the evening we used to cross over onto this side, sit on the banks of the Ganga in a quiet spot and have a lot of discussions for 1 or 2 teaching sessions, Upanishads. I have studied many things sitting there. So, now this story which I am going to relate about Babaji's photograph is not in this autobiography. It will probably come in the sequel which I am working on now. So, every evening we used to come across, sit on the steps and talk. One day in Lakshman Jhula, if you go, you will find a lot of photographers there for tourists. They will say 5 minutes photograph and they will give it to you and the next day a print. So in that way I became very friendly with a young photographer, Gadwali boy, who used to be hanging around Lakshman Jhula. So one day I told him, why don't you do me a favor? In the evening I sit in such and such a spot and I have discussions with Babaji. You come there, you don't even show that you know me, you come from the ghat side, keep photographing everything, in between take a quick shot of Babaji also, and then walk up. And then don't see me, tomorrow I will see you and take the photograph. He agreed. So that evening, around 5, I was becoming more and more nervous. I thought, suppose Babaji comes to know somehow and he says, today we won't cross to that side, what will happen? But promptly at 5 o'clock he said, chalte hain us taraf. So I said, okay, fine. As of now, everything is working according to my plan. So we came on to this side. We sat down on the steps of the ghat, the upper steps, and we started discussing something. I waited, I couldn't find this photographer anywhere. So many people were coming and going, but there is no photographer. So we waited till around dusk when the sun is about to set. At about 6:30, Babaji suddenly said to me, "Oh, तुम्हारा photographer अभी नहीं आएगा." He said that your photographer is not going to turn up now. I had not mentioned to him about the photographer at all in the first place. So I was shocked, so I fell at his feet and sought forgiveness. I said, Babaji, I am very sorry. I so value your photograph that I somehow wanted to do it. I won't repeat this ever. I am very, very sorry about this. So Babaji said, doesn't matter, it is all right. And we went back to the cave, to Mauni Baba's cave, and that day, that evening in Mauni Baba's cave, I got a beautiful discussion. I got a beautiful lesson on photography. It was very beautiful. He said, suppose your photographer had come, suppose, and he had clicked. What if my picture wouldn't have come? How would you stop it? I said, how can you stop it, Babaji? Because if a photographer clicks, it will certainly come in the film. he said, how does an image come in the camera? I said, how? He said, if there is an image and if light falls on it, that light reflects back from the object and goes to the lens and you get the picture. Suppose I know some way by which I can prevent the light that falls on me from reflecting back. Is it possible to take a photograph? I said no. He said that is what would have happened. If the photographer had come, he would not have got a picture. He would probably have got a black outline. That's all he could have got. Because all the light, when it is absorbed, it is black. If all the light is reflected together, it is white. So I got a nice discussion on what light is and how it is affecting and how photography takes place. This whole thing. So this is the story of how I tried to photograph Babaji. Then how did I get the picture in the autobiography? Many years later, while in Madanapalli, one summer morning, I decided that I would make a picture of Babaji, because I thought that stricture was laid many years ago. Now it would have gone. So at least for my own satisfaction. So nobody was at home. I took a drawing board, fixed a white drawing paper onto it with pins, took Indian ink and a brush, black brush, and from my memory I made a beautiful outline of Sri Guru Babaji. Now it was a May day, mid-May, and there were no clouds anywhere there, no sign of rain, absolutely clear sky. I left it outside on the veranda to get some air. I had my lunch and went up to sleep. I woke up from the sleep when I heard rain, heavy rain. There was thunder. So it suddenly occurred to me that I had kept a picture outside to dry. So I came running down, and what do I see? There water and wind have completely wiped the thing out, and there was only the soaked drawing paper sitting there. This was my second attempt at capturing Babaji. Then, when the autobiography was going to come out, I said it is unfair to the readers that we don't have Babaji's picture when I keep saying Babaji, Babaji, Babaji. Sri Guru Babaji is there. What about Maheshwarnath Babaji? So I decided once more let me try an outline. So I sat down and made an outline. There is an art teacher in our school, boarding school, in the People Grow school called Sharat. I took this drawing to him and I said to him, can you make some alterations to this and show me the result? Make a few frames. He is a graphic designer also. So he made a few frames. I approved of one of them, and that picture is the one that you find in the autobiography. It was done for the purpose of the readers. Even after it was done, I was wondering when it would disappear, but it didn't disappear till it was printed. Now I will start from my first day at the cave in Charanapaduka, where I was living with Maheshwarnath Babaji. Now, there was some peculiarities about Babaji. One is, normally he didn't eat food. I mean, he would eat. Rarely when somebody offered food, or sometimes when I cooked a little bit of food, he would eat. But generally, I felt that he was not hungry really. He would eat for satisfaction of others. The other peculiarity was that I never seen him sleep. When I say sleep, lying down and sleeping. Any time when I woke up and looked, he would be sitting straight, looking Sometimes eyes open, sometimes eyes closed. The maximum I have seen him rest is sometimes with his hands he would lean backwards on the cave or near a tree or something like that, but never full stretched, never sleeping. I have not seen him. And he never felt sleepy because of that. He walked almost, when we were walking 20 kilometers a day, and would not be tired at the end of it. It is something very peculiar which we have walked in so many places. And wherever he went, he had taught me how to collect dry firewood twigs and branches. He always carried an axe with him, small axe to cut the branches, and how to light the dhuni fire. Never did he stay in a place without a dhuni fire, which was part of the ritual of the Natha Sampradaya. Now, on the first day, he told me to go down to the village meaning the small settlement near the Badri temple, to a Marwadi's shop and say that Babaji has asked for provisions. So I went, and that man said, I can bring the provisions to the cave to Babaji. I said, please, I will be punished. He has asked me to bring it, so you don't come, I will take it. So I took some provision, which basically some rice and a few other things. It is very difficult to cook things like dal in Badrinath because the air pressure is very, very low. So basically we did with rice and some aloo, some potatoes and things like that, some chilies. So I brought it. He taught me how to wash it, how to cut it, how to cook it. And when I had prepared the meal, I think for my satisfaction, he took a little bit and ate it and said, ah, very nice. I knew that it is only for my satisfaction. I was myself not sure how good it was. Anyway, then that evening he started his lessons of teaching me about yoga, about the nadis, about the Shushumna, about the chakras, about the Upanishads, about the Gita, so many things day by day, little by little. Each session would go around 1 hour or 1.5 to 2 hours, when we would sit and actually discuss the matter face to face, like in the Upanishads. If you read the Upanishads, you will see that the Rishi sits with his disciple and has a dialogue, samvad, which is a discussion. He is not told, this is what it is, you have to accept it. There is a discussion. Now after the discussion, one can ask questions and then absorb the knowledge which is given to one. This is the way I was taught throughout. It consisted of samvads, discussions and dialogues between him and me. Of course, he knew and I didn't. That is always there, that difference. Anyway, then one of these days, and I used to sleep in the cave and he used to sit near the dhuni looking out. One of these days, one of those days, he gave a big discussion. He talked about the fire. And he said, the fire that you see burning before you, which is Agni, which is one of the most important elements in the earth. And it is connected to the human being, because in the human being there is an inner fire which is in the area of the navel, the Manipura chakra, which when awakened, the inner energy which is called the Kundalini is awakened, and by which the human being ascends from the lower level to the higher level of consciousness and finally reached freedom, which in yogic terms is called Kaivalya, which means absolutely unconditional, fetterless, free existence, not bound by any desire whatsoever, which is in full happiness, because one is not seeking or craving for anything. To be free of even a single craving, like a craving to drink a cup of coffee or to smoke a cigarette itself, is a great freedom. Now to live with no craving whatsoever, you can imagine what a wonderful freedom and blissful life it is. And for that, Babaji taught me that the inner fire, which is reflected in the outer fire, has to be kindled. He said that is the real Homa. He said the real Nachiketa Homa is the kindling of the inner fire in the Manipura chakra and not lighting the fire outside. He said lighting the fire outside, goldsmiths also do, blacksmiths also do to melt their iron, but what spiritual benefit do you get out of it? He said the inner fire has to be lit, which is in the Manipura chakra, and that is called the Nachiketas fire, discussed between Nachiketas and Yama in the great Upanishad called the Katha Upanishad. And then Babaji never said anything only theoretical. When he said something, he always gave a practical demonstration of it. He said the fire is a living thing, it's not a non-living thing. And he said, look at the fire for some time. So I fixed my attention on the fire which was lit. He fixed his attention. After a while, he uttered a few bijaksharas of Agni and raised his hand up like this. And I, with my own eyes, I saw the flame going straight up, even as tall as a tree which was in the background. And then, when I was completely astounded, wondering what was happening, he turned his finger like this, and the tip of that turned and hit me in my navel, and it was as if my whole body was on fire. Something was burning inside, and it was very hot, almost unbearable, but at the same time quite blissful. I cannot describe this more than this. And then I found the energy slowly traveling up and coming to the middle of my forehead, and I went into meditation. I remained in that meditation probably for the whole night, because next morning I found Babaji shaking me up and saying, go and brush your teeth and get some provision to cook, because you are hungry, not because he is hungry, you are hungry. So this was my first lesson, and it was my first kindling of the fire inside, which now I am 64, 63, has not gone off, that fire. It's still kindled inside. I mean, if you talk this to a psychiatrist or a dog, he thinks that you're completely nuts, you've gone out of a rocker, but it is there, the fire burns inside. And it's not, because it's not a physical fire, it's the fire which also exhibits, which also manifests when a human being has desire, irresistible desire for something. Only thing is here, the desire fire has been converted into the fire that burns out all the impurities and the dross and takes one to the higher levels of consciousness. This is called the Kundalini fire, and this was my first experience with Babaji. A week later, one day Babaji said, today is your chutti, you are free to go where you want. You can go where you want. It's like a holiday for you. So I decided now in the Himalayas, in that area, where would you go? There only, if you go a little further, there is ice. Otherwise, you can go to the temple. I didn't want to go back to see the Ravalji. So I decided to wander around somewhere near the caves. Further up, 6-7 caves further up, I saw a cave in which the smell of incense was coming, Shambrani. So I went inside and I saw a very wrinkled old Buddhist monk sitting there. He had a prayer wheel in his hand, rotating, and he was keep chanting, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. It was going on, and there was incense burning there. So I went and prostrated, did namaskara and sat down. And after some time he said, I asked him, can you speak English? He said, speak Hindi? He said, yes. So we started talking a little bit. And then I asked him about Buddhism and about various things, and he gave me a lot of information on that. Then he suddenly said something which was quite extraordinary. When I asked him about in Tibetan yoga, the Tibetan lamas practice a certain thing called Tummo. Tummo is a kind of pranayam with some visualizations where the inner heat in the system is generated. And they live in the coldest of climates and still don't feel cold because the body starts sweating when this fire is ignited in the navel, the inner fire. So this is called tumo. So when he discussed this to me, because he was wearing only one robe, so it was not very, and it was quite cold. Babaji had made sure that I used to wear woolen blankets which he had cut for a hole in the middle for the neck, and a cap and turban and all that. He said, you will fall sick. So I said, that's fascinating. Can you teach me tumo? He said, it is not so important to learn tumo. You see, what have I attained? Nirvana by learning tumo? No, but I can control the temperature. Okay. Then he said something extraordinary. He said, that is not the same as that fire that touched your navel last week. So I said, how do you know? Because nobody knows except me and Babaji. So how does he know that the fire touched my navel last week? He said, I and your Babaji have a different mode of contact. We don't meet each other, but we keep in touch with each other. I said, how? He said, by the mind. You won't understand these matters. It takes some time. By and by, gradually you will begin to understand what it is. He said, I can give you a hint. When the mind becomes absolutely quiet and calm, and even though outwardly it seems to be ruffled because of circumstances, deep down when you meditate, if you see that it is very, very still and quiet and calm, such a mind immediately reflects the thoughts of people who are around you. Whether you want to take it or you don't want to take it, it is your business. You can cut it off if you like. But suddenly you will say, you will experience a thought which doesn't belong to you, and you can be sure that it is coming from someone in the room, from somewhere. He said, it is only a hint, but there are ways and means to practice and perfect the art of it. Again he told me, but it is not so important. The most important thing is to attain nirvana, which is freedom from all the bondages and conditionings of this world. So I lived with Babaji like that for some months in that cave in Charana Paduka. Once in a while going to, crossing the river and going to Mauni Baba's cave. Mauni Baba's cave is on the way to the temple of Nilakanta in the Nilkant hills, which is on the other side of the Ganga. And whenever Babaji went and stayed in the cave, which is called Mauni Baba's cave, it has 3 layers. One cave is there. If you go down the steps, there is another cave. And if you go further down, there is a 3rd cave inside. But whenever Babaji lived in the cave, Mauni Baba used to go up to Nilkant and live there, so that he would be free to be there. And there was a brahmachari who used to serve us, look after us, bring water, clean the place, give me food. He didn't want food, and so on. And then from there we used to walk further up, sometimes on the banks of the Ganga through Lakshman Jhula, further up to Dev Prayag and back and so on. On one of these trips, it was quite evening when we approached Vashishta Gufa. By the time we reached it, we were not coming from the road, coming from those small paths on the banks of the Ganga, which are called by the locals Pagdandi Rastas. Pagdandi means you have to have a stick to move in that area. There are no buses, nothing, it's small paths. So we walked on that path and we came near Vashishta Gufa. So I told Babaji, so we'll spend the night at Vashishta Gufa, that brahmachari is there. He said, no, we will spend the night at Arundhati cave. So that's the first time I saw or heard about the Arundhati cave. So I looked up, and above from the Ganga you climb on rocks, and there is a small cave called Arundhati cave. It's still there. And only 2 people can sit or sleep in that. It's a very small cave. So we slowly climbed up, went to the Arundhati cave. Babaji gave me the axe and said, go and find some dry twigs to light the fire. So I went and got some twigs. He said, if you are hungry, you can go down to Vashishta Gufa, have some food from that brahmachari there and come up. So after gathering the food and lighting the dhuni, I went down and met Swamiji, and I said, Babaji is there. So he said, I will also come. He came and he bowed down, did namaskaram and came back. So I stayed in the night there. Now you must understand, those days the forest area was quite large. Now much of it has depleted in Rishikesh and other areas. And wild elephants used to roam near Mauni Baba's cave, and in this Arundhati cave and Vashishta Gufa areas, leopards were very common at night. So Babaji always told me, don't go out at night unless you tell me. Don't go alone. So I had not encountered a leopard till then, but the warning was there, so I was careful. Now this Arundhati cave is a very, very long cave. It is must be about 10 feet in length, maybe, not more than that, and about maybe 6 feet or 7 feet in width, becoming narrower as you go inside. And in front of that, on the mouth, Babaji built up the dhuni. I helped him to build up the dhuni, and we lit the fire, and he would sit there and meditate, and I was supposed to sleep inside. I would sleep inside with my feet towards him, and he would sit facing the dhuni and looking out. And below was the Ganga. Living in Arundhati cave, I had learned many ways to meditate, and one of them was, Babaji said, just sit and look at the river. Follow the river as it moves. Don't think of anything else. So that's open eye meditation. I learned several things living there. But what I want to tell you are two extraordinary incidents that happened to me during my stay in the Arundhati cave. Two really extraordinary. One of them is so unbelievable that people wonder if it's fact or fiction, but you must remember that fact is stranger than fiction many times. All fiction is produced from fact, which is sometimes so strange that one doesn't even know if it is fact or fiction. And this happened one night. Before that I will tell you the other story. One day I was sitting there and meditating. My attention was fixed in the Ajna Chakra, which is the middle of the forehead. It is also called Bhru Madhya. Meditating. Now, from childhood, from my young age, I was very fond of masala dosa. Now, for some reason, when I was sitting and trying to meditate on Om and the Ajna Chakra, the only image that was coming was masala dosa. So, I felt that this nice smell of masala dosa. Somebody, maybe after many years of being deprived from natural food, that kind of food. So Babaji suddenly woke me up and said, are you meditating on the Ajna Chakra? I said, yes. Does Ajna Chakra look like masala dosa? I said, Babaji, I can't help it. This image is coming into my head. I cannot help it. He said, I think what you should do is to go tomorrow. I will take you somewhere where you have as many masala dosas as you want and get rid of this craving. So the next day he takes me to, there is a Madras cafe in Rishikesh on this side, and gets 2 masala dosas, which I finish in few minutes. The third also is ordered, but I can't eat it because I'm already full. He said, are you satisfied with the masala dosa? I said, yes. Okay, now get rid of it. From that time, that inordinate desire and craving for that particular food item is dissolved from my mind. Now this is what is called the Tantra way, the Tantric way, where you satisfy your urges temporarily so that you know what it is and you are free of it. Because many a time, because we have not satisfied that urge, it keeps on bothering us, and as we move forward in the spiritual field, it becomes a big obstacle. So the Tantra system is Bhogo Yogayate, which means, Babaji taught me this, means enjoy, understand and then let go. The problem comes when you cannot let go, all the time enjoying and not being able to let go. So therefore, for such practices, a guru or a teacher is required. Otherwise, one may fall into the bottomless pit and always get stuck there in the pool. You cannot come out. So this was a wonderful experience which I had with Babaji. It also confirmed my understanding that he understood every passing thought that flickered through my mind, even for a second. Of course, he didn't say it, but I knew it. And therefore, I was learning how to keep my mind free from thoughts which are disturbing. Because I thought if I get it, he will immediately sense it. It was like someone watching you with a microscope. I knew that he wouldn't punish me for it, but I knew that my heart was an open book to this great being. And because of that, I was guided properly and I was able to advance myself spiritually. Now the second experience, which is really unbelievable, this is not unbelievable, but that one is really unbelievable. One night, I was sleeping in the cave and Babaji was sitting in front of the dhuni, meditating. He was sitting steady with his eyes open. I could see him in that state. Now I was lying down behind the cave, at the end of the cave, with my eyes closed. I was fast asleep. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I heard a sound which was like a thunderclap, as if there is going to be rain, a heavy thunderclap, very, very loud, like an explosion. So I look up and I see something like the moon on the other side of the skyline, and that it is lit from inside, just like the moon, and it is moving forward. And as it moves forward, it is growing bigger and bigger and bigger. So I wake up fully. I am completely alert, wondering what is this thing that is coming. And the whole thing comes, it becomes so big, almost this big, and lands right on the dhuni with another thunderclap so loud that I almost am shaken out of my consciousness actually. And I am looking at Babaji and wondering what is happening out of fear. And then very slowly, there is a beautiful perfume-like thing wafting from there. Very slowly, this round globe thing opens. It opens like as if it is two doors which are opening. And inside that, I see a very, very strange sight. Inside that sits a big cobra-like structure. It's like a cobra. It's huge. It has a hood. It is much bigger than any snakes that we see. And it is colored like, it's like as if it is made of glass, and it is colored electric blue. It's like the sparks that you see when you strike two wires together, complete electric blue and transparent. And it's saying something which I cannot follow. It's like hissing sound, and Babaji is sitting there looking at it, and it seemed to me as if there is a conversation going on between this object and Babaji. And I am lying there shivering with fright, not knowing what to do. Either this is a dream, but it cannot be a dream, but I feel I am awake, or it is something which is in my brain. So I am either going mad, completely crazy, or this is real. If it is real, what is it that I am seeing before me? Something that looks like a cobra, which is made of blue, deep violet blue glass, and it is shining, and it is making some kind of a noise which is like a hiss almost. And Babaji seems to be communicating with it because he is nodding his head and he is showing his hands, and then suddenly he turns to me at the cave and says, "Idhar aao." So shivering with great fear, I go towards the dhuni where this is. Then he says, "Bend down and do namaskaram, do pranams." So I go from far and do namaskaram to something, whatever it is. I don't know what it is. And the snake, that snake-like thing with its hood, bends down and touches my head. And as it touches my head, I feel a certain thrill going through my system. And for a moment, I understand that this is not a thing from the earth, but something come from a realm about which we have no idea. And then the thing closes, there is another thunderclap, and it's gone. Gone meaning it goes up, becomes smaller and disappears. Now, this looks like a science fiction story, but this is my experience of what I had in the Arundhati cave. In the morning, I asked Babaji, "What is this that I saw? Who is this?" He says this comes from a realm which is called Nagaloka, and this is the person who is the head of that world which is called Nagaloka. And I said, "We have only read of Nagaloka in Puranas or in some other textbooks, but do it really exist?" He said, "Did you see what you saw or you didn't?" I said, "I saw." "If you see it and if you experience it, you better believe it," he said. And then later on, many days later, we had various discussions on different realms. And what I remember very clearly, he said, it is the height of arrogance that the human being thinks that this little speck of dust which we call the Bhuloka, the earth, is the only place where living beings are. He said that is the height of arrogance of the human being to think so. So one day, while sitting outside the cave at Charan Paduka with Babaji, he suddenly turned around and said, "Now tomorrow we are going to leave for Tolingamat on the way to Kailash." I was very excited because, as I said earlier, there was the old Buddhist Lama who was living in one of the caves in Charan Paduka. He had mentioned about Tolingamat to me. He said that across the border into Tibet, not too far from the Indian border, there was a famous Buddhist monastery called the Tolingamat. I was very excited because I had always thought of walking into Tibet and seeing monasteries and sadhus and lamas there. So Babaji said, "Yes, we are going tomorrow." So all preparations were made. In the morning, we went to see the Ravalji. Now I was waiting for what the reaction would be, because the Ravalji had first of all discouraged me from being there, saying that there are no genuine sadhus or no genuine, he had not heard of any genuine yogis, and that I was wasting my time looking for a guru and so on. So I thought, what would be the reaction when Babaji meets the Ravalji? So we went. I was surprised because the Ravalji stood up and prostrated before Babaji and said, "Oh, this young gentleman has found you." And Babaji said, "Yes, I have found him." He said, "Yeah, I was discouraging him from falling into the hands of false gurus and frauds." Babaji said that was a good thing to do. So, but the most surprising aspect of this was that Babaji was speaking in Malayalam, and that also in the northern Malayalam accent, northern side of Malayalam, which the Ravalji also spoke, from a Nambudri family from Payanur, which is in the northern end of Kerala. They spoke for some time, and then all preparations were made. Rawalji said, we are making all preparations, Babaji, don't worry, and so on. We also provided with a Nepalese man. I think his name was some Bahadur. I can't remember that. Not Tegh Bahadur, some Bahadur. Anyway, so this man was supposed to accompany us, and Marwadi merchant provided us with tents and horses. So we started out armed with a gas stove and kerosene oil and so on. But before we did that, while we were going, I sat down quietly, and Babaji was standing up and looking at the river. I asked him, Babaji, are you from Kerala? Are you a Malayali? So, are you a Malayali? Babaji said, why do you ask? I said, it's because you are speaking in perfect Malayalam with Nambudiri. He said, no, I am not from Kerala. Oh, then he said, so you must be thinking the same which most people think, that Babaji must be omniscient, he knows any language in the world. He said, that is not the case. He said, there is no human being on this earth born of a father and mother biologically who is omnipresent, omnipotent, or omniscient. He said, there are always limitations. There is no such thing. I said, then how do you know the Malayalam which you are talking, since you are not from Kerala? He said, but there are ways in which you can connect to somebody else's brain and understand temporarily what that person is thinking of, tune into somebody's brain and use his knowledge. That's all one can do. Nobody can be omniscient. So I said, okay. I said, that is not a full explanation. I still want to ask you, where are you from? He laughed and said, we'll discuss that later. Anyway, so the next day we started off. Babaji, the Nepalese Gurkha, I started calling him simply Bahadur. So Bahadur and myself, plus 2 horses, one for carrying the tents and other things, and one for emergencies, some cooking pots and gas stove and so on, with good supply of drinking water, which was put in pots and tied on both sides of the podi. Started off. Now, this path which we were taking is not frequented by most people who go to Kailash. It's the old route which is supposed to have been the route taken by Sri Rama when he visited Kailash in the ancient times. So now hardly anybody goes. Anyways, about 35 kilometers from Mana, you come across the Indian border from where Tibet starts. It's all controlled now by the Indo-Tibetan border police. That time there was not much of a police or army presence there. Anyway, so we went up to Vashishta Gufa, camped at Vashishta Gufa for the night, and next morning we started off towards Kailash. Now the path to take is to follow the course of the Saraswati river. There is no other way you can find out. Babaji apparently knew the path, and this Bahadur who came with us, he said he had once travelled with some merchants trading in Tibet, across Tibet. So we passed the Saraswati river. We came to a place called Keshav Prayag, where the Saraswati meets Alkananda, and then from there we started. There was no path actually, we had to climb over rocks, many places, and walk along. River followed us throughout, it was beautiful. And then the sights of the Himalayas are something that's so thrilling. At a distance I could see the Nila Parvat, the blue mountain. We have Nilgiris here, but they are not half as blue as the Nil Parvat. And snow-covered, other peaks jutting out from the scene. And nothing but snow all around, hardly any vegetation, and becoming colder and colder day by day. In about 13 days or so, traveling this way, camping at places where there was a small clearing, where this Bahadur used to clear up the snow and the ice and pitch the tent and cook food for us, we proceeded. Babaji, of course, as usual, never slept, but I slept soundly throughout the journey because I was dead tired. Meditation, of course, every now and then Babaji would wake me up from meditation saying, this is not Turiya, this is Sushupti, deep sleep. Anyway, so we passed a wonderful time. I had some discussions also with him during that period. Part of it I have written in the autobiography, but not the whole thing. One was about the Nath Panth to which he belonged. And the other was his connection with Sri Guru Babaji, who was his Guru. So finally we came to the Mana Pass, the famous Mana Pass. We crossed the Mana Pass. It took us a whole day to go because the Mana Pass is 18,000 miles above sea level. So we had to cross it. While we were crossing, there was a terrible storm. Somehow we managed, although I was shivering. The Gurkha had a lot of experience in that, so he was fine. He wore a thick coat, but Babaji, as usual, wore only the small cloth which he normally wore, bare-bodied. And I was wearing thickly clothed in all kinds of woolen things and a woolen cap and a muffler. Babaji said, you better wear it, otherwise you will fall sick. So we went. Finally, we cleared the Mana Pass and came down to the Tibetan side in about 2 days. Suddenly we found that the temperature had become not so severe and the earth was reddish, a lot of red mud there. And people were growing small little herbs and little bit of vegetable and all that. In about 4 days, halting in the night and so forth, we reached Toling Mutt. Now this Toling Mutt is situated in Tibet. One of the most important features of the Toling Mutt is that it has a Buddha whose head touches the roof of the monastery. It's a huge Buddha. And also around Buddha, in that monastery, there are so many other Hindu gods and goddesses, Bhadrakali and Hanuman and other devis, and you name them, all the Dasha Mahavidyas are there. But the lamas only do puja to all these. And there was a head lama who is known as the Rinpoche, who welcomed Babaji as if you knew him for a long time. And asked us to stay and be their guests at the monastery. But Babaji never stayed in anywhere like that, so we had to pitch a tent and stay just outside the monastery. The tent was quite comfortable for about 3-4 people, so 3 of us were there. Horses were tied outside and we spent the night. The night I had a wonderful discussion with Babaji about various things. One of them was that the lamas of Toling Mutt believed that originally Badrinath was in Toling Mutt. And since it was inaccessible to most people, later on it was shifted to the place where it is now. Of course, the Lama believed that Badrinarayan is a form of Buddha because he sits in Padmasan, but that may be his belief, we are not sure. I asked Babaji about this. He said, we don't enter into such controversies. Sufficient to say that if you have a religious bent of mind, if you lead a good life and if you practice meditation, that's sufficient. It doesn't matter whether Buddha is Narayana or Narayana is Buddha. Don't get into these controversies. So there was no more discussion on that subject. Anyway, spent some time there, and then I also saw some very strange sight. There are these tall Tibetan men who come from the province of Kham. If you write in English, it can be spelled as Kham, Kham district. They're very tall people, and they're usually messengers who take messages from one monastery to another. Now these people had with them long sticks which is like a pole they use for pole vault, and when they carried messages they used to do a certain breathing exercise, hit the pole on the ground like a pole vault and travel quite a distance before landing. So this is why they were appointed as messengers, because they had learned the art of almost flying with the stick. This is the nearest levitation that I have seen in my life, apart from the magic tricks that are shown on stage. Anyway, so I saw them pushing, taking a deep breath and moving quite a distance before again putting the pole down. These were the messengers of the monasteries. Anyway, so after spending about 4 days and having various discussions with the lamas about Buddhism and so on, Babaji said, now we can start for Kailash. So we started off. We had reached Tolingmat, and from there we had to go through another village. I think it was called Damal or something. So we reached there in about 6 days. Altogether, we camped there at that little village. Altogether, we had traveled around 21 days, starting from Mana, Badrinath. Now we halted there for the night in a tent, and that night I had such a serious fever. That the temperature was so high that I started getting convulsions. So Babaji said, no Kailash for you this time. We have to go back. I said, but Babaji, I wanted to go to Kailash. He said, you might have wanted to go to Kailash. You will go to Kailash after many, many years with a big group of people. But this time you will travel from the Nepal side. So I gave up. Anyway, I was very ill. I had high temperature. I was shivering. In fact, I thought I was having what you call, when you have high fever, hallucinations. Because I was lying in the, I was there sick for at least 4 days. I was lying in the tent on my little wooden plank, when suddenly I saw the tent door open. Now the Lama was giving me medicines for the last 4 days, but this didn't seem to have any effect. I was still having high temperature. I saw somebody coming inside from the tent, from the opening door of the tent. Now this person who came from the door didn't look like a human being. He looked more like, what shall we compare with? He looked like a gorilla, something like a gorilla. I couldn't see clearly because the only light inside the tent was a small kerosene lamp which was lit, hurricane lamp which was lit by Bahadur. So in this faint light, all I could see was there was this thing looking like a monkey or a gorilla, but big size, like a human being. As it walked in, and it was making a peculiar whining, thin-pitched, sharp-pitched voice, like that kind of sound. And it or he kept coming towards. When it passed the light, the hurricane lamp, I noticed that it had body was full of fur and there were no clothes. And the fur was kind of light, dark cream colored fur. It came straight towards me where I was lying. I was really paralyzed with fear. It looked at me and again made that whining noise. My mind went back to some comic books where the Yeti comes in the Himalayas and tries to kill people and so on. So I was paralyzed with fear, but it did nothing of the sort. It came near me and pushed something into my mouth. Some very gooey stuff like chewed chewing gum or melted chewing gum or some very, very sweet stuff in my mouth, pushed it in with its finger and then ran out. When it was running out, the Bahadur came running in saying, mountain man, pahadi admi. He came running inside. He was also very frightened. He said, are you all right? I said, I am all right. And I was chewing that stuff. I swallowed it. whole night I could not sleep because all the time I was looking at the entrance to the tent, wondering when the creature was going to come. Anyway, to cut the long story short, in about 2 hours time I fell asleep without my knowledge, unconsciously, and when I woke up in the morning there was no temperature, no fever, I was perfectly all right. So Babaji said, okay, we pack up, we are going back to Badrinath. I said, Babaji, I am all right now. He said, I know you are all right, we are going back. So most of the time on the way back, I was sitting on the horse and going. So then I asked Babaji, Babaji, do you think what I saw was a Yeti? He said, let's not have a discussion. Nobody is going to believe you. Most people don't believe in its existence. And if you say you had high fever when you saw it, they would think that you were having some kind of a hallucination. So don't discuss the subject. I said, no harm if I say I saw it. He said, that is left to you. So we came back to Badrinath, and it took us, I think, around 18 days, much less time than we took to go there. Around 18 days we were back at Badrinath and back to the cave at Charanapaduka. After I reached there one morning, I went to see the Ravalji. I told Babaji, I am going to see the Ravalji. He said, go. So I went to Ravalji, and after saying namaskara and all that, I said, how do you know Babaji? Because you are talking as if you are familiar with him. He said, well, I know him as a genuine yogi who lives in these areas, but I don't know anything more about him. But my forefathers have said 3 successors, and before that my father has said that they have also met him. So we don't know how old he is, although he looks around 35. He's a great yogi. You are lucky that he found you, because generally I have heard that he did not accept any disciples. So you are very lucky. So I said, okay. I said, then is he from Kerala? What do you suspect? He said, no, I don't think he's from Kerala. He was talking Malayalam. He said, that is, great yogis can do what they want. So I said, so you believe in great yogis? Because you are discouraging me. There is no. He said, I discouraged you because you don't fall into the wrong hands. There are so many ganja sadhus around here. There are so many people who are very learned and scholarly who pretend to be great yogis. So I was only trying to help you out. So I said, all right. So he said, since you are going, please take some prasad with you and go back to the cave. And if you tell Babaji that it is Badri Narayan's prasad, he will also eat it. Otherwise, I know that he doesn't usually eat. So I said, all right. So I thanked him, took the prasad and went back to the cave. Now this Charanapaduka, it's a very interesting place. After many years, both things came true. One is I took a whole group of people and went to Kailash. 2, whenever we went to Badri or Kedar with a group, we used to go to Charanapaduka and go near the caves and meditate and walk around. Many of our friends have sat with me and meditated at Charanapaduka because I believe that there is a strong presence of Sri Guru Babaji in that place. This is the importance of Charanapaduka. The Jains also come there because for them it is a holy place. One of their Tirthankaras has come there, maybe Parashvanath, I am not sure, and has done tapasya there. So they have 2 footmarks which they consider to be the Charanapadukas of their Tirthankaras. So many Jains come there on pilgrimage. If you move a little further up, the whole right side is dotted with caves. If you go further down, there is a glade where horses, you will see wild horses grazing there. It's completely green. It's a very beautiful place. Now, those who would want to go there, the best way to do would be to go to Badrinath. walk along the road that approaches Badrinath, but in the reverse direction, opposite direction. And then you find steps going up the hills from there on the right side. If you stand there and look straight on the opposite direction, you will see the Nilakant Parvat. You will see a photograph of the Nilakant Parvat on the cover page of my autobiography. Especially when the sun rises, it's a beautiful sight to see, because only the top becomes golden and the rest is all white and beautiful. It's a sight for poets, for artists, for people who enjoy nature to go to such places. Even if you are not religiously inclined and you don't want to go for a pilgrimage, I think it's a great idea to visit Badri, Kedar, especially in the season when the snow has not fully melted. You can see these beautiful peaks when the sun rises and the sun sets, and the whole atmosphere is so different that you would automatically get a meditative feeling. And if you sit down and meditate, there is the influence of these great beings around. Now, having said that, while staying at Charnapaduka, I used to take short walks with Babaji towards Vyasa Gufa and towards what is known as Swarga Arohini. Swarga Arohini is little beyond the Vyasa Gufa. That's supposed to be the place that goes on to Alkapuri, from where Alakananda starts. And the Puranas say that when the Pandavas, after the Kurukshetra war and after Yudhishthira laid down gave up his kingdom and decided to walk out, having put his son in place, all the Pandavas walked up the same route from Mana and continued to go to the Bhimtal near Saraswati river and walk towards the, what is it called, Alkapuri. On the way, there is a spot from where Yudhishthira is supposed to have fallen. Fallen means where the Purana says where he was lifted up into heavens. Now therefore, that place is called Swarga Arohi. That means a place from where he went off to Swarga. There's an interesting story. Yudhishthira had a dog, a pet dog, which was very dear to him. So the story is that when the chariot came, when the Pushpa Vimana came to take Yudhishthira up to Swarga, he said, "No, I cannot come alone. I have to take my dog." So he said, "But the dog has not done the punya that you have done." He said, "Either the dog comes with me or I don't go." So finally, the pilots of the Pushpa Vimana had to agree to take the cargo of the dog also along. So the dog was also booked to Swarga. Interesting story, because Yudhishthira, you will notice, was a great king who, after the Kurukshetra battle, when he became the king, he decided that he would not rule the kingdom. He was very unhappy. He said, "What is the use of a kingdom where so many people have been killed? So many of my relatives are dead. What kind of a kingdom should I rule over?" In spite of he being told by his brothers that it is not your fault that they were killed, he insisted that he would not rule the kingdom. He would rule only as long as his son is ready to take over. And then he moved off into the mountains to the Badrinath and Kedar towards his complete freedom. Therefore, he is referred to in the ancient Puranas as Dharmaraja, the king of Dharma. How many kings do we see nowadays? Who would want to give up his seat or his kingdom? It's as if they put Fevicol on the seats when they sit down and they cannot get up. So these are the great kings who are not only rulers but also great saints, people whose mind had expanded and become spiritual. I'm going to tell you about my visit with Babaji to the Valley of Flowers. It's a beautiful valley of flowers, which has been so much nowadays in the modern daily news, because lots of tourists have started going to the Valley of Flowers, and then from there to a place called Hemkund Sahib, which is now considered to be the holy place for the Sikhs, although everyone can go there. First we'll start with the Valley of Flowers. So one day Babaji said, now we will start for the Valley of Flowers. Now, he used to make fun of me, saying that there are roller skates on your feet, you can't stay in one place. But actually he had super speed roller skates on his feet. He could not stay for more than 4 days in one place, he would start off. So he said, we'll go to the Valley of Flowers. So naturally the only mode of transport with Babaji was walking. So we walked from Badrinath. Took 2 days to come, 2-3 days to come to Pandukeshwar. Then from Pandukeshwar we walked on to a place called Govind Ghat. And Govind Ghat, from ancient times there has been a small Gurudwara, which is basically a tent. It's a tent. Now they have built it and made it into a very big building, but in those days it was only a tent Gurudwara. And there was one Ragi. Ragi is the word used for the Pujari people who look after the Gurudwara among the Sikhs. They also read the Guru Granth Sahib, which is the holy book of the Sikhs, in a particular raga, so they are called Ragis. So there was this gentleman. So I went to him and I stayed for 2-3 days in the Gurudwara. One very interesting thing about a Gurudwara, it's good for everybody to know, is that in any Gurudwara, in any part of India, even abroad, if you have a visa to go, so that you can go and stay in a Gurudwara for 3 days, and you will also get boarding and lodging. Food also will be given to you for 3 days free of charge. Nobody will ask you what religion you belong to, where are you coming from. 3 days is allowed. If you want to stay for more than 3 days, then you will have to get special permission. So the kitchen, which is called the langar, is open all the time. Anybody who goes is supposed to be fed, which is part of the Sikh religion. So I went to Govind Ghat and stayed in the Gurudwara with the Ragi. We got very friendly. He taught me many things about the Sikh religion. Actually, when I came back, he became so friendly. He said, you must go to the Akali Takht in Amritsar and become a Sikh. I said, I am not ready to become a Sikh. I only want to study about the Sikh religion. Anyway, so from him I found out the route, how to go to, that was later. Babaji was with me, so there was no problem. So both of us stayed in the Gurudwara. And I also found that the Ragi was very respectful of Babaji. Whenever he saw him, he used to call him as Mahan and Guru and so on, which the Sikhs rarely use, because for them their Gurus are only their Gurus starting with Guru Nanak to Guru Gobind Singh. From there we went to a place called Gangria. That is the next stop. In Gangria, this beautiful river flowing under the bridge. It's a very interesting place. Very few hotels are there now, but in those days there was nothing. But there was a sadhu, Bairagi sadhu, belonging to the Juna Akada, who had a little kutir there. So Babaji knew him, or he knew Babaji. So we spent about 2 nights at Gangria with him. He would light the dhuni and sit and talk. But he was a sadhu who, many of the Juna Akada sadhus, they smoke the chilam, which is the hashish or ganja or whatever you want to call it. But otherwise he was perfectly all right, but this habit he had. When he offered it to me, I said, I don't use this stuff. So he said, yeah, I know, you're Babaji's disciple. You're all Raj Yogis, you don't require this, things like that. We spent some time there. Then he said, why don't you ask Babaji to give you Sri Vidya? I said, Babaji gives me what he wants. I never ask him for anything. He said, no, but you should ask, it will help you. So I said, I'll see if there is the right opportunity, then I will ask him. And then anyway, so from there we proceeded to the left. Now from Gangria there are two roads. The left road goes to the Valley of Flowers, and the right one, which is quite a stiff climb, goes to Hemkund Sahib. So first we went to the Valley of Flowers. Valley of Flowers is the most beautiful thing you can imagine. It's as if there are different flowers. I think most flowers in the world are there, and they're all in different patches. It is as if somebody is doing gardening, but there are no gardeners. It's a natural thing. One stretch you will find certain flowers, another stretch you will find certain flowers. So it's like a patchwork, colored patchwork of flowers. You should go in the right season actually. I can't remember, it's probably August, September or something like that, when the flowers are in full bloom. And there are some flowers which give such a beautiful odd smell, perfume, that you get half intoxicated by the smell of the perfume. So it's a completely a place out of this world. And very often you see botanists going around from foreign countries trying to see which species these flowers are, because it seems there are flowers in the Valley of Flowers which are nowhere else in India except perhaps in Switzerland or some other exotic place. Babaji took me around and I was extremely surprised when I found that, like speaking Malayalam to the Ravalji, he knew every flower, its botanical name, its source, its species, its genus, which I don't know, so I cannot explain it to you. He said this is called Edelweiss. He said this is called the blue something, I don't know. So he had such a knowledge of botany and flowers and nature that it's mind-boggling. You cannot imagine a human being with so much understanding of so many things put together. Anyway, then he took me to a place of a cliff from where in 1941, I believe, a botanist, a lady botanist from abroad, from Europe, fell down and died while looking for some species. It still made us a plaque with her name. I can't remember the name now. I have mentioned it in my autobiography. So the thing is, I never keep a diary. I have never recorded anything in a piece of paper. But when I started writing the autobiography, every time I sat and wrote, all the information used to flow very naturally and come. But now if you ask me the names, I can't remember. I can read it from the autobiography, but I cannot remember offhand. Anyway, so then Babaji led me to a place where there is a lovely little cave surrounded by hills. He said he and Sri Guru have come and sat there and meditated very often. It's such a cozy and wonderful place that suddenly you are cut off from the cold, extreme cold around. And I found that my meditation was proceeding in a different direction than normal. There was a kind of half sleep kind of feeling when you sat down, floating kind of feeling. So when I expressed this to Babaji that this meditation is quite different, it's like falling asleep but not asleep, but very pleasant. He said that is because of the smell coming from some exotic flower around that is creating this kind of effect on my brain. Anyway, then we came back to Gangria, spent the night again in this Juna Akada Sadhu's place, and then the next day morning we started off going to Hemkund Sahib. We decided to do the whole stretch in one day. It was quite a tough climb. Normally people stop for a short while at some place which I forget the name and then go the next day and come back. We decided to go the whole hog, completely go the same day, climb up and reach Hemkund Sahib. So we traveled means walked, trekked, And I found that there were, even in those days, hundreds of Sikh pilgrims travelling up Hemkund Sahib, everyone saying Sat Sri Akal, Vaheguru, Vaheguru, and going up. And in many points they would set up small tents and distribute food to the pilgrims. Okay. Anyway, finally, after trekking for a whole day, by evening we reached Hemkund Sahib. Now the Hemkund Sahib, the name Hemkund means the lake of ice, Hemkund, and it's actually a lake of ice. There is a small portion where you can see the water, the rest is all frozen, and you are surrounded by these beautiful snow-clad mountains on all sides wherever you look. And there were some really religious Sikh pilgrims who were jumping into the water to have a bath. I asked Babaji, should we have a dip? He said, are you crazy? You get sick. So I abstained from going into the lake. But it's a beautiful lake, beautiful sight, and it's so quiet and calm that the mind goes into a meditative state very, very naturally. We went to the Gurudwara. There's also a temporary little Gurudwara which was a tent, and had hot khichdi and papad, that's what I remember. And then from there, Babaji said, 4 kilometers beyond, 4 or 5 kilometers, there is an old Lakshman temple which is abandoned and nobody was doing any pujas or anything there. He said, let's go to this temple and spend the night for 2-3 nights and meditate and come back. I said, all right. So we went. It is a complete small little temple, totally dilapidated. There's an image which they claim to be the image of Lakshmana. That's the only temple for Lakshmana, I think, anywhere individually. And the idol was looking very dirty and unattended and unlooked after. So Babaji said, let's clean it. So we fetched some water from the nearby. There are waterfalls here and there, tiny, tiny waterfalls coming, very beautiful. Took some water in the Kamandalu and got it nicely cleaned. And we spent the night there. All the 3 nights, we had beautiful meditation. Babaji explained to me the different sects that belong to the Nath Panth, and how many Nath Panth ashramas or mathas are there in India now, starting with Gorakhpur and so on. And we had a very, very useful time apart from the beauty and the meditative excellence of that place. The story is, somewhere in his writings, Guru Gobind Singh, who is the last Guru of the Sikhs, has said that in his previous birth, some previous birth, he had come to Hemkund Sahib and meditated in that little place where the present Lakshman temple is there. This is the story, which is why all the Sikhs go to Hemkund Sahib. From that, another legend has sprung up, that Guru Gobind Singh in his previous life was also Lakshman. So we cannot authenticate these stories, these are our popular beliefs. But the fact is that there is an old Lakshman temple in Hemkund Sahib, and Hemkund Sahib is one of the most beautiful places where one can go and meditate. But unfortunately, nobody can stay there for more than a day or two because it is extremely cold, and in any case only 3 or 4 months in a year. After that there is no Gurudwara, nothing there, everybody winds up and comes down because the whole place is completely covered with snow. It is 15,500 or so feet above sea level. This is Hemkund Sahib. Anyway, so we came back, again spent the night in Ghangriya with the sadhu, and then walked to Govind Ghat, from Govind Ghat to Pandukeshwar, and spent some time there. In the Pandukeshwar is the temple where the Pandavas are supposed to have halted on their way to Badrinath. So we spent some time there, and then we decided, Babaji decided, that we would go to the Pancha Kedars. Now, most people know only of one Kedar, which is Kedarnath. thing is that is the most popular of the Kedars where people go, and it's the most famous, and of course it is the biggest. But there are other Kedars which are, including Kedarnath, they are called Pancha Kedars. So there are 4 more Kedars. One of them is Madh Maheshwar. The other is Rudranath. The third is Tunganath. And the fourth, can't remember right now the name. Anyway, there are these 4 Kedars. So Babaji said, now we are visiting the 4 Kedars, and then finally we will go to Kedarnath. I had never visited Kedarnath before. It was not, we hadn't traveled to that area till then. So we started off from Pandukeshwar, walking along, taking a right turn and then continuing to walk. We passed many small villages, and in the evening we reached, I think it was Madh Maheshwar. This is the problem, the names seem to escape. Anyway, one of the Kedars, let's say, we reached there. But on the way, the scene was so beautiful. No, we halted in between in a small village where the village head came to welcome Babaji. So I knew that he must be very well known in that area. He has travelled a lot. So finally we came there. I think it was in Madh Maheshwar before that. Next day we walked on to Madh Maheshwar, where again in the small village we were met by the village head, the Sarpanch, who came with a lot of followers saying, Babaji has come, and they all prostrated, brought food, brought water, brought flowers, wild flowers. And Babaji showed me many of those trees there. He said they are all herbal in content, and they can be made into important Ayurvedic and Siddha medicines. So he showed me all around. And here and there you saw beautiful green and blue lakes, and the villages were so simple. They were worshipping in little gram devtas everywhere and offered food to whoever passed that way, because hardly anybody came that way. It was a Pagdandi Rasta, there are no motorable roads anywhere. Another interesting thing I found was there is an Ayurvedic gum, a resin called Shilajit, which is used in medicines. I saw for the first time Shilajit coming out of certain rocks. It's a kind of a mineral-like thing. Babaji showed me this is Shilajit. This is the source of the Ayurvedic medicine, usually used for Kaya Kalpa, to rejuvenation. Anyway, so we passed and spent some time in Madh Maheshwar. Madh Maheshwar, there was a priest who lived in the village. So he came and he did puja for the Shivling there. It's a very simple Shivling with a stone granite structure around. Now in these beautiful places, the ceramic tiles have not yet reached. So the temples are very beautiful. They don't look like bathrooms, because no ceramic tiles and glazed tiles have ever reached there. It's still made of granite and rock. It's very beautiful. Anyway, so from in Madh Maheshwar, we spent the night, and we were on our way to Rudranath the next day. So on the whole, by the time we reached Madh Maheshwar, it would have taken us about 4 days, I think, 4.5 days. Then we walked towards Rudranath. Now Rudranath is again one of the most important of the Panchakedars. There the linga is very small, the temple is completely dilapidated, there is no puja being performed, there is nobody in sight except a village which is 20 kilometers away. So we went, and it took us about 4 days or 5 days to reach from there to Rudranath. On the way, while we were at Madh Maheshwar, the village Sarpanch said that one Yogiji Maharaj who used to live here has now shifted to Rudranath. So if you see him, please offer our prostrations to him. He told Babaji. So I asked Babaji, who is this great Yogi Ji Maharaj? He said, there is a direct disciple of Sri Guru Babaji, who is my Guru Bhai, and he is also senior to me in a way. He is from the south, and he used to live for many years in Madh Maheshwar. Now he is shifted to Rudranath. So he said, probably we will meet him in Rudranath. So I said, where is he from? He said he's from the south. So where is he from the south? He said he used to live for many years in a place called Tenkashi, which I knew. It's near Chengota side, Tenkashi, where there is a waterfall also, beautiful waterfall. So I don't know his name, but people used to refer to him as Tenkashi Siddhar. He's supposed to have lived there for many years, and then Babaji told him, his Guru Babaji, told him to shift to Madh Maheshwar and then to Rudranath. So I was very excited. I thought I'll see one more great yogi who is Babaji's Guru Bhai. Anyway, we travelled. Now, before reaching Rudranath, we halted for the night in one place where there is a lot of dilapidated temples and no village, nothing. So Babaji said, we can't walk today. It is about quite dark, so we'll have to go the next day to Rudranath, and we can reach there by morning next day. So I said, all right. So we halted in that place, and I was thinking, what about food for the night? I was just thinking in my mind. Now in Rudranath, there is in this village where we stayed, a lot of dilapidated, broken down structures. So Babaji said, we can use one of these. As we approached a place which had like dharamshalas, which means granite pillars with a granite roof covered on all three sides. In front of that, suddenly we found there is a fire burning, dhuni. So I said to Babaji, there is a dhuni here, there must be somebody. He said, yeah, there must be. Who comes here? He was himself surprised. Normally he never used to get surprised about anything. As soon as we got in, from inside comes that Tenkashi Siddhar. I guessed it was him. A very dark man, with short and well built, with a lot of ashes on his face, with vibhuti. He comes out and greets Maheshwarnath Babaji. They have a greeting in the Nath Panth called Alak Niranjan. So he says, Alak Niranjan. Babaji shocked. He says, oh, we thought we are going to find you in Rudranath. He said, yeah, I know. I was trying to keep your thoughts away from my mind. Otherwise you would have discovered me long ago. This was a discussion. He said, come in. So we went inside. He asked me, you are from the south? He said, you are from Trivandrum. I said, yes. So Babaji has adopted you as your disciple. He said, before that I must tell you. So since Tenkashi Siddhar was senior to Maheshwarnath Babaji, as soon as he saw him, he tried to do pranams to him. He did not allow. He said, Mahesh, you don't have to do this to me. So he didn't allow him to do that. Babaji told me, do pranams. So I did pranams. Then he said, we're from Trivandrum. I said, yes. Trivandrum is the border of Tamil Nadu. I said, yes. You know Tamil? பேச தெரியும் சரி எழுத தெரியாது வாசிக்க தெரியாது பேச சரி oh very nice. He was very happy. வா he said வாங்க. So he took us all inside and he told me, this great man never accepts disciples usually. You are a lucky fellow that he has taken you under his care. So we had a long chat. Then he said, this is your greatest surprise. I have made very good sambar rice and some puriyal for you. So I sat down, and for the first time after so many years, 2 years, I had lovely South Indian meal sitting with Tenkashi Siddhar. It was more than the talk. I think I was more impressed and affected by that food. Then we sat down and had a long chat about various things, and that night Tenkashi Siddhar taught me a lot of things about the Tamil Siddhars, the South Indian system of Shiva Yoga. It's called Tamil Siddhas, belong to the Shaivite order of the south. And he also described to me this great book called Tirumantiram, which was written by a great sage called Tirumular. He said in the Tirumantiram you can find the complete A to Z technique and theory of the Kundalini Yoga and the chanting of what is called the Shiva Panchakshara, which is Panchakshara because it is Na, Ma, Shiva, Ya, 5 letters. You add Om, so it's Om Namah Shivaya. Because in Tamil there is no Sha, there is a Chi, so it is Namah Shivaya. So this Panchakshara can be used, each letter of the Panchakshara, this is all taught to me by Tenkashi Siddhar, fixed to any one of our centers, inner centers, which are called chakras, and chanted in various combinations to bring about various effects inside us and outside us. He taught me that, and he also told me the story of Tirumular. He said Tirumular was actually a disciple of Agastya, the great sage Agastya. So since Agastya had come down to the south and not come back for a long time, Tirumular decided to come from the Himalayas searching for Agastya. So as he was coming, somewhere in the south of Tamil Nadu, he came across a sight which made him very sad. A shepherd, which means people who take shepherds for sheep for grazing, had died. And there were lots of goats standing around, feeling very unhappy, not crying like human beings, but crying. So this great yogi felt very sorry for them and wanting to make them happy, he decided to leave his body under a hollow tree and get into the body of this dead shepherd so that the sheep will be happy for a while. Now this activity in yoga is called, in Tamil, what you call Siddha Yoga. It's called Parakaya Pravesha, which means entering somebody else's body. So I will explain this to you further when we talk again. So then after the Panch Kedars, the next destination, after the 4 Kedars, the next destination of course was Kedarnath, which is the most important of the Kedars. So we passed through Mad Maheshwar, took a cross country route as usual, as Babaji was accustomed to, and arrived, entered the road to Kedarnath through Gupta Kashi. Gupta Kashi, there is a small temple of Kashi Vishwanath which is hidden away, so it's called Gupta Kashi, hidden Kashi. And then from there we took 3 days walking through the villages to reach Kedarnath. As soon as we entered Kedarnath, now this going to Kedarnath is something very, very fascinating, because you keep walking once you reach Gaurikund. Gaurikund is the last stop for buses and vehicles. From Gaurikund you have to walk for 14 kilometers even today. If you can't walk, you might go on a kachar, which is a mare, or carried by these Nepalese boys on a basket or on a dholi. But the best thing is to walk. If you are healthy, then it is best to walk. So from Gaurikund, 14-kilometer walk. Those days when I was young and was walking with Babaji, Started from Gaurikund in the morning at around 4:30, and I think by 10:30 I was in Kedarnath. Now it's not possible to do so fast. Anyway, soon as we reached Kedarnath, Babaji said first we go to the temple and do pranams and then go to the place where we reside. So he took me. Now the site of Kedarnath is so fascinating. When you walk and as you keep climbing, you don't see any snow-clad mountains except in the distance, far away. Then when you come to Rambara and take a left turn, suddenly you see before you this huge peaks full of ice shining. It's as if Shiva is standing before you in the form of a huge ice linga. It strikes everybody because suddenly you are face to face with a mountain or a range of mountains completely covered with ice and shining like silver. So this is my first vision of Kedar. So I went with Babaji, entered Kedarnath, the town of Kedarnath, the temple of Kedarnath, which is a Shiva temple. It's right on the foot of the Kedar range, the Kedar mountains, very close, and it becomes extremely cold there because first of all you are about 14,000 feet above sea level. Secondly, you are surrounded on all sides by ice-clad mountains, and you are so close. The temple itself is right there on the foothills of the mountains. So first we went there, and it was open. There was not much rush, so we went there. I think we were going there towards the end of the season when it's so cold that mostly pilgrims don't come. Went there, bowed down, took a pradakshina of the temple, and then Babaji said that now we will go up to the cave and stay there. As you enter the way that goes to the temple and cross the river on the bridge, if you look towards the left side on the top, far away you will see even today a few small kutirs. 2 years ago when we went to Kedarnath, I sent some of young boys to go up, and some not so young also joined them to go up and look at the kutirs, and they said they are still existing, and there is still a beautiful garden behind the kutirs, but you can't make out from below, you have to go up. So right up there on the left side there was a small kutir which was Babaji always lived there, he said, whenever he went to Kedarnath. He says that he has lived there with Sri Guru Babaji during the days when he himself was doing tapasya, which may be 100 years ago, I can't reckon. Anyway, so we went there to the cave, and there was an assistant of a trader, a Marwadi trader, who used to come there every year, provide blankets to the sadhus and provide provisions to the Kali Kambliwala Dharamshala, where sadhus can stay freely and they are given food. So this Marwadi gentleman had sent an assistant who used to bring food to the cave all the way up. So when we reached there was food brought for me, so I had food, and then Babaji told me that he would stay one more day and that he was going to Gomukh, so he had to leave and I have to stay there alone. Then he told me, Sri Guru Babaji, which is our Parama Guru, does want some things to be done with my nervous system and my brain to accelerate the movement towards spiritual consciousness. So he said that you stay here for some time. After a while, 3 people will come and take you to some place where you will have to undergo certain procedures which will help you to move forward faster than you can normally. So I never said no to anything that Babaji said, so I agreed. So after Babaji left, one morning while I was meditating, 3 men entered the cave. I could not actually see their complete faces. I only know that they were wearing some kind of a cloth which came up to their knees, and they were bare-bodied up. They were very fair, almost white and pale, as if they were suffering from anemia. And on their face there was a cloth tied like the surgeons do in operation theatres. Same thing that surgeons tie in operation theatres, like the Jain sadhus, the Jains of the Svetambara sect and the Digambara sect, they tie a cloth. So they came. Babaji had given me a code word, a code sentence, which I was supposed to tell them, and they were supposed to reply to me in a particular manner. He said if they didn't, then I was not supposed to go with them. He said, in this field, in this particular path that we are taking, there is always the danger of negative forces taking over. So he said, this is the right time for negative forces to catch you. So unless and until they clear the code with you, you are not supposed to go with them. So when they came and said, mumbled, Sri Guru Babaji has asked us to take you there, I used the code. They replied exactly as Babaji told me, so I agreed to go with them. So the first thing they did was, they took a black cloth and blindfolded me. And then we went. So since they had blindfolded me, I don't know where they were taking me, but we went quite a distance. It must have taken an hour or so. And then I felt that we were descending some steps. So we got down the steps, and then I felt that we were going through a corridor, because air, hardly any air was there. It was kind of and cold. And then they took off the blindfold. When they took off the blindfold, I found that we were somewhere in a cave. I saw the entrance from which we could have come, and there was a dhuni burning there at one end, and these 3 people asked me to lie down on a plank of wood which was kept in the middle of the room. So I lay down. Then there was a 4th man sitting there who said, breathe in and breathe out and fix your attention on the breath. So I did that for some time, and I felt very calm and quiet and settled and tranquil. Then they took a bowl from somewhere, and inside that was some green colored liquid which I was supposed to drink. It was so bitter, but I forced myself to drink the whole thing. As soon as I had drunk that, in about half a minute, there was such terrible pain in my stomach and my neck and my body, and the body started to have almost convulsions, fits. Now while this was going on, near my head I saw them with a small round thing, metallic looking thing, which they opened, and from there they took out 2 wires with some kind of contacts in it, and put them inside my head. I was not unconscious, I could feel all that. One here and one somewhere here, pressed it inside, said, close your eyes. So I closed my eyes. Slowly that pain and everything went off. The body stopped the jerky movement like a fit. And then I thought I was kind of floating, the floating feeling, and that floating feeling increased and it moved towards the feet, and then with one small jerk I suddenly found that I was looking at the room. Even though I thought the eyes were closed, I was actually looking at the room, and I saw all these people sitting around, 4 of them, that machine there, and then I was surprised to see me lying there. My body was also lying on that plank, and I realized that probably I have come out of my body and I was looking down at the whole scene. My body was lying as if it was dead, straight, pale, no movement, nothing. I wandered about a bit here and there. And then I looked at these people with the masks who were sitting around, and they looked at me. So I knew that they could see me as I could see them, and they nodded their heads. After a while I thought, aha, this is so wonderful, I don't want to go back in there. So I started moving out of the cave. From outside the cave I could see the temple, very beautiful, standing there. I said, this is wonderful, I hope that they cut the connection and I am free forever. The moment I thought about that, there was a horrible jerk, and it was like, and I felt like I was falling from a great height. I don't know if anyone has experienced this. When you are dreaming sometimes, the deep dream, deep sleep, sometimes you feel that you are falling from from height down suddenly in the dream. It was like that. So now I think it happens because every human being at night probably leaves his body and moves around in his subtle body, which is the Shushma Sharira, travels around. But I think the problem is that when you come back, the brain has not been trained to remember the experiences. So the experiences that you have, they're kind of mixed up with other thoughts and jumbled up, and this is what you think is a dream. So some people get up from the dream and say, oh, I dreamt that I was in a beautiful place. And what happened? Then I came back and everything vanished. Now, if you want to remember these experiences, the best thing to do is, as soon as you wake up in the morning, while memory is still there a little bit, take down a paper and jot down everything. Because within an hour, the whole thing will be forgotten. But yogis are trained to go consciously out of their bodies, remain out and come back when they want, and remember everything that happened during that experience. What I am trying to say is, every human being goes through this, but they don't remember enough in a proper manner to understand that this has happened. Sometimes by mistake, when they wake up suddenly, that's when you feel you are falling from a height. It's coming back to the body. Actually, the same way, I also felt a very strong tug, and I was back in the system. When I woke up, I had a terrible headache. So the person sitting there put his hand on my head and massaged a little bit until I became somewhat normal. But then they said I could stand up, but when I stood up, I was feeling dizzy and about to fall. Things weren't in their proper place. The consciousness was not fixed properly. So they said, close your eyes and sit down cross-legged. Close my eyes, and then I felt a kind of a floating sensation like sitting in an aeroplane. And then when I opened my eyes, I was back in our little kutir. After that, I stayed in that kutir for at least 4 or 5 days, for 3 weeks actually, till Babaji came back from Gomukh. Now during these 3 weeks, every night I used to lie down, close my eyes and think of what happened the previous day, and found that I could very easily float out of my body and move around. Now the thing is, it is not such a difficult thing. People don't do it or cannot do it, mostly because they don't believe in it first. Belief is important. If you don't believe in something, nothing will work. First, they don't believe that a Shushma Sharira or a subtle body exists. So, it rules out the capacity for most people. Now, suppose you believe, then there is fear that if I go, how will I come back? Will I be dead forever? The fact is, first fear, faith, whether it is there, you cannot do anything. You have to believe. The other, you see, like any other thing in the world, unless you believe you can do it, you cannot do it. This not only applies to this, it applies to everything on earth. If I start any career or any life or any art or any science saying, I don't think I can do it, it will not work. You have to believe, yes, it will work. And then even with repeated failures, it's going to work because the mind has tremendous capacities which are unleashed the moment you have faith. I have discussed this with Babaji many times. I must tell you this example which Babaji told me. He said, you imagine a man walking on the street. He's a very weak looking man. If you look at him, you don't even think that he is going to walk another few feet. He's so tired, old, weak, wearing torn clothes, a beggar walking on the street. And he says, you think that any next step he might fall down and die. He said, in that condition, suppose a car or a vehicle or a bus or something comes very close to him and stops with screeching brakes and horns and all that. What will normally happen to this person? Normally, probably he would have jumped across the road, which is not possible even for a long jump champion, because he has to save his life. And his conscious mind, which says I am weak, I am powerless, I cannot do, does not exist at that time, because something else is taken charge from here, which says this body has to be saved instantly. So, he is not conditioning himself by imagining that he cannot do it. Because under the present circumstances, if he imagines, I am an old man, I am a weak man, I am a sick man, he cannot do it. So, for some reason, for survival of the body, which is a built-in system, suddenly the adrenal gland in the human body pumps hormones into the system, into the bloodstream, and there is a sudden action, which is a defensive action. To be free of death, he jumps. This would not have been possible if he had conditioned his mind, his conscious mind, to think, oh, I cannot do it, I am a weak man. It happens because his conscious mind is not thinking at that moment. The action comes from beyond thought. Faith is also something like that. It works outside our imagination. It's beyond our control. It comes from somewhere else. Why I am saying this is one of the reasons why people are not able to come out of their heavy clay, weight laden body, is because they don't believe in it. If you believe in it, one, and two, if you come out, if you learn how to remember what you experience, because most often, even if you do it, when you come back, the brain rubs off all the memory of it. If you learn techniques or methods by which you can remember your experiences, and three, if you are guided by someone in the right technique of doing it, I am telling you the discussion I had with Babaji, not as if I am saying this, then it is possible, I think, for most human beings, there may be some exceptions, to be able to do it sometime or the other, if not always. For me, when I lived in that cave after this experience, for 4 or 5 days, no, for 3 weeks before Babaji came back, I used to lie down and I worked out myself a certain way of doing it smoothly without fear. I imagined that on the top of the roof there was a big rope hanging, thick rope tied down. And I closed my eyes and I used to imagine that I am trying to catch the rope and climb up and go to the top of the roof. First the right hand, You actually have to feel the rope in your hand, right, right, left, till you are when you are nearly in your mind, imagination, touching the roof, you suddenly realize that you are looking down and there is a body lying there. Now, first time you see your body, you will be surprised because it does not look as you think it looks. We always have an image about our body, and that image is based on photographs or what we see in the mirror. But how another person is looking at you may be completely different. So, for the first time when you look at your body as if somebody else is looking at it, for a second you will wonder, oh, is this me? Take some time to actually recognize and find out. Anyway, so for the next 3 weeks in the kutir, I spent doing all these activities, trying to every night come out, float around. In fact, once I think I went very far, and there I saw on the way to Gomukh in a place for Bhojbasa which I had never visited in my life before. Afterwards I went with Babaji and saw it. I saw Babaji sitting in one cave and meditating. I had never seen Babaji meditating before. He always kept his eyes open, but there I saw him close his eyes and meditate. It is very interesting because when your subtle body goes somewhere, nobody can see you. You can see somebody, but they cannot see you. You can hear, you can see, you can smell, but you cannot feel. I mean, if you cannot bring a watch or something from somewhere, this is not possible, because if you catch something, your fingers will go through it. You cannot, but you can smell, you can see, and you can hear. 3 things happen. So, normally the subtle body, which is called Shushma Sharira, it is also called in yogic terminology Linga Sharira. About this also in the Tirumantiram of Tirumular, it has been beautifully described about how this happens. Now, when so I saw Babaji sitting with closed eyes and meditating. I just stood there and in my subtle body did pranams, and I was standing there and wondering, he is meditating. Suddenly he opened his eyes and he said, what are you doing here? Go back. This is amazing because nobody can see you. So immediately I was tucked back and I found myself back in that body. The thing is, when you come back, you feel disgusted because it's so difficult to carry this around. It's like a dead weight actually, and that is like flying like a butterfly above on the sky. So after that, after 3 weeks, Babaji came back and together we went to Gomukh. We go to Gomukh, we came back to Rishikesh. I think about this. But before that, I want to complete my story about Tirumular, which I stopped halfway last time. Now, so this young yogi who came in search of Agastya, he came to the south and he found these goats and sheep crying because the shepherd was lying dead. Tirumular, feeling so sad, got into the shepherd's body, leaving his body in the trunk of a hollow trunk of a tree, and got up. So the sheep were very happy. So he wandered around with the sheep for some time, grazing them. By the time some villager in the forest found a body lying under the hollow of the tree and burnt it. They thought it is a dead body, is lying there, it will get. So after 2 days that body was burnt. So Tirumular could not get back into his original body. He continued to occupy the body of the shepherd. Now in Tamil, Tirumular means the shepherd, one who looks after sheep. When he came back home, his wife saw that she could not recognize his same body. So she thought her husband has come back. But the husband, after sitting down, started spouting Tamil poetry, which is the Tirumantiram. And as she started singing the poems, she was shocked to see the why, how can my husband sing such beautiful Tamil poems? That is the Tirumantiram that we have today. And I would suggest anyone who is interested in the spiritual field to read and understand the Tirumantiram, which is one of the most important spiritual texts, I must say, which have been written in the world. It contains everything about spiritual practice, about yoga, about Kundalini, about the chakras, about how yogis attain samadhi, what is the situation, what is the position in which they should sit when they leave their body, the entire, including Linga Sharira, Shushma Sharira, there is nothing that has not been discussed. Fortunately for us, there is a beautiful English translation of the Tirumantiram available now, I think with the Ramakrishna Mission or with the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, one of these I have seen it. It's a very important textbook that should be read, and now the English reading public can read it. Those who know Tamil need not worry because the originals are available as it is without any interpretation whatsoever. So now then, after Kedar, we walked for many days. I think we didn't go back to Gomukh. We came from Kedar, passing through the different prayags, stopping near the river and under the trees, in caves, in little ashrams. And I think in about 16 days, 20 days, we were back in Rishikesh. This time, instead of staying at Charanapaduka in Badri anyway, this time in Rishikesh, we stayed at the cave of Mauni Baba. Now the Mauni Baba's cave, as I told you earlier, is situated on the way to the Nilkant Parvat on the other side of the Ganga. Most of the ashrams are all on this side. Now if you cross the Ganga from the Shivananda ashram side, keep walking along the sides of the Ganga on the other side, as you go along, you will come across many ashramas, even today. And I think there was one ashram at the end of it, Vedaniketan, yeah. You pass through Vedaniketan and then continue to walk. You will find something not so nice to smell, the sewage plant, and then further up as you go near the ghats of the Ganga, there is a road turning on to the left. If you turn to the left, on the right side, there are these abandoned concrete caves, artificial caves made of concrete, which were once upon a time air conditioned. These were the air conditioned caves made by Maharshi Mahesh Yogi of transcendental meditation fame, for the Beatles to come and live when they came to see him. The Beatles had become his disciples and they landed in a helicopter somewhere near Rishikesh, and they were given these air conditioned caves to live in. You pass the air condition, now there is no air condition, there is no caves, the forest department has taken away the whole place. You go further up and then turn to the right, keep walking and then turn left and keep walking, and about an hour and a half probably you will reach Nilkant. Now before reaching Nilkant, Nilkant is on the top. Down you will find the cave of Mauni Baba. Now it has 3 layers of caves. One is the first cave, then inside that there is another, then if you bend and go inside there is a third one under. It is still there. Now also one can go and stay. Not stay, you can go and see. So Mauni Baba was a great Naga sadhu who used to live there. And whenever Maheshwarnath Babaji, my guru, went there, this Naga Baba used to shift and go to Nilkant proper, the top of the mountain, and stay there in his kutia, allowing Babaji to stay here, and there would be a brahmachari who would be looking after our needs. So this time I was also there. So I met Mauni Baba, and he was also very surprised that Babaji had found a disciple, Shishya. And later on, Maheshwarnath Babaji told me that Mauni Baba had met Sri Guru Babaji at Nilkant many years ago. So he knew who he was and what. Anyway, so we stayed at that cave, and during the day I was allowed to wander around whenever I wanted, come to the other side, walk around and go back when I wanted. Meditation times were fixed, I had to be there, and I learned living there with Babaji, many discussions and knowledge was imparted to me on the Upanishads, the Vedas, the Bhagavad Gita, the Bhagavatam, Ramayana, other texts of the Nath Panth like the Goraksha Shataka, the Satchakra Nirupana, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Garanda Samhita, and so on, and the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. Apart from the great Buddhist text written by Nagarjuna called Prajna Paramita. All these I studied there living with Babaji in Mauni Baba's cave, and it was a wonderful period of time for me because I was understanding things which I couldn't even have dreamt of even existed. Then one day, I used to come out, wash my clothes in the river and go back. So one day while I was standing on this side, I saw a young lady, a young girl sitting there on the rock, who was definitely of foreign origin because her hair was not black, it was blonde and brown, and she was sitting there. She was wearing a tulsi mala in her neck, she was wearing a pale sari, and she was sitting there. Most of the time I found her every now and then vomiting near the rocks on the banks of the river. So I went to her and asked her if some food poisoning or what is wrong with you. She said, no, it's not food poisoning. So what is that? She said, I have been coming here to Rishikesh for many years. I am very fond of the river Ganga, and I am also very fond of the Himalayas. In Rishikesh I have been to Badri, Kedar and all that. But I have no interest in Hinduism or religion or meditation or anything of the kind. I just love the place, so I like to come. She said, I tried to go to one or two ashrams, but I am not interested. They tried to convert me. But I love the Himalayas, I love the Ganges, the Ganga, I like the Himalayan mountains. So I said, but why are you vomiting? She said, because this is probably the 4th time that I am coming here. But now the doctor in the US has diagnosed that I have cancer of the intestines, and he has given me 3 months. He says that you will not last beyond 3 months. So I decided that I should do what I love most before I die. So I have come here to enjoy what I love most, which is the river and Rishikesh. So I am here. And now she said, I have come to a stage where even if I drink water, it comes out. I cannot even drink water. I could make out when she explained, because she was very thin and very weak and pale. It struck me that perhaps Babaji might help, but I couldn't take somebody there directly and go to him without his permission. So I said, you just wait here, I will come back. I made a run from there. Normally it takes about 1.5 hours to reach Moni Baba's cave. I must have reached in about 30 minutes maybe. I ran fast and I reached there, and Babaji was sitting there, just there outside as if waiting for me. So I started. I said, Babaji, there's this lady there. So he said, which lady? So what? You now started looking at ladies. I said, Babaji, there is a it's foreigner ladies, is it? I said, Babaji, aisa nahi hai. It's not like that. There is a sick lady there. So he said, are you a doctor or am I a doctor? I said, so why this interest on sick ladies? I said, Babaji, she's suffering, she's been vomiting. He looked at me for some time and he said, I wanted you to see her. Don't do anything. I don't know what you want to do or you don't want to do, but I just want you to see her. Maybe before she dies. Doctor says she'll last only for 3 months. Maybe your blessings before she dies would be of use to her. He thought for some time and he said, ठीक है, लेके आओ. All right, bring her, he said. So I again made a run, maybe the same time, excited because I have succeeded to take this girl there. So I said, come with me. She said, after some time, I can't run with you, I can only walk. So slowly she walked, I went with her. Must have taken around 2.5 hours or so for us to reach. I thought now this is finished because Babaji would have gone somewhere or God knows what he's doing. He'll say, where were you? But he was again like before waiting there as if he was waiting for us. Took her and made her sit down. Babaji said, baitho, baitho. Then I said, Babaji, this girl, I don't want to use names. In my autobiography I have mentioned this story, but I have used a pseudonym, not the real name, Jenny. So he said she is very ill, she has cancer of the intestines, and the doctor in the US has said that she will not live for more than. So I wanted to tell him, actually I didn't tell him, I said, Babaji, she started in English and I started translating in Hindi. So after 1 minute, Babaji said, chup raho. Oh, he kept quiet because I thought he didn't know English, and after even all these experiences, I thought somebody should translate for him. He said, chup raho. So I kept quiet. So he listened. Yeah, he kept shaking his head, closed his eyes. So she said that I had cancer. The doctors have said that I will be dead in 3 months, and there's nothing I can do about it. I don't know why I came. He called me, brought me here. But she addressed him as master. So after some time he looked at her and she said, so I will be dead in 3 months. And then he talked back to her in English, and that too in the same accent in which she was talking. And I can't imitate that accent. And he said to her, oh, so you're going to die? Yes, master, she said. Yes, she said, I am also going to die. He is also going to die. Everybody is going to die at some point or the other. He was not laughing or smiling, but there was some peculiar expression, and he said it very softly. He said, you're saying you're going to die, I'm going to die, he is going to die, everybody is going to die at some point. Then he said, at least you think you know when you're going to die. Most people don't know when they're going to die. So relax. If you're going to die, it's better to die peacefully. And the moment he said this, I was watching this girl and her face, facial expression completely changed. She looked, suddenly there was an expression of peace coming into her mind as if she had accepted it completely. So he said, So if you're going to go in peace, I'm with you. And then he said, he taught her some simple breathing exercise to do and something to chant, which is Om. And he said, so go home, do this exercise and chant Om and be peaceful and think of me. Okay? She said, okay, master. And then he said, take her back and leave her where she came from. So I took her, and after 2 days, she had booked her ticket already to go back. So after 2 days, she went away. Went to Delhi, and from there I think she must have flown. I lost complete touch with her because in those days I neither had a telephone number nor an address on which to write. It completely, but I had one, she said, where can I contact you? I said, care of Shivananda Nagar post office. If you write, perhaps I will get the letter, and write Shiv Prasad, Brahmachari Shiv Prasad. She said, all right. Because this name Madhukarnath, which Babaji had given me, was supposed to be then very confidential, only between him and me. So I gave her Shiv Prasad, which is the name I got in Haridwar. It's fine. And she went away. I lost complete touch with her. 2-3 years passed. I think 3 or more. Meanwhile, I think Babaji, 85, Babaji went off after that. I went to Rishikesh. As usual, I used to go wander around Rishikesh for a month or 2 and come back, whatever I was doing, working, not working. So with my backpack I went, and I was walking near Muniki Jadi in Rishikesh. And then I thought somebody crossed and went on the other side. It looked so much like Jenny, but little well built. So could be a relative. I don't know anything about her. So I went, stood, and then she went and stood, and she called me. And Shiv Prasad, she said, are you? I said, yes. Are you Jenny? She said, yes. I said, what happened to you? I thought she was dead in 3 months. She said, can we go and sit and have a cup of tea or coffee somewhere? I'll explain to you. I said, all right. So we went and sat in one of those little, there are many shops out there. And I said, what happened to you? She said that she went back. She went back home. She said, I was so peaceful. I felt that I'm perfectly all right. I'm going to die, so let me die in peace. And then slowly, one day I drank water and I didn't vomit. So I drank coffee and I didn't vomit. Then I had food and I didn't vomit. So I went back to the doctor and said, please have a checkup. So he checked up and said, it has gone. There is no cancer. She said, but how is this possible? You gave me 3 months. He said, sometimes these things happen. Nobody can say. Certain diseases go off by themselves. There is some natural process. He said, he gave me a bag load of shit. This is exactly what she told me, but I was fine. And she was fine. So she said, I thought, let me go back to Rishikesh now and enjoy. And believe me, how did I see you? She said, this is all arranged. She said, where can we see the master? I said, gone. So she said, this is funny that I should see you. I said, yeah. So we spent some time together, and then she went back. And again, completely out of my system. But this time, I could give her some address where she could write a letter to me. So I gave her address in Chennai where I was staying in my house. And then after some time, 1 year or so, 1.5 years, I got a letter, but it was not from her. It was from her, but the letter was from address was for her brother. I didn't know her brother, so I thought it's some American has written me a letter. So when I opened it, there was a letter inside that written by her. And the letter was very strange. The letter said that I am perfectly fine and clear now. I went to sleep yesterday night and I dreamt of the master. So he came in the dream and he asked me, are you okay now? I said, I am okay. You are cured? I said, I am cured. He said, you are perfectly all right, at peace. I said, I am perfectly all right, at peace. Then he said, it's time to go home now, and went away. So I don't understand the import of this. I am writing this letter, waking up at midnight, I am writing this letter to you. What does he mean by going home? All the best and all, signed and kept. And her brother had found this letter, because the next morning she never woke up. So her brother found this letter near her bed, in which the address was written. So he posted it to me, because in that my original name was written, because when I met her again in Rishikesh, I told her, I don't want to make a fool of you, this is my real name. It came to me. I read it. Her brother said, it's a covering note, I am sending this to you because she had told me that you are a good friend of hers, and things like that. So this is the story of Babaji's and Jenny, which was a very moving experience for me also. Now, during this time when I was staying in the cave, Mauni Baba's cave, one day we had a discussion. Actually, we had come to Rishikesh on this side. We were walking down on the other side of the river. The discussion was, Babaji said, in the future at some point you will teach Kriya Yoga to people. I said, if you want to. I don't want to do anything of that kind, but if you want me to do it, I will do it. I said, yes. Then he said, you have to choose persons very carefully. I said, in what way? So he gave me 20 points, 10, about 20 points on what are the qualifications that I should look for to initiate somebody into Kriya Yoga. I looked at the list and I told him, if I go by this list, I cannot initiate anybody into Kriya Yoga. I cannot do it. You will have to find somebody else, because I cannot do, because most of the people we know, we see, they fall into these categories which you have written. So if you say they are not qualified to learn Kriya, then whom should we teach Kriya? I said, I cannot teach Kriya because I can't look for somebody without these. He said, no, it is possible. So we kept arguing and talking about it. Oh, okay, he said, I'll cut 1 point. So still there are many. I said, none of these things are going to work. Few things, like if they are sincere, they would practice regularly, they will not harm others as much as possible, they will eat simple food, things like that, or they will be truthful, they won't steal from somebody. These things we can manage, but these things, they should not be married. How can you teach? Because most people are married, and there are many other lists. I can't describe the list to you, it's very big. He said no. He said, then okay, maybe I will find somebody else to teach Kriya Yoga. It's not possible. And we were discussing this matter, and we had come and turned near the corner of that air-conditioned caves which I mentioned, where there is a lot of greenery there, forest. So, as soon as we reached there, I saw somebody coming, turning the corner and appearing before me. I looked at this person, and as soon as I saw him, he also saw him, and immediately he fell flat and did what is called Shashtanga Pranam. I have never seen Shri Guru Babaji Maheshwar Nathji bow down or do pranams to anybody. So when he did that flat, like throwing a tree down, I knew that Sri Guru Babaji, I also kind of thought it must be his Guru. It is our Parama Guru Sri. So I also prostrated. Now, I'm saying this because it is very important, because in this life, that was the first time that I saw Sri Guru Babaji himself for a few minutes. After that, I saw him only twice in this life, that too for a few minutes. So, then we got up. Babaji, he smiled. I cannot tell you how wonderful a person can look. It cannot be a human being like that. He smiled, and then he put his hand on my shoulders like an old friend, and I was quite thrilled. And then he says to Maheshwarnath Babaji, why don't you listen to what this boy says? Simplify it. How can you have such conditions? Nobody will learn Kriya then. So Babaji smiled and said, as you say, whatever you say. And he looked at me. I looked at him with that grin on my face as if I have won. And then he just walked past us and went and turned the corner. Now I had this irresistible desire to run after him and hold his feet or something. But Maheshwarnath Babaji held my hand and he said, don't go, you won't find him anyway, so don't go, ruko. So I stood still. After 5 minutes or so, I really got this temptation to go and peep. I looked, there was nobody there. So that was my first meeting in this life with Sri Guru Babaji for maybe 5 minutes or maximum 10 minutes. After that, I met him only twice. One, when Maheshwarnath Babaji passed away near Mauni Baba's cave, when he attained Samadhi. And the next time, many years later, when I went to Kailash with a group of people, I had this, I can't say it is a physical thing, it was more like a vision of Sri Guru Babaji. So this is what it is. And now, having said all this, that does not mean that Sri Guru Babaji is someone who is inaccessible. If someone is sincere and would very much long or crave to see him, I personally believe that it is possible that he would bestow his grace by coming into such a person's presence. But sincerity is of utmost importance. One has to be sincere, one has to ask for it, and one has to lead a life which does not create harm to other living beings, especially human beings who are among the most evolved of living beings on this earth. Regarding Kriya Yoga, when Kriya Yoga is given, since we are on that subject, it is not as if Kriya Yoga is practiced to have a vision of Sri Guru Babaji. This is a completely wrong concept. Kriya Yoga is practiced so that one may purify one's mind, purify one's system, body and mind, make your consciousness subtler and subtler, lift it from the gross to the subtle level, and maybe after many lives, or maybe in this life, depending upon various factors, reach perfection, which in yogic terms is called Kaivalya. Kriya Yoga is not practiced to have a vision of Sri Guru Babaji. See whether you have a vision or see Sri Guru Babaji depends on other factors. It does not depend on this. When you take Kriya, it is your bounden duty to practice it regularly, follow instructions from the teacher who has given you, and evolve in your spiritual journey till you touch that center in our inner heart, which is connected in some way to the higher intelligence, which is called God. This is the purpose of Kriya, and it is not a complicated process. It is not a process also which is done in the smashan or somewhere in a hidden place. It is simply done in private, because those who have not learned Kriya do not practice it and commit mistakes. So some little bit of privacy is essential for the practice of yoga, of Kriya Yoga. It consists of simple exercises to raise our consciousness from the lower level to higher and subtler levels, so that life becomes multidimensional and one is able to access dimensions which are normally not possible for the rational mind, ordinary mind, or the brain to contact or understand or realize. This is the essence and meaning of Kriya Yoga. Last episode I talked about living in the Mauni Baba's cave in Rishikesh on the other side of the Ganga, on the way to Nilkant Parvat with Sri Babaji. So many things happened. I learnt a lot staying there. I was taught so many scriptures and so on. But there are one or two moving incidents which happened, which I would like to talk about now. One is that one day we set out from Rishikesh along the banks of the Ganga on the small little path that runs on the side towards the Vashishta Gufa. I have mentioned before about Vashishta Gufa and also about the Arundhati cave. So Babaji said, let's go and spend 2 days at the Arundhati cave. So we walked along the path on the Ganga and arrived quite late in the evening, because we started a little late from Mauni Baba's cave. By the time we had reached there, for some reason, also because we had walked for complete stretch without stopping anywhere, my body was aching, especially my legs below the knees were really paining, and I was wondering what to do, because normally as soon as you reach a place, I am supposed to set up the dhuni, I am supposed to clean up the place. This is part of my training or duties. So I was just thinking now, anyway, Babaji has asked me to do something and I will do it. So in spite of being tired and with pain in my knees and legs, I cleaned up everything, went and cut some dead branches of some trees, dried up, lit the dhuni and everything, and then I sat down to meditate. What happens is, after some time, the dhuni fire becomes less strong. I mean, the flames go off and only the cinders burning. So you can only see a glow and the rest of the place is dark. So after lighting the dhuni, I sat down and meditated. Food, we had carried some soaked chanas in the kamandalu. So we ate the chanas. They are a very good source of protein and carbohydrates, and you immediately get a lot of energy. You have to overnight soak chana and eat it in the morning and drink the water. So after that, I sat down, and after about an hour or so I sat and meditated. Babaji as usual was sitting in front of the fire. After meditation, this usually happens to most people. You sit and meditate, and when you feel peaceful and relaxed, then the body says, why don't we relax a little more? So we usually lie down. We say, it's paining here, let me lie down and meditate so that I will be free of the distractions and disturbances. So I also did the same thing. I said, now it's very nice, so let me stretch my legs and meditate. So I stretched my legs, lay down, meditated, and as usual, fell asleep. It always happens when you are meditating sitting down, and when you decide to meditate lying down, after a while from meditation you shift to sleep. So I also fell asleep. Now late in the night, I think I must have slept around 2-3 hours. I woke up with the fear that something was trying to pull my legs, tug my legs. Now in that area, as I told you before, in those days leopards used to wander around. So I immediately got the suspicion either a bear or a leopard was trying to pull my legs, but I opened my eyes and Babaji was sitting very close to me. I tried to get up and I found that my right leg was on his lap. So and Babaji said, let jao. So when I looked, I found that it was not a wild animal trying to pull me away. My right leg was on Babaji's lap, and he was massaging the foot and the calf muscles with his hands. I think he was an expert masseur. It was so wonderful. He was massaging the feet, and he said, so I was terrified, I was horrified. I said, how is this possible? I am supposed to massage his feet and he is massaging my feet. So I said, Babaji, what are you doing? He said, chup, so jao, aram karo. So I had no option other than to lie down. And maybe he did something because he touched me on the head and I fell asleep. Morning I woke up and said to Babaji, you should not have done this. The Guru is not supposed to massage the disciple's feet. The disciple is supposed to massage the Guru's feet. He said, in our connection there is no such thing. I try to assuage the pain of all human beings, living beings. It doesn't matter they are Guru or disciple or teacher or conductor or anything. It's all the same to me. This was a very touching experience for me, because why would someone want to go out of the way and help someone who is his own disciple? Normally it is the other way around. That taught me a great lesson, that out of humility and affection you can really affect somebody's heart rather than force. And this was not an attempt to win me over, because he had already won me over. The very fact that someone is capable of doing such a thing shows his spiritual refinement and his spiritual advancement on the path. That is one experience. The other was, one day we were sitting in Mauni Baba's cave as usual. I was looking at Babaji. He was talking. And then suddenly he asked me, in the relationship between you and me, what do you think about yourself? I said, I think of myself as a dog sitting before his master and looking. He said, only don't shake your tail too much. So I said, all right, I won't. And he laughed, I laughed, and it went off. So one day we were sitting like that. Suddenly he said to me, it looks to me as if you are getting too attached to my physical appearance and my body. It's not a good thing, because what I am trying to do is to train you to be free. Now, to be free also means to be independent and not dependent upon somebody. So, I am trying to teach you to stand on your own feet. So, a dependence upon me, which is caused due to your attachment towards my physical figure and frame, in a way is an obstacle to your freedom. You are getting conditioned, tied up, rather than becoming free. So, I said, so he said, you must leave me and go away somewhere for some period and figure out for yourself how you can live without me. Now, all this he explained, but all I heard was, now you can pack your things and go. Naturally, I was very upset. First I was angry, then I was upset because I had broken all ties with my family at home. And I had come out of everything, had burned my bridges. There was no going back. Or so I thought. And here he says, now you go away. It's almost like saying, get out. So I was very upset in a way. Then first I thought I will plead with him. And when you are young, you see, you have a certain rebellious streak to your character. So I said, no, I am not going to reason with him or plead with him. He says, go, so I'll go. I know how to survive. So I took my cloth bag and my blanket, my kamandalu, tied the other blanket across, did pranams, prostrated before Babaji, and without looking at him, started walking. I didn't turn back to see what he was doing or whether he was looking at me. I was in what you might call, I was in a huff. So I walked out and I thought I will go to Uttarkashi or Gomukh or Gangotri or somewhere. So I went along the Tehri road. There's one road from Munikireti which goes through Tehri towards Uttarkashi and Gangotri, Gomukh, and the other road goes to Badrinath. So I took the road towards Gomukh, towards Gangotri. Idea was, I thought maybe I'd go and stay sometime in Uttarkashi, which I had never visited before. So I started out. I must have walked for about an hour or so. It was very beautiful because as you approach the Chandrabhaga river, which is now shut off and diverted by the Tehri Dam, you see only pebbles there. It used to be a beautiful river, Chandrabhaga river. On the banks of the river you could see peacocks dancing. And of that day I also saw an albino, white peacock dancing, and it was so fascinating. You know that among the many animals and birds, it's the male bird that dances. The peahen doesn't dance, it just keeps his tail down and walks around. But the peacock is the one that spreads his tail and dances. So I've seen many peacocks there. So I was watching that and enjoying myself and walking along. In between I heard somebody saying, "Oh Maharaj, ruko." So I turned. It was one of the sadhus who was also going to Uttarkashi. So I folded my hands and told him, "Look, I don't want to network with you, I don't want to talk to you. Silent, you go, I go." He went off, because otherwise what happens is, sometimes you come across a fellow traveler, then he starts talking to you, and then the whole thing, I know where to eat, then you get caught up again in this. Better to be alone in such circumstances. I remember meeting a sadhu who said he was an ex-judge and he'd become a sannyasin, and he said, go to Guptakashi, this, that and all. I knew from the first time he began that it was all a pack of lies. So finally I had to say, please go your way, I'll go my way. So this time also I said, I am going my way, you go your way, and escaped. So he went off. So I was alone again. It's very beautiful actually to be alone and free, walking. near the banks of a river or near the mountains. Anyway, so then suddenly it started raining. Now when it starts to rain, now that I don't have an umbrella, I have no place to hide, so I said to myself, this is how a wandering yogi lives. When it rains, you get soaked with the water. When the sunshine comes, then it will dry. So don't bother about it. And it was lightly raining, so I walked in the rain without attempting to hide in any place. I went for a distance again, maybe another half an hour or so. And then the sun came out. And then the clothes, my body became dry because of the sunlight. In the Himalayas, when the sun comes out, if you are exposed to the sun, it's usually quite hot during the day, except in the upper heights. So I became dry. I said, this is how a yogi lives. When it rains, you're wet. When the sun comes, you're dry, and so on. And walked along. Then I started chanting the Gita to myself. After a while, I came through a small path, the banks of the Ganga. I thought I heard somebody walking behind me. First thought was, must be one more sadhu who's coming. Now how to avoid, how to escape. Then the steps came nearer and nearer. And then they stopped near. I also stopped. In my mind I had a suspicion, maybe Babaji is coming to call me back. I said, no, this is not possible, so I put it away. And then I heard that unmistakable voice calling very tenderly and sweetly, Madhu. Now when Babaji said that word, it sounded completely different from simply saying Madhu. That was the name he had given me when he initiated me into the Nath Panth, Madhukar Nath, and he was fond of calling me Madhu. So it was definitely Babaji. Then he moved closer and he put his hand on my shoulder. I had half a mind not to turn, but it was irresistible to turn, so I turned. Babaji asked me, "To kahan ja rahe ho? Where are you going?" I said, "Somewhere I am going. You told me to go, so I am going. What does it matter where I am going? I am going." "Oh," he said, "so you are going because I asked you to go." I said, "Yeah, I am going because you asked me to go." "So which means if I ask you to come back, you will come back?" You know, I had a tough fight in my mind. I wanted to actually say, "No, I won't come back. Why should I come back?" But finally, I said, "Yes, I will come back." So he put his hand on my shoulder and he said, "Let's go back to Moni Baba's cave." So we walked back. That was my first experience when Babaji said, "Get out." And so while we were walking, Babaji asked me, "How did you feel when you were away from me?" I said, "In the beginning I was feeling a little sad, but afterwards I was beginning to enjoy the freedom of walking without anybody, all alone." He said, "This is exactly what I wanted you to learn, and in future times may come when you will have to live alone, go away somewhere. It's not always possible for you to be with me." I said, "Understood." So now what? He said, "Now we are going back to Moni Baba's cave because I need to teach you certain things." So we went back to Moni Baba's cave. It took us 2 hours to reach there, 2-3 hours. We reached Moni Baba's cave, and that evening and the next evening, for the next 3 evenings, I had wonderful lessons on the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, which is a textbook on the practice of yoga, which was written by Swa Atma Rama, who was a Nathpanthi, who came from the Nathpanth, which is also my parampara. Now, I had already explained to you that the Nathpanth considers Shiva himself as Adinath, the beginner, the founder of the system. From that, Matsyendranath, then Gorakhnath, and then several other Naths. Now, also, if it was not for the Nath Panthis, much of the yogic knowledge would have been lost. They were the ones who saved yoga, revived it, wrote so many textbooks on the practice of yoga, because otherwise, when the bhakti movement was on, it would have been rubbed off. Because in the bhakti movement, people believe that if you call God with all your heart and love God, that is enough. You don't have to practice. That's one way of life, but that doesn't mean that it is suited for everybody. The other is the pure Vedantin who believes that everything is an illusion, Maya, Brahma Satyam and Jagat Mithya, and that there is only Brahman that exists and you are part of that Brahman and so on. Now this theoretically may appear to be wonderful, but in practice it's really difficult to practice. You can't say the world is Maya and go and stand before a running train. You know Maya, it's a real thing coming. It means something else. Maya, it has been misinterpreted for many years. The world is an illusion and there is only one truth, the Brahman. Actually the meaning is, Maya means things are not what you think they are. It's not as if they don't exist. They exist. But they exist, maybe they exist very different from what you think they are. So when you think they are what you think they are, then it is an illusion. It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. The world exists, but not the way we think it exists. This is the meaning of the theory of Maya, not that nothing exists. If nothing exists, you don't have to eat, drink, you don't have to sleep, nothing. This is impossible. So theoretically, yes, Vedanta explains this, but it has been misinterpreted at some point. Now, it also means the mistaken concept of saying something is not permanent. But something being not permanent does not mean that it does not exist. It doesn't mean that the world is an illusion. It means that the world is impermanent. So it is there for some time, and after some time it does not exist, which is true of us also. We are here today. All this I learned that day in the next 3 days in the Babaji's cave while we were discussing the Hatha Yoga Pratipika. When we also know that we don't exist for all time, although we like to. I think people think that they will live forever. Nobody lives forever, everybody goes. All the great people who have come, talked about immortality have also gone. Nobody is going to remain. It's temporary, not permanent. So the discrimination in Vedanta is between what is permanent and what is impermanent. And all the world that we see is impermanent, including ourselves. The question next is there something that is permanent? Vedanta says the essence of this world, essence of our consciousness is the only permanent thing. Everything else is impermanent. That is the meaning. It's not that it does not exist. When you are alive now and in the waking state, it definitely exists. You can't say it does not exist. Okay. Now, other thing is, in the discussion on Hatha Yoga, Babaji explained to me what it means, because some people have a wrong notion. They think Hatha Yoga is physical exercise. Hatha Yoga is to do with yoga for the body only. It's not true. The word Hatha Yoga comes from 2 syllables, Ha and Tha. Ha and Tha, which means, according to yogic anatomy and physiology, in the human system, there are 3 main nadis. This is the essence of the Hatha Yoga Pratipika. One is the left nadi, which is called the Ida Nadi, and the right, which is called the Pingala Nadi, and the central one, which is called the Sushumna Nadi. Now, anatomically, if you look at it medically, the left nadi is the left ganglionic chain, right nadi is the right ganglion, and the Sushumna Nadi is the central channel, which is the spinal cord, starting from the bottom of the spine and reaching the cerebrum through the cerebellum. These are the three nadis. Now, the nadi which is on the right, called Pingala, is referred to as Ha, and the nadi that is in the left, which is the Ida nadi, is called Tha. So, the Ida nadi is supposed to be cool. Tha represents the moon, and Ha, which is the Pingala nadi on the right, is considered to be hot, which means represented by the sun. Now, this hot and cold, combining this heat and the cold, which means bringing the Ida nadi, the prana, the energy that is going through the Ida and Pingala to the Muladhara, neutralizing it and making it go through the Sushumna nadi to this Sahasrara chakra, which is in the top of the head, is the process of Hatha Yoga. It's not as if it is physical exercise. Now, asanas are important in Hatha Yoga because they keep the body healthy, and without keeping the body healthy, you cannot keep the mind healthy. Well, can you imagine meditating with pains here and there and with ill health? It's not possible. At least in the beginning stages, it's not possible. So, Hatha Yoga through asanas and postures aims to keep the body fit, strong and healthy. One. Second, it also applies soothing massage or soothing vibrations to the spinal cord. You will see that in any asana, either you bend this way or you bend this way. And some asanas you stand upside down. Why? Because very often we suffer from less circulation of blood in the brain region, because most of the time we are walking. Even if we lie down, it's only horizontal. But if you can some way reverse, then a lot of blood flow comes into the brain. Of course, if you have high BP and so on, it's not be done, but generally for a healthy individual. Which is also the reason why we are asked to bow our heads down when you go to temples or when you see a holy person. Say, bend your head down, because when you bend your head down, one is you are showing that, well, I have surrendered. The other is actually is good for us because it increases the circulation of blood. So even if there is no holy man or temple, you can shut the door in your empty room and few times go up and down. It's a good thing. It makes the blood circulate in the brain. And in meditation, you are not putting the mind into some kind of a lethargic sleep. In meditation, the mind is calm and quiet, but it is very alert. It's not as if it has gone to sleep. Then it is sleep, it is not meditation. So these are some of the things in Hatha Yoga. So when Swatma Rama wrote the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, he devised the asanas and the pranayam, the breathing techniques which are required to make the prana neutralize between the Ida and the Pingala and go through the Sushumna nadi. So I learnt all this that day at the cave of Mauni Baba. He also taught me the Satchakra Nirupana, which is another textbook on the practice of yoga, and the Goraksha Shataka, which has 100 verses on the practice of yoga, purported to be authored by Gorakhnath, the great yogi who belonged to the Nath Parampara. So, having studied all that, I will now in the next step describe our trip to Uttarakashi, which is quite a distance away on the way to Gangotri. So, after a few days more of living in Mauni Baba's cave, Babaji decided that we will go towards Uttarkashi, spend some time in Uttarkashi and go to Gangotri, where the Ganga actually descends into the plains, and from there go on to Gomukh, and beyond that to Tapovan. It's a complete glacier called the Tapovan Gangotri Glacier. So plans were made. With Babaji, plans were made means one day he would get up and say, tomorrow morning we are going. This is how plans are made. So I was very happy because I was always looking forward to going to the source of the Ganga, which is called Gomukha. Now, it's very interesting, and we must understand the importance of Gomukh. In the Bhagavata Purana, there is a beautiful story. Now you must know that the Ganga which descends from Gomukh is also called Bhagirathi. It's the Bhagirathi which comes down from there and joins with Alaknanda and then becomes the Ganga. So the Bhagirathi owes his name to Bhagirath, who was a grandson of the great emperor Sagara, who is referred to in the Bhagavatam. The story is that the great emperor Sagara conducted Ashwamedha, where a horse is let loose to wander around, and whoever can get hold of that horse is appointed the ruler of the country. Usually what happens is the ruler who lets go of the horse himself catches it, or someone from their family brings it back. Now Sagara was already a very powerful emperor in Puranic times. He is supposed to have had 1,000 sons. Can you imagine 1,000 sons? This is not possible in this yuga. Kali Yuga is difficult to look after one son. Anyway, so this is what the Bhagavat says. So Indra is always the god Indra, who is the god of the sense organs, or king of all the gods, Devas, is always afraid that if a human being on earth becomes powerful, he might occupy heaven and take over from him. So fearing that the horse may go back to their kingdom, Indra is supposed to have stolen the horse and hidden it somewhere. So Indra thought, even if I hide it in Devaloka, they will catch me. So where can I hide in a safe place where the horse is not discovered? So the story goes that below the earth or under the sea there is a loka where the great Muni Kapila, who is the founder of the Sankhya philosophy, and about whom Krishna says in the Gita that among the Munis I am Kapila. That great Rishi is supposed to be doing tapasya in the nether world under the sea. So Indra decided it's better to take the horse to the nether world and tie it somewhere there so that nobody will find it. And he also thought, if I tie it near Kapila Muni, people would think maybe Kapila stole it. So there is no problem for me, I can escape. And Kapila is supposed to be in deep meditation there in the nether world. So when King Sagara came to know that his horse was stolen in the Ashwamedha, he didn't know that Indra has done this. He sent his 1,000 sons to go and find out where it was. So the Bhagavat Purana says that when the 1,000 sons with their mighty warriors came and looked everywhere and went down to the nether world, they found that the horse was tied near Kapila Muni, who was in deep meditation. Now, they thought, as Indra thought would happen, that Kapila has stolen the horse. So they made a big commotion, and Kapila from meditation opened his eyes and they accused him of stealing the horse. And Kapila, being upset by this charge that he had stolen the horse, in a little bit of anger, not even much, looked at the 1,000 sons of Sagara. The Bhagavad says that they were all reduced to ashes. Now, when this was reported to Sagara, he sent different people to find out where the ashes of his 1,000 sons, nobody could succeed. Finally, his grandson, Bhagirath, went looking for ashes, went to the netherworld and found Kapila Muni meditating deeply. So he prostrated before him and with due respect asked him if he knew anything about this. And Kapila Muni said, yes, this is what happened. Your grandfathers, 1,000 grandfathers have all been reduced to ashes because of this. It was an inadvertent move on my part. I was a little upset, so I looked at them and they turned to ashes. This is what a great yogi is capable of. So Bhagirath said, that is all right, sir, but how do we bring it back? How do we get them back? And Kapila Muni said, there is only one possibility. In the heavens, which means in the upper regions beyond the earth, flows a river called Ganga. You have to invite Ganga to come down to the earth. The moment the waters of the Ganga touch the ashes, all your 1,000 grandfathers will come back to life. So Bhagirath said, how do I do that? So Kapila Muni said, do intense tapasya and request Ganga to flow down from high up. So Bhagirath is supposed to have done intense tapasya near Tapovan. That's why it's called Tapovan. And then Ganga, in the form of a beautiful woman, appeared before him and said, okay, I accept your tapasya. You have done ghor tapasya for so long. I am willing to come, but there are some problems. So you have to solve it for me. Bhagirath said, what? So Ganga said, one is that I am so strong that your earth will not be able to withstand my pressure. So when I hit the earth, probably I will punch a hole through the earth and come out on the other side. How do you handle this problem? The other is that there are so many sinners on earth that if I come, they will all have a bath. And when they have a bath, all my waters will get polluted. So there are two problems. If you solve them, I am willing to come. So as it happens in many of these Puranas and Itihasas, Bhagirath went to Shiva in Kailash and said, these are the two problems that I am facing, can you help me? Shiva said to him in the Bhagavad, that second problem is easily sorted out. Please tell Ganga, not only are there sinners on this earth, there are also great sages in the Himalayas. And if one sage washes his body in the waters of the Ganga, the pollution of hundreds and thousands of sinners washing their bodies will be annihilated. It will get pure. And for the first, there is only one solution. Nobody else can do this. I am the only one who can withstand. I am the only one who prevented the poison which came out during Samudra Manthan from spreading into the world and killing everybody. So I can help you with this. I can receive the Ganga as it comes from heavens on my matted locks and then control and allow her to trickle down gently so that she doesn't poke a hole through the Bhuloka. So it was agreed. When this was put to the Ganga, she agreed. So Bhagirath came in front and Ganga followed, and therefore she was called Bhagirathi, because she came with the tapasya of Bhagirath. Now the place where Ganga emerges from the glaciers is known as Gomukh, because it is shaped like the mouth of a cow, Gomukha. You can actually go and see it. It's a huge glacier which goes into Zampovan. From inside the glacier there is an arch, and from there it comes out. And it looks like North Pole, as you see in the pictures, because everywhere there is ice. You see icebergs floating along with the water. And it truly seems to be endless. It keeps coming. It has been coming for thousands of years. Anyway, so our intention was to go to Uttarkashi first, spend a few days, and then go beyond to Gangotri, where the Ganga descends into the plains, and then beyond to Gomukh and Tapovan. So the first halt was Uttarkashi. So after many days, Babaji on the way showed me many things. We talked various things, discussed. We can't go completely into this. We reached Uttarkashi. In those days, Uttarkashi was a very, very beautiful place. Now also it is beautiful, but it has now, because of the pilgrims and the roads having improved and hundreds of vehicles during the pilgrim season, it's become a little busy and a little dirty with plastic and this and that. Those days it was pristine and pure and clear, and most of the people who lived there were sadhus. It was a colony of sadhus living here and there in small kutis. Now it's called Uttarkashi because the main temple around which this Uttarkashi is built is a temple of Shiva. It's a small linga, but an ancient linga worshipped by great rishis for hundreds and thousands of years. And it's a central part of Uttarkashi. And because it is a ancient Shiva temple, Kashi Vishwanath is the name given to Shiva. So it is a Kashi Vishwanath temple, and it is also called Uttarkashi because it flows from, in Banaras the river flows this way. In the rivers, normally you see rivers flowing from north to south. Here it flows some distance from south to north. In the same way in Uttarkashi, the Ganga flows, the Bhagirathi flows in a reverse direction, just like Banaras. So it's called Uttarakashi. That means northern Kashi. And it's a beautiful temple where you can go and sit and meditate quietly, especially if you are there during the non-pilgrim season, although it gets cold. Because it's very close to Gangotri. And there is nothing, no attractions there except the sadhus and the ashramas, where you can go from one ashram to another. There are any number of annakshetras. So if you are a sadhu and register yourself there, you can get 2 times free food in any one of these ashramas. So Babaji took me there, and we lived in 2 kutirs. And he instructed me to be there for till April. He was going away to Gomukh. He said he will come back and then we will travel together. So till then I was supposed to remain in Uttarkashi. Longest period I was remaining without seeing Babaji, 6 months. So I was left to fend for myself, to go and collect food from the Annakshetra, come back. If it is not too good, heat it a bit and put salt and eat it. And I had wonderful opportunities to meditate, go from place to place. I met lovely sadhus. One day, while I was sitting outside the courtyard, inside the courtyard of the Kashi Vishwanath temple and meditating with closed eyes, I was suddenly awakened by, I felt that somebody was looking at me. So when I opened my eyes, I saw a man who looked completely mad. His eyes were red and bulging out. And in that cold, he was bare-bodied. He was just wearing a small cloth and his hair was all dirty and ruffled. And his mouth was open. with his tongue out, and I was really scared. I thought he was completely mad man. Then he poked me with his finger, and then he said, Siddho, Siddho. And he also said, Bhalo, Bhalo, Hoye Gyalo, Hoye Gyalo. So this was a language which at that time I couldn't understand much. And then he screamed loudly, shrill voice, and ran away. So I was stunned. I didn't know what was happening. Now there was a senior monk of the Ramakrishna mission, a Bengali monk also. He was also Bengali. He was sitting next to me regularly and meditating. So I approached him because he was witness to this. So the next day I approached him and asked him, Swamiji Maharaj, what was this man saying? I think he is completely mad. He said, no, I don't think he is totally mad. He said, Thakur has said, Thakur in the Ramakrishna mission and in Bengal, when they say Thakur, normally they refer in the Ramakrishna mission circles, especially to Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. So he says that Thakur has said that there are sometimes rarely greatly realized souls, highly spiritual, who are called Paramahamsas, who look like madmen. You think that they are mad, but they are really not mad. They put up also they are in such deep ecstasy that they are as if they are drunk most of the time. Drunk not with liquor, but with ecstasy. Ananda that comes from the soul. So these are, he said, I think he was a Paramahamsa. I said, but what was he saying? He said, yeah, I heard very clearly. He was saying, Siddho, Siddho, Bhalo, Bhalo, Hoye Gyalo. What he said that Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa also used to refer to some people like this. He would also poke some spiritual practitioners and say Siddho, because in Siddha means a perfected being, but in Bengali Siddho means boiled. So when you want to boil a potato, you said make it Siddho, that means boil the potato. That means it is ready, the vegetable is boiled and ready. And in Bengali, Bhalo, Bhalo means very good, well boiled, ready. And Hoye Gyalo means it is done, it is done. So the Swamiji told me that you are blessed. I think he says that you are ready and you have already been. So I told him, from my side, I don't think I have done anything to merit that description, but Babaji's blessing is there, so perhaps it is so. Anyway, that was one of the experience in Uttarkashi. I used to wander all around, go to these different sadhus. There is also the Tapovan Kutir there, where Tapovan Maharaj, who was the guru of Swami Chinmayananda, used to live. In fact, the Chinmaya mission today is built just behind the kutir. It includes the kutir also. And from that kutir there is a view of the Ganga. There used to be. Recently I found that the view has gone because some ashrams have come up on the side. I used to go and sit quietly. Tapovan Maharaj was not there. Once or twice I ran across Swami Chinmayananda when he came there, because he used to travel and come and spend some time. So I used to go and see all these sadhus living there. There were Dandi Swamis. Dandi Swamis are Swamis, sannyasins who were initiated by the Shankaramats. So they are in the Shankaramat. If you have to take sannyas, you have to be a Brahmin. So these are, when you see a Dandi Swami with a stick with something tied on it, that means they are Brahmana sannyasins. They are initiated from the Shankaramathas. So I saw many of them there. They greet you saying Narayana always, Om Namo Narayana. Some of them were very learned, some of them were very old, and they were living under these difficult circumstances and being very happy. You could see the happiness on their faces when they went to get food from the Annakshetras. So I enjoyed this whole thing. Additionally, Babaji had instructed me to learn Sanskrit. So he had introduced me to one Krishnananda Sharma, who was a great Pandit, Sanskrit Pandit, living in Uttarkashi. Many people used to come to him. So the first day I went to him, and he asked me, "What is your name?" I said, "Madhukarnath." Babaji told me that you are coming. Okay. So you want to learn? I said, yes. So he said, first you have to learn chanting. If you don't learn chanting, then you cannot go forward. We usually don't start with grammar, we start with the chanting of the Upanishads and the Vedas. So I said, all right, I am ready to learn anything. Okay. Have you been to a Pathshala before? I said, no, I have not been to any Pathshala. Then he said, okay, we should start with the Taittiriya part first. Chant the Taittiriya Patha and then we will proceed. I said, all right. I had never learned Sanskrit before, so I had a problem wondering how I was going to chant. But you must remember that the Malayalam language in Kerala, from where I come, has about 40% Sanskrit words. So I had by then read the Gita because of Babaji and so on. So started on the Taittiriya. So he started the Shanti part. Said, Channo Mitra Sham Varuna Channo Bhavatvariyama. So when he said, I repeated behind him. After 2-3 verses, he stopped and he said, are you lying to me or have you been to a Pathshala before? I said, no, Panditji, I have not been to any Pathshala. Said, maybe Babaji's blessings. Then he said, what kind of people Babaji sends to me, I am surprised. कई टाइप के लोगों को भेज देते हैं, ठीक है. Said, stay. So I learned Sanskrit with him for only 6 months when I was in Uttarkashi. That's the only grounding. But according to Sharmaji, Panditji, I was advancing very fast. So he attributed it to a past life. He said, otherwise it is impossible. So I said, whatever it is, but I'm a sincere student, I'm ready to study. So I studied. And the other significant thing was that I learned how to chant the 15th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita by heart. How this is possible that in such a short while you can learn. I learned it in 3 weeks because in the Himalayan ashramas, especially in Uttarkashi, Rishikesh and other places, when you sit to eat food, all the Swamis and Brahmacharis before eating have to chant the 15th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, which is called Purushottama Yoga. Only after chanting you are allowed to eat. So the incentive was very strong. I was worried that if I don't chant, I may not be allowed to eat. Especially for brahmacharis and sannyasins living in Uttarkashi, who get food by going to the Annakshetras. Occasionally someone comes and has a bhandar. Bhandar means a feast. And all these brahmacharis and swamis are all invited to come and have. Now when you go there, everybody is chanting the 15th chapter by heart and you left out, if you don't know. So for a few days I pretended to chant, I moved my lips. Then I decided it is better to learn by heart. So within 3 weeks I was chanting the 15th chapter beautifully. It's a wonderful chapter. Probably it is used before eating because it refers to the digestive acids and the movement of the digestive system and so on. But basically it's Purushottama Yoga means 15th chapter. Panchadashodhyaya means the Purushottama Yoga means the teaching on that Supreme Being who is beyond everything, in which Krishna explains how even though you see him as Krishna, he is in essence beyond all the world and yet being part of the whole world. This is Purushottama Yoga, and it starts with a very beautiful statement. It talks about an upside down peepal tree, because it starts with Urdhvamulam Mathashakam Ashwatham Prahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Paranani Yastam Vedasa Vedavit. That means Krishna says in the 15th chapter, there is an upside down peepal tree whose roots are up above and whose branches are down below, and whose leaves are the Vedas, and he who understands this understands the whole truth. Now, upside down people, normally all trees are with the roots down and the branches up. Here is a tree with its roots above and the branches down below. This is an imagery which is created to show that the world that we see and the human beings that we see and the living things that we see are all rooted on the higher truth which is beyond. It's not a direction up and down physical, it means that which is beyond. The essence is there, and from there these whole branches have come up. And if you cannot directly understand the essence, you have to understand the branches and the leaves before you begin to realize that the essence is, the root actually is higher up, it's spiritual and not physical. This is the meaning of Urdhva Moolam Mathashaka. Apart from the fact that it represents the yogic anatomy, where the brain is the Sahasrara Chakra, which is the root, and this entire system of the body are the branches and the leaves controlled from this center, which is known to science anyway. So in meditation, we go to this center slowly and come to the essence of consciousness. So, in Uttarkashi, I was talking to you about living in Uttarkashi. Babaji had gone off. He was supposed to come back in 6 months. I was learning Sanskrit, visiting ashrams, meditating on the banks of the Ganga, and every day twice, morning and evening, going to the Kashi Vishwanath temple, sitting down quietly, and then going back to my kutir. Now this continued for some time. There was another sannyasi, I think his name was Lakshman Giri, probably Giri, I forget the last part, Lakshman. This sadhu was a tall, thin sadhu who has been living in Uttarkashi for a number of years. So one day he came and told me that there is a great holy man living in Uttarkashi whom it would be wonderful to go and meet and have darshan. So I inquired about him, and he said that he belonged to the Dandi Swamis. As I mentioned earlier, the Dandi Swamis belong to the Shankara Math and to the branches of the Shankara Math, and they are usually Brahmin sannyasins, and they carry a dandi. It's called Dandi Swamis. So one of this person was a Dandi Swami, and he was very learned in Vedanta and also in meditation. It was at this time that he was asked to succeed and become the Shankaracharya of a math. Now, apart from the 4 maths, which is Sringeri, Dwarka, Puri and Jyotirmatha near Kedarnath, Joshimath. These are the 4 Shankara maths, although there is also a matha at Kanchi, which is called the Kanchi Kamakoti Pitha. This is also a Shankara math. But the Sringeri Matha, which is the southernmost matha, which is in Karnataka, does not accept the existence of any other matha in the south apart from Sringeri Matha. So this is a additional matha which is there. Although there have been great saints who have been part of this matha, like the senior Swami of Kanchipuram, whom I have met. I shall describe my meeting with him later on. Anyway, so these 4 mathas, Sringeri, Dwarka, Puri and Joshimath, which is Jyotirmatha. Apart from that, there are any number of auxiliary mathas, which are small mathas, which are branches of one of these. So this great man whom Lakshman Giri spoke to me about was a Dandi Swami who was supposed to succeed and become the Acharya, the head of a small branch matha of Sringeri. Now, he suddenly realized that if he took on and became a Mathatipati, head of a matha, so many things involved, formalities involved. So instead of that, he declined. He said, please take somebody else who is next in seniority. I am not interested in becoming a Mathatipati, and walked out of the matha. Came to Uttarkashi. After coming to Uttarkashi, he threw his dandi into the river and became a free Swami, no more a Dandi Swami. And he had not even a kamandalu or a begging bowl. He used to live by whatever food was given to him when he stretched forth his hands. For the time being, he would eat, and what is left he would leave for the birds, drink water from the Ganga, and live quietly in a small kutir. And he would never talk much. He tried most of the time to be in mauna. So when I got it, not Lakshman Giri, he is Lakshman Puri. So when Swami Lakshman Puri told me that it's a good thing to go and see him, I said, will he see me? He said, yeah, he'll see you, why not? So he took me one day, and he was in his kutir near the Ganga. So I went and prostrated myself, and he smiled. He was a big built man, tall, very fair, with a balding head but grey hair. When I looked at him, I thought he must be around more than 80 years old. You know how it is at the age of 75, 80, 85. Old people are to be looked after so much, even in our own homes. It's such a difficult thing to look after old people. But here was a man living by eating food with both his hands, drinking water from the Ganga, having refused to become the head of a mutt, having thrown his dandi into the water because he didn't want to be identified with any sect. He wore a saffron Gerua dhoti and a Gerua half-sleeve shirt, and a blanket was his only possession. I was very touched and impressed by seeing him. I sat in his presence hoping that I could talk. Suddenly he decided to talk, because Lakshman Puri said normally he is silent, he is in mauna. He decided to talk. So he said, what are you doing here? I said, I am a brahmachari and I am searching for the truth. When I said I am searching for the truth, he smiled and he said, you have taken up a very difficult task. It is not such an easy thing to do. All my years I have given up my dandi, I have given up my kamandalu, but I am still searching. I was quite touched by it, because many people do go to Uttarkashi for a holiday and stay for 6 months and come back and say they have become God realized. They know everything. Here was a man who had spent all his life, who had given up everything, and who was saying that to search for the truth is not such an easy thing. I haven't found yet, I am still searching. And believe me, not an ordinary man, a man who had studied the Shastras completely, I would say, Upanishads, Vedas. I think he had a very good knowledge of everything. Lakshman Puri used to tell me that he has had various discussions with him on Vedanta, very deep discussions. Then he asked me, do you have a guru? So I thought for a while with my eyes closed, and he said, no, I am not going to become your guru, don't worry, because I don't want to have a disciple. He said, how can I have a disciple when I haven't found it yet? And I said, yeah, I have a guru. Babaji is my guru. He said, Babaji, there are many Babajis. Which Babaji? I said, my Babaji is a direct disciple of Sri Guru Babaji. He said, I've heard of Sri Guru Babaji. Yes, he said. Wonderful. So you are lucky. I said, good. So do you think I can meet him if he is around? I said, he is gone off. He'll come back after 6 months. And then there were only 5 more months left. He'll come back after 5 months. I will ask him if you would like to see. He said, I would very much like to see. Then we sat and meditated together for a while, and I saw that his mind was quite silent and settled. And then after a while I quietly got up and prostrated and came away. So another interesting thing was, after some time I got a little fed up of staying in that kutir, because many people came to know that I was staying in the kutir, especially some of the brahmacharis and sadhus who were from Kerala came to know that I was staying here and that I was from Kerala originally. So a small network was being created. People used to come and sit down and talk and discuss matters, and slowly from Vedanta it would go to politics, and this whole thing was going on. So I decided that I will leave this kutir and go and stay in some place where people generally cannot gather and discuss and talk too much. I was looking for a place. Now one of the brahmacharis who happened to be kind of sent for tapasya from the Ramakrishna mission in Kerala, from Trichur. What happens is, in ashramas like the Ramakrishna mission, a brahmachari or a sannyasi, sadhu, is not supposed to have things like a bank account and a passbook and so on. And they are not supposed to have any individual lives. Apart from the fact that they should control themselves, learn how to eat limited food, discipline their minds. Now if it is found that some of the brahmacharis or swamis have committed something which is against the rules, for which they need to be disciplined, then usually they are sent to faraway places, but places of pilgrimage where there is no Ramakrishna mission, there is no mutt. Because if they go to a Ramakrishna mission center, again they'll get food, they'll have everything, all the luxuries that are needed for a sadhu will be there. So they are sent away to places like Uttarkashi. Uttarkashi is one of the favorite places where they are supposed to live for 6 months or 1 year and do tapasya, which means they have to go to Annakshetra, beg for food. In the Ramakrishna mission, nobody needs to beg for food. It is available in the dining hall. So this is considered to be discipline. And then they have to meditate, study, do japa. So one of these brahmacharis, whom I had already known some years back, he told me that there is one house available which is on the outskirts of Uttarkashi on the way to Gangotri. Then I said, why is it lying vacant? Why is nobody there? He said, the problem is, first of all, there is no electricity there. And secondly, some brahmachari used to live there from Andhra Pradesh. And he had built a cave to meditate. And as soon as you enter the room, there are steps going down, and underneath there is an underground kind of a chamber which he had built for some yogic practice or tapasya, kayakalpa, something like that. So I said, then that is ideal. So I can go inside. He said, that is why nobody is going there now, because this brahmachari, this yogi who used to meditate in the cave, got very troubled and frustrated and agitated due to various reasons, and he decided to commit suicide. So he went in, put kerosene on his body and set himself on fire and died. So after it was cleared and everything, nobody stays there because of the fear that the ghost might come. So when he told me this, I said that is an ideal place to go and stay because nobody will bother you. There was a little bit of fear and apprehension which slowly vanished, because Babaji had always told me, the Aghori sadhus, they live near smashans, cremation grounds and such terrible places, so that nobody will go and bother them. Everybody is afraid of going to the burning grounds. Only jackals and dogs are around in the night, or maybe people who are tomb thieves or drunks. Nobody else goes there. So I said, this is the ideal place because I would be completely undisturbed. First 2 nights I found it difficult to meditate inside. Not because I saw anybody, but there was a fear in the mind. But slowly I learned to adjust, and very soon I was free of it. Only one night I remember that when I was meditating around midnight, I thought I heard somebody crying as if they are very sad. The sound of crying came, and I thought I saw somebody with a white cloth on their head walking up the stairs. That is the only one and only time I had any such experience. But I dismissed it from the mind, and Babaji had taught me what to chant when you are afraid. So I chanted that mantra, thought of Babaji, and continued to stay there. After 6 months, which means around April time, Babaji came back. So instead of going to the kutir, he came straight there. And he said, so now you are staying in a haunted house. I said, yes, Babaji, I like to stay here. He said, okay. There were 2-3 rooms there. He said, I'll also stay with you here. So he also stayed. So I explained to him, he knew. But I told him one night I heard a voice and I saw something. He said, dismiss it from your mind. This should not affect yogis. So you're free. Now, after a couple of days, then he checked my Sanskrit, how far I had gone, what I am learning, and I told him how Sharmaji said that you send all kinds of people to him. So he laughed. He said, yeah, he's like, he was a good man. Okay, fine. Then I told him about the existence of this Dandi Swami, ex-Dandi Swami, who was living in Uttar Kashi, and he said he requested that if you come back, it will be possible for you to go and see him. He said, yes, I will go and see him. I already had thought of seeing him, so we will go. I accompanied him. I went there. As soon as we reached there, now that day, this Swami was sitting on a flat rock near the river when we went. So as soon as he saw me and Babaji coming, he understood that this must be my Guru, Babaji. So he got up, and even though he was a very old man, and Babaji looked always like a 30-35-year-old man. Anyway, he got up and tried to do pranams, and Babaji did not allow him to do pranams. He held his hands and said, don't do it first. You are a sannyasin who is wearing an ochre robe, and the institution of sannyas is one of the most respected institutions in this country. So I cannot allow you to do pranams to me. I am wearing white, Babaji said. I am not wearing gerua. Second thing is, you are much older than me and you are very knowledgeable, so you cannot do pranams. So he did namaskar and sat down. And then Babaji told me, you do pranams. So I did pranams to him. Then he said to Babaji, I would like to discuss certain matters with you. Is it okay with you? Babaji said, it's okay. Babaji said, do you want him to go? Is it personal? He said, no, let him stay because he will learn a lot in our discussion. So I stayed. And then they had a long discussion, and he told him how he had studied, what he had studied, how much he had studied, and because of which, and still he has not touched that which he should have touched, which is the truth. Babaji told him, see, the problem is only one thing now. You have gathered so much knowledge. You are a good man, but you have gathered so much knowledge in your head that the spark of the truth which lies in everyone hidden is now completely covered by the knowledge that you have studied. Now this was a completely new concept. I have never even thought of this concept. He said, you are now conditioned by the knowledge that you have acquired. You have given up your dandi, you have given up your kamandalu, you have given up your position as the head of the mutt, but you still have somewhere in your mind the feeling that you are better than others because you have knowledge. He said, now that is your last barrier. If you can get rid of that, then you are free. Then he explained. He said, he asked him, have you read the Ishavasya Upanishad? So the Swamiji said, yes, I have read the Ishavasya. Do you remember a particular sloka from the Ishavasya Upanishad which says that one who worships ignorance, avidya, enters into darkness, which is quite all right. We all agree that one who worships darkness or ignorance enters into darkness. But the next line immediately after that in the Ishavasya Upanishad is, and he who worships knowledge enters into greater darkness. And Babaji explained to him that some people explain it by saying that it refers to paravidya and aparavidya, which means that ignorance is, when they talk of knowledge, he who worships knowledge enters into greater darkness, they are talking about aparavidya, or knowledge of ordinary things. And Babaji said, if that was the case, the rishis never said things which are not certain. They would have definitely said paravidya and aparavidya. Nothing like that has been mentioned in the Upanishad. He said, that is because if you have not got the explanation till now. So the Swamiji said, actually this used to trouble me all the time. I haven't found an explanation. He said, okay, let me explain, listen carefully. And he looked at me to see if I was listening carefully. He said, how does one acquire knowledge? Swamiji said, by studying something. He said, when you study something, what does that mean? What are you studying? He said, because I don't know about it. Okay. So when you don't know about something, you try to know about it, you try to understand it. Fine. Now when you have understood it, what happens? When I have understood it, it is stored in my memory, right? So when you have understood something, it is stored in your memory, and then you say this is knowledge. Yes, which means anything that we say we have knowledge about is something that has been understood and stored in the memory, which can be at any given moment extracted. Which means it's stored in the memory, but at any time you can recover it and put it back again. This is what is called knowledge, any knowledge, spiritual, mental, moral, ordinary. Yes, said, but the truth that you are seeking, the truth that we seek, is not a thing of the past, because all memory is something to do with the past. Otherwise it's not called a memory. You can't have a memory of the present. The moment you have it becomes a memory, it has already gone to the past. It cannot be in the present. Now the truth that you are seeking, which Vedanta talks about, is to be found in the present, here and now. It cannot be found in memory, because memory is always a thing of the past. And all the knowledge that you have is a thing of the past, because it is a memory. So when that ceases and the mind becomes free of it, then you will realize that the truth is right now here, moving every second without staying anywhere. Like the river that moves, because it moves, it does not gather any muck. The moment it stops moving, it becomes like a dead pond which develops fungus and various other things in it and becomes stale. So is this movement of the mind without clinging to anything, including knowledge, is the only way to find out what the truth is, because the truth is always in the present and not in the past, and therefore is not in any knowledge that you have acquired. The Swami closed his eyes for a minute and said, I think now I have understood what you are trying to say. I think I have understood. Babaji said, "That's fine. I think you shall be free very soon." And he got up and blessed him, and we walked out. Then we were scheduled to go to Gomukh, to Gangotri and Gomukh from Uttarkashi. Now, I have to, before that I want to tell you a small story, just like similar to the story of the Swami, Dandi Swami and Babaji. If you remember, I think most of us know about the existence of a great person called Ramana Maharshi, who used to live in Tiruvannamalai. Tiruvannamalai is not very far from here. Now, I won't go into the life of Ramana Maharshi, but I am going to just give you a small instance of what happened to a great seeker whose name was Ganapati Muni, who was a scholar in the Upanishads, in the Vedas. He had studied everything that one would require to move into the spiritual life. Ganapati Muni was also an expert on the Sri Vidya. Now when we come to that, in Gomukh, as we travel, I will talk to you about that. But he was an expert in the Sri Vidya Upasana and all the scriptures that are to be studied by the sadhak who moves towards the spiritual path. And after having studied all that, Karma Kanda, the Jnana Kanda, and all these, the Upanishads, the Brahmanas, the Aranyakas, he felt that still he has not reached the truth, he had not reached the Satya which he was seeking. There was an invisible but strong barrier that prevented him from breaking through. So he was searching for someone. He went to many places. Then he went to Tiruvannamalai. And there somebody told him that there is a Swami, unknown yogi, sitting in the Skandashrama cave. In those days, Ramana Maharshi was not known. He was unknown. Actually, till Paul Brunton wrote his book, Search in Secret India, hardly anybody knew about Ramana Maharshi. So he was living in the cave called Skandashrama cave. So why don't you go there? So Ganapati Shastrigal went to see him, and Maharshi was sitting as usual with folded legs, looking straight. Ramana Maharshi hardly closed his eyes when he meditated. It was always open, but no movement. He was sitting there quietly and peacefully. So Kavyakanta Ganapati Shastrigal, that's how he used to be called, he went and stood in front of him, then sat down. No movement, no sign of recognition. After quite some time, his eyes started moving and he looked at him. Both of them looked at each other. Then he asked. Ramana Maharshi hardly spoke. He spoke very few words. So he did like this. What is the matter? Why have you come? So Ganapati Muni went on into a long discussion on what he had come for. He said, I am so and so. I have studied the Vedas, I have done this, I have done that. Gita, I have studied all the commentaries of Gaudapada. I have done the Sri Vidya Upasana, I have been initiated in Shodashakshari Mantra, I am a Sri Chakra Upasaka, whole thing. But still, there is a barrier. How to get rid of? So, இப்போ என்ன செய்யணும்? He asked. இதெல்லாம் செய்தாச்சு, என்ன செய்யறது? So Maharshi supposed to have smiled and told him, கொஞ்ச நேரம் சும்மா இருக்க முடியுமா? Can you keep quiet for a while? You have done so many things, you have been talking about it. Can you just keep quiet? That's all that is required. Because you are so caught up. Just can you shut up and sit for a while? So Ganapati Muni, when he heard that, you see, when there is a proper receptor disciple and a proper teacher. And when both are in rapport with each other, then when truth is said, it immediately takes effect. Like a flash, Kavyakanta Ganapati Shastrigal realized what he was seeking. His barriers broke and he became absolutely free. And then he came back and told people that there is a great jnani sitting up there in Skandashrama about whom you have no idea. Why don't you go and take his blessings? That's from that time Ramana Maharshi slowly came to be known in the world. And then Paul Brunton came and stayed with him for some time and said that he just sat and understood everything without a word coming from Maharshi. So that is when he wrote the book called A Search in Secret India with Ramana Maharshi's picture in it, and he became well known to the world. Altogether, between going to Gomukh and Rishikesh and Uttarkashi and so on, I lived for 3.5 years with Babaji. And during those 3.5 years, I had passed through so many experiences which I think it would have been impossible for me if Babaji's presence was not there on this earth to guide me. And a couple of things I have to say during that period. One is our visit to Gomukh. One day we set out from Uttarkashi to Gangotri. We stayed in Gangotri for a while in a kutir belonging to a Naga sadhu. After 2 days we started the climb to Gomukh via Chirbasa and Bojbasa. The first day we stopped at Bojbasa, and there was a tantric yogi from Bengal who had set up his ashram. For travelers, there is no place there where they can stay or where they can eat in Bojbasa before that. His name was Lal Baba, and the ashram he set up was known as Lal Baba's ashram. It was all painted red, because red color is very important for these tantra sadhus who practice tantra. So we spent some time that night there, and the next morning we went off to Gomukh. Now Gomukh, you must understand, is so high up. It's I think nearly 18,000 feet or so above sea level. And there in those days there was no accommodation available. Nowadays you might be able to find some accommodation in Gomukh, because the ITBP, the Border Security Police, Indo-Tibetan Border Police, has a few places where you can stay. So from there we just walked up to Gomukh, had a nice dip in the cold waters of Gomukh, which only in the first dip it is freezing, afterwards you will become alright. The secret is to keep a towel near you. Take one dip, take a few quick dips, and then come out and rub yourself dry before you freeze. So we had a dip in the river, and then we decided to walk to Tapovan. Now, Tapovan is a big glacier that still goes higher than Gomukh. So we walked on. It took us about a day, almost a day, that we reached a place which is the highest point. You can see the Satopant from there. The Bhagirathi peak is visible quite before that. And then if you look on the other side, you see the beautiful Gangotri glacier, which stretches for miles and miles with no tree, nothing in sight except a vast sheet of ice. Now that itself, at your first look, if you look at the Gangotri glacier suddenly, something happens to your mind, it also becomes like a vast sheet of ice spread all over. And it is under this that the Ganga flows out through the Gomukh. But you have to be very careful when you walk on the glacier, because some places the Tapovan glacier has holes which has a very thin covering, so you shouldn't break the ice and go inside. Very often travelers find skeletons there of people who have gone and not come back, because there is no place to stay there up. And at the highest point of Tapovan, from Tapovan, you can actually have a glimpse of Kailash on the other side, the great Kailash mountain. So anyway, so from there, after spending some time in Tapovan, we came back, because you can't halt there. There's no place. You'll freeze to death. I don't know about Babaji, but I would. So we came back. Now, in between Gomukh and Tapovan glacier, the top of Tapovan, there are a few caves, generally not occupied by anybody. But sometimes there are people who come and stay there in summer. So when we came back, we went to one of these caves where one of Babaji's old associates, whom he simply called as Dadaji, and he was from Bengal, he was staying in one of these caves. So we spent the night, we decided to spend the night. Dadaji said, why don't you stay for 2-3 days? This young man is very tired, Babaji. You cannot make him go up and down like this. So Babaji said, okay, fine, you stay here. So he made food for us. Whenever he came and stayed there, he came with sack loads of provision. So after a long time, I ate some rice and potato curry there. It's very difficult to cook dal in those heights because the air pressure is very low, but potatoes you can cook. Anyway, so, and one evening, Babaji told this man whom used to call Dadaji, Dada, why don't you initiate him into the Sri Vidya? So he said, but why should I initiate him into Sri Vidya? You are more advanced than me, you are senior to me, you should initiate him. No, he said, I want you to initiate him into the Sri Vidya. So he agreed. So we lit a fire, sat down, and I got initiated into what is known as the Bala Mantra. Then it's called the Bala Tripura Sundari Mantra. Then the Panchadashakshari Mantra, which is a 15-lettered Sri Vidya Mantra. And the Shodashakshari, which is the 16-letter Sri Vidya Mantra. Now when I say this, you will wonder what is this mysterious Sri Vidya Mantras. I have to explain this. Sri Vidya is called the Tantra Gayatri, just as the Vedic Gayatri is the mantra Om Bhurvuvah Swah and so on. The Sri Vidya is what is called the Tantra Gayatri. Now, in the practice of Sri Vidya, why is Sri Vidya practiced? What is the advantage of Sri Vidya? Why do people do it? Now, for this we have to go into the understanding of what Tantra means. People have all kinds of wrong notions about Tantra. They think that Tantra is something to do with dead bodies or something in cremation grounds and so on. Some people do practice it there, but it actually has nothing to do with these matters. The problem is, Tantra is divided into two parts. One is called the Samaya Marga and the other is called the Vamachara. Vamachara, the left-handed path, and the right-handed path, which is called Samaya Marga. Now, the Vamachara is usually for people of a certain category who cannot rise above their needs unless and until they are exposed to it for some period of time. But the idea is finally to rise above and not get stuck there. Now, Vamachara therefore advises people to use the Panchamakaras, which includes liquor, meat and so on, so that one, after experiencing it, gets rid of the craving for it. That is the intention. But usually what happens is one gets stuck to it. It's very difficult to come out of it, mainly because of the lack of a proper teacher who can guide one to get out of it. And it is Vamachara which is usually associated with sitting in cremation grounds and all these kind of thing. Basically it is meant to get the fear out of our minds. It is nothing to do with a ritual of any dead spirits or anything of that kind, which is all nonsense. Now Samaya Marga, also in Vamachara, the Devi or Shakti, Parashakti means supreme energy. Now you know that the whole world is pervaded by energy. There is nothing that does not work without energy. So the essence of energy or the root of all energy is called Parashakti. So it is usually depicted as feminine in gender, because a mother who keeps the child in the womb is always a woman. So the female aspect of the supreme reality worshipped as the mother goddess is what is meant by Sri Vidya. She is also called Rajarajeshwari, Tripura Sundari and so on. Now this energy, which is the counterpart of Shiva, so it is Shiva and Shakti. Now in Tantra a great deal of importance is given to Shakti, even more than that which is given to Shiva, because the understanding is when everything is quiet, when everything is tranquil, then it is Shivam. When there is activity and movement, then Shakti presents herself, manifests herself. Now the whole world is pervaded by Shakti. Einstein has proved it in physics, that everything is energy. That energy can neither be created nor destroyed, it can only be changed from one form to another. Now this energy which changes in one form into another is what is known as Parashakti. Of course it is worshipped in the different forms, but this is Parashakti. Now as far as the human individual is concerned, this energy dwells in every living being after having done the work of creating this body in the womb. At the bottom of the spine, in a triangular shape, like a coiled up snake, this energy, which is Parashakti as the individual manifestation in every human being, is known as the Kundalini. So Kula Kundalini means actually the Shakti who remains unmanifest, hidden in the bottom of the spine of every living being. Now Samaya Marga, Tantra as practiced in Samaya Marga, is not much to do with the external worship of Shakti in the yantras, which is called the Sri Yantra and so on, which are symbolic manifestations of the inner mechanisms. But it is to do with touching the inner Shakti, which is the Kundalini, and through various practices including devotion, allowing it or letting it or making it ascend from the bottom of the spine, chakra by chakra or center by center, to the top of the head, which is the Sahasrara chakra or the 1000-petaled lotus, where the presence of Shivam is acknowledged. And when the Shakti reaches there, Shiva and Shakti become one. This is the concept of Ardhanarishwara, which is where half is man and half is woman. This movement, it's not physical, it's to do with the mind. Now, Samaya Marga deals with this process of purifying the nadis, Shushumna Nadi, the central channel. Now that Nadi is also called Kula. So therefore, the practitioners are also called Kaulas, those who walk on this Kula, through which Kula Kundalini moves. And this practice is what is known as the Sri Vidya. Now the mantra taught in this only consists of Bijaksharas. There are no words, there are only sounds. You know, Bijakshara is a concept in which the ancient scientists, spiritual scientists who are known as the Rishis, have discovered that each sound has a certain effect on the outside world as well as in the inner psyche, and they have selected some sounds which are called bijaksharas. Example, hreem. Ha, im, hreem. This is a sound. It has no meaning. It represents Shakti, but actually it has no word meaning in the dictionary. Now, Om. Now, Om is called Pranava because it is the root sound for all the mantras. Om actually does not mean anything. It means it's mostly a sound. Although, symbolically it represents creation, preservation, destruction and so on. Actually, the more importance is to be given to the sound of Om than to the meaning of Om. It's called Pranava because it is the beginning of the movement of prana. Now, these bijaksharas like Hreem, etc., are put together in a certain order and chanted in the mind, starting from the lowest center, which is called the Mooladhara, and which is represented by a triangle with its apex down, and chanted at each center. There are 6 centers starting from Mooladhara and reaching the 7th center, which is the Sahasrara. Now, each of these centers, a particular sound or bijakshara mantra is used to clear and purify those centers, and Shakti is led up in her wild dance from the Mooladhara up the other chakras till she reaches the Sahasrara chakra, and the union between Shiva and Shakti takes place there, and the whole mind, body and soul of the practitioner, Upasaka, is in complete bliss, which when one has experienced, there is no craving for any of the smaller little sensations that we normally crave for as human beings. This is the whole thing which is known as Sri Vidya Upasana. So this is the thing that was taught to me by Dada, this Bengali person, and I learnt the mantra from him, and I continued to chant it till a certain point. Even now I do it sometimes in meditation, because it is a very, very potent way of keeping the energies in circulation up and down one's consciousness or one's Sushumna Nadi. Now, so having stayed there for some time, we came back again to the plains and went back to Rishikesh. Before stopping, I have to mention something else. Around 3 times I have been to Gomukh in those days. Afterwards I went again, that is a different thing, but those days. And out of that, 2 with Babaji and once alone. Babaji said, go alone. And once on the way to Gomukh, while I was traveling to Gomukh, I met a foreigner who was living there in one of the caves and practicing Kriya Yoga. I'm not supposed to mention his name. Babaji used to call him the German. He was from Germany, from Stuttgart, a scientist from Stuttgart who was experimenting on, who was a neurologist from Stuttgart, who was experimenting on sound and the effect it has on the human brain. So Babaji had told me that when you go to Gomukh this time alone, meet the German and stay 2 days with him in the kutir. So I agreed. So I went and met him. So I asked him, how do you know Babaji? How did you know Baba? He said he had come to the Himalayas many times because he was very much interested in this experiments, research on the connection between the brain and neurology and the experiences that yogis are supposed to get in deep meditation. He had done a great deal of study on the pineal gland and the pituitary gland and the effect of the hormones on the system. And he was beginning to find out ways and means, I'm talking about many years ago, of how to map the movement of energies in deep meditation. Got the pineal gland, which is a very, very small organ, which is shaped like a little green chili, not as big as a green chili, but the shape is somewhere in the mid-brain, very close to the limbic system that we have. All this I learned from him. And it was considered for a long time to be a vestige organ which had no function for the human body, in the human body. Few years ago, they found out that it controls the sleeping rhythms and secretes a hormone which produces sleep. When you go and when it is dark and you pull the curtains and switch off the light, when it becomes dark, the pineal gland releases a small amount, infinitesimally small amount of a certain hormone into the system. I forget the name of that hormone right now, which immediately produces sleep. Now they are selling tablets which contain this hormone, so that if you have a jet lag, if you have traveled for a long time, I think it is serotonin, I am not very sure, and when you come back from long distance, you have jet lag, you can't adjust to the time. So when you are awake, normally you should be awake, you would be sleepy, and when you are normally sleepy, you would be awake. Now if you eat a serotonin tablet, then your sleeping pattern is adjusted. I am not saying that you should, there are other ways and means of doing it, because dependence on drugs is not a good idea at all for the mind. All I am trying to say is that an organ which was considered a vestige organ is now found to be a very important organ which controls the sleeping pattern, the sleeping rhythm. Now, according to the neurologist, according to the German, he said it probably has other functions which he was trying to discover. He was experimenting on these. He was doing a lot of research. He was also doing a research on some of the older writers on neurology who believed that the human body, the human organism is wired for a spiritual experience. Whether you have it or not, depending upon various factors, it already has the faculties which make the brain capable of experiencing what is called a spiritual state. So he was also doing a lot of research on that. Later on, when I read Oliver Sacks and the famous neurologist Oliver Sacks of New York, who wrote a beautiful book called A Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat. It's all about neurology and his different patients. And when I read that, and later on when I met this friend of mine, Dr. Ramachandran, who wrote Phantoms in the Brain. He's a professor and a practicing neurologist in San Diego. I found out what the German was trying to say with a little more clarity. He said, but how did you meet Babaji? He said, that is a very interesting story. He said, I've come several times to Gomukh. And once when I arrived at Gomukh, and I was staying in a little kutir, wondering if I can find a genuine yogi somewhere who can guide me on this matter of the brain and neurology and kundalini and so on. He had a good knowledge of Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Sat Chakra Nirupana. He had also read Sir John Woodroff's Serpent Power. So he was theoretically well equipped. He said one day he saw a tall, fair gentleman with red, almost brown hair, matted and tied up on the top of the head, and wearing only a white piece of cloth, he said, in that cold of Gomukh, walking towards him. He was in a way surprised to see somebody like that, but beyond that, he said he was completely shocked when he came near him and said in German, Guten Tag, which means good morning, good day. So he also said Guten Tag, and then they sat down and Babaji said to him, I can't talk much when my German is not so good, so can we talk in English? So they talked together for a while, and then he found out that this was the person or the kind of person that he was seeking, who could actually through personal experience guide him towards these matters. So Babaji decided to spend a week with him, and at the end of the week he was also initiated into Kriya Yoga, the practice of Kriya Yoga, by which the Sushumna Nadi is cleaned and the energy is made to rise up to the Sahasrara Chakra. So this is the same Kriya Yoga about which Yogananda Paramahamsa writes about in the autobiography of a yogi. He was initiated into Kriya Yoga, and when I met him for 3 years, he had already been a Kriya Yoga practitioner and a Sri Vidya Upasaka. And Babaji had told me that he was quite an advanced sadhak and that I could learn quite a few things from him. So I stayed with him for some time and learned as much as I could. Then after that, I went back to Rishikesh and met Babaji again and spent some more time wandering in Rishikesh, basing ourselves in the cave of Mauni Baba, in Mauni Baba's cave. Now, that was one of the most beautiful parts of my life, when I was convinced that this is going to be my life forever. I was going to walk on the banks of the Ganga as free as a bird, eat what food comes, not bother about an agenda. There was no agenda actually, except that I wanted to finally go to the essence of consciousness. There was no other external agenda, and not even a program, in the sense that Babaji's way of life was not to decide beforehand where one should go. One morning he would get up and say, now we will go to Uttarkashi, and we go to Uttarkashi. Then he said, now we are returning from Uttarkashi. You return from Uttarkashi. And there was no fixed blueprint. Everything was free, and fresh air, free for all, for which you don't have to pay, and so on. And I was enjoying this life and meditating deeply and blissfully living in this condition, thinking that this is going to be my cup of tea forever. When Babaji woke me up from that wonderful sleep one day by declaring that now, it was around 3.5 years I was with him. He said, whatever you have to study with me for this particular time has already been done. And now, I said, now what, Babaji, any more advanced studies? He said, no more advanced studies, you have to go back. I said, go back? He said, yes, you have to go back to the fields, go back to your parents, live normally like anybody else, and then pursue your spiritual practices. I will guide you when it is necessary. I said, are you saying that I'll never see you again? He said, no. Whenever you need it, or whenever I think you need to see me, I will see you. So as I said, when I thought now I have reached a beautiful state of mind, Babaji brought me back to reality. And he said, now you have to go back to your home stay with your mother. Eventually, he said, you will get married, you will have a family. Stay normally, don't change your clothes. And he gave me a reason for this. He said, most of the people who will come to you are not sannyasins. People who come to you will be householders, married people, working people. And their problems can be sorted out only if you have lived a life and know what it actually means. He also said that renunciants and sannyasins should not give advice to married people on family matters because they know nothing about it. It says only when you have a wife or you have a child, then you know the compulsions of living. So go back and live normally. So I said, where should I go? He said, go back to Trivandrum. Now, as I have mentioned to you earlier, that time, at some point, Babaji had given me 2 copper rings to wear in my ears, so that the external paraphernalia of a Nathpanthi is to wear earrings. Sometimes they wear here in the cartilage, but he said this is enough, you can wear. And also, I was not cutting my hair. In the Nathpanth, nobody cuts their hair. It was quite long. In those days, I had a lot. My hair used to grow very, very fast. And I used to tie it up, keep it like Babaji, pretending that I am imitating him. So on. I had a Rudrakshamala. So when I was leaving, Babaji called me and said, are you going like this? I said, yes, Babaji. He said, no, already your mother and your parents are feeling sad because they didn't know where I was. For 3.5 years, they probably thought that I was dead. Afterwards, I came to know that they had advertised in newspapers, missing persons list. He said, in this condition, if you go and stand before them wearing rings and matted hair, that will be the last straw. Probably somebody will get a heart attack. So he told me, go and cut your hair, take out your earrings and throw them into the Ganga. And then you go to Delhi, gave me some money, buy a ticket from Haridwar to Delhi. The station, one of my senior disciples, Mr. Agarwal will come and receive you. He knows you are going. And he will take you home and you stay with him for 2 days. From there he will get you clothes to wear, decent clothes is the words he used, other words he used, so that you wear a shirt and pants and then shoes and then go home. I said, all right, whatever you say. But I was said, but are you serious? Do you really think that I have to go back? He said, yes, you have to go back. There is no other way. And you know this is your mission. After you go back, you must spend some time with your parents, live a normal life, get some job. After some time, you can leave the job, go and join the Ramakrishna mission for some time. I want you to learn the discipline there, and meet all holy men and spiritual people and yogis wherever possible. Study everything that is required, because you will find people from all walks of life coming to you in later years. When this happens, you should be well equipped to teach them according to the way that they go and not try to change their ways. And last, he said, at the end of all this exposure, you have to go and meet J. Krishnamurti, stay for some time and see how this works, how he works, what's happening. All this is part of your understanding. It should be part of your equipment. So you should be well equipped to handle all kinds of people who would at some point come to you. So I said, but Babaji, I don't want any people to come to me. I don't want to teach and get caught up in this. He said, look, it will happen at some point and I will give you the green signal for it. Only then you need to start. You don't have to start anything now, because if you open your mouth and say anything now, you will probably be talking rubbish. So I said, all right. So from there I went. Going back was so difficult from Babaji. One is leaving Babaji. Two is leaving the Himalayan beauties, the beautiful state where I used to live. And the third is going back into this thing about relatives and father and mother and sisters and friends and this whole, you know what it is. It's a net in which one is caught over and over again. About all that, I was not supposed to tell anybody or talk to anybody about all these things that I have learnt. I have to keep my mouth shut. Now that is a very difficult thing to do when you go to a place where you see a holy man talking and you suddenly realize that sometimes this man is saying absolute nonsense and you can't open your mouth. You have to sit and listen. So that was a very difficult part of my life to do. Anyway, I went back. In Delhi, just as Babaji had said, Mr. Agarwal came and took me in his expensive car to his house in Kailash. He also gave me, as Babaji had instructed him, to give me the practice of Kriya, advanced practice of Kriya, which is called Talabhya, which is something to do with what in Hatha Yoga is called Khechari Mudra. It's slightly changed, it's called Talabhya in Kriya Yoga. So he taught me that, and then he sent for the tailor and I got a new pair of clothes. He bought me a sleeper ticket from Egmore to Trivandrum. I'm sorry, from Delhi to Egmore and Egmore to Trivandrum, and gave me also some money, and came to the station and dropped me and would goodbye. So one evening, I landed back in Trivandrum, clean shaved, wearing reasonable, respectable clothes. And then I was thinking how to go home. I found that the railway station area has not changed much in 3.5 years. So instead of hiring an auto or calling anybody, of course there were no cell phones then. So I thought I'll walk. It's not very far. So I walked with a small bag in my hand. And then I went to my house and entered the house, and my mother came out and she was shocked. She started crying and all that, and hugged me, and then my sisters. My father came afterwards in the evening. Anyway, nobody said anything. My dad was not angry with me. He only said, next time when you go somewhere, you tell us where you are going. Don't go off like that, because they thought that I was dead. So I spent some time in Trivandrum, and like Babaji said, I decided that I would use every opportunity that I get to learn something from yogis or holy men who are in and around the place. So that's when I went to Kanyakumari. As I said earlier, met Maima and got her blessings. I met Gopalaswami, of course, when I was a very small boy. I went to Abhedananda's ashram and spent some time, because Swamiji was old and still there. He lived another year. And then something which is very extraordinary, which I have to tell you. Between Trivandrum and Kanyakumari comes the temple of Suchindram. It's a very famous Hanuman temple, Suchindram. Before you reach Suchindram, if you take a turn to the left, you will come to a place which is called Maruthuamalai. It's an ancient mountain, Maruthuamalai. On the top, there is no way to go up except through walking and trekking. On top of Maruthuamalai, there are many caves, small caves. There is one cave. To go to that cave, you have to go through a tunnel and come out, and then you will find a cave. There's a small window, and if you look, you see the whole thing around, complete scenery. The cave looks as if it was man-made, but I think it is a natural cave in which people came later and built some places where one can sit down and so on. So I decided to go to Marthuamalai. I wanted to be alone and spend the time by myself. So I got into a bus, got down and went to Marthuamalai. After that I went several times with my friend Ranjit, who was my closest friend and who used to keep in touch with me even when I used to run away somewhere. Even after that I have gone off here and there many times, short periods. So I went to Marthuamalai, climbed up the steps. By the time I reached there, it was evening. I had carried some food with me, simple food, bananas and few idlis packed. So I went up, and in the night I sat in one of those caves all alone. I was meditating. Suddenly I was woken up by somebody shouting, "Naina, Naina," like that. So I said, could be then. I opened my eyes and there was this man, very shriveled man, in wearing a small dhoti, very soiled dhoti. He had a moustache, but he had shaved small hair, very thin man. And he kept saying, "Naina, Naina, Naina." I actually didn't understand the meaning of Naina until I went and settled down in Madanapalli and learned a little bit of Tamil. Telugu. Telugu Naina means Appa, father. So apparently he always said Naina, Naina, and nobody knew what he was talking, because he used to talk in some words. In those days I did not know that it was Telugu. People there said he blabbers, but now I feel that it was Telugu. Anyway, he made me sit there. "Naina, Naina, kucho," something he said, and sat down. And that day he talked to me in Tamil, and when I came out and told people, they said it is impossible, he never talked Tamil. But he actually talked to me in such clear Tamil and gave me a good exposition of what is called Raj Yoga. It is a very interesting concept, because he said the difference between a Raj Yogi and an other yogi is that the other yogi starts practicing his attention from the bottom up. He said, in Raj Yoga we practice from top to bottom. I said, how is this possible? Because normally you start meditating from the Mooladhara center, which is at the lower part, and then go up to this center. He said, no. You see, he said it can be done, but it is very dangerous. I said, in what way dangerous? He said, if there is a well, and if there is water at the bottom of the well, and if you want to take the water from the bottom of the well, by going down into it and trying to take the water, there is every chance that you might slip and fall into the well. So what should we do? So he said, stay high up on the ground and use a bucket with a rope and take it up from below. So I said, how does it apply? He said, you concentrate on the higher centers from Ajna Chakra, from here to here. He said there are 7 centers there also. So you put your attention there, and then from there you shift your attention down and pull up the energies one by one. Instead of trying to go up, pull it up from up above. Now this is a concept which I had never heard before. So I said, this Raj Yoga concept I have never heard before. What do you call it? He said, we call it Shiva Raj Yoga, and it is what was taught by Agastya to Tirumular. So this was a beautiful lesson I got from him. And then he also came and slept in that cave. But what I noticed, something very peculiar was, normally we sleep with our legs straight and body down. He sat down, stretched his legs, bent his head in front, and did something like what in yoga is called Paschimottanasana, which means resting the forehead on the knees and holding it tight. He fell asleep. In that position, I have never seen anybody sleeping like that in my life. He said, this is how yogis should sleep, they should not lie down. Okay, I never attempted because I like to lie down and sleep. But anyway, so the next day morning, I got down from Marathuva Malai and went back. After that, several times with my friend Ranjit, with my friend Madana Gopal, with a motorbike, we used to go all the way to Marathuva Malai, sometimes go further up to Kanyakumari. But after that, only once I met him, once in my life. And that was when I went with Madana Gopal one day. We went up to the cave. I left my chappals there and went inside. And my friend was sitting inside. When he went and picked up those chappals, brought them and put them in front of my friend Madana and said, Namaskaram, Namaskaram. So he wondered what he was saying. He said, bow down to those chappals. So afterwards my friend told me, I think he wants me to accept you as my guru. I said, that is left to you, whether you want guru or no guru, but if you want to do it. That was the second time I met. After that I heard that he had passed away. Then I went to a place called Takkalai, which is also very close to Kanyakumari. It's on the way to Nagarkoil, where there is the tomb of a holy man, a Sufi holy man, whose name is Takkalai Peer Muhammad Sahib. It's a tomb. It is said that he was a blind man who used to live there, and he was a weaver who used to weave clothes, and he had a small boy to help him. He would put his hand on his shoulders and walk around. The boy was his eyes, and he lived his life. His tomb is there even now, and in some way in our family, one of our ancestors was his close disciple, so his tomb is also there. So one day I went there because I had heard about Takkalai Peer Muhammad Sahib. My grandmother used to tell me stories about him. So I went to the tomb. It's a very peaceful place. Meditated for some time and got into a conversation with the man who was looking after the tomb. So I told him, please tell me something about him. So he said that he lived here for many years. He was blind and he used to meditate for a long, long period of time. Even in the dead of the night, people never saw him sleep. He would be sitting and doing his prayers or sitting quietly and meditating. Then he told me a very interesting story. It seems one day 3 Arabs who were experts in the Quran, the Islamic scripture, they came to Takkalai hearing that there was a saint called Peer Muhammad Sahib. But they were told that this man did not do his 5 times prayers. He was never went to the mosque, but he would simply sit quietly and meditate. Although sometimes he said Allah, Allah, but he never went to the mosque. And that he had never gone to Makkah to Hajj, which every Muslim is supposed to do in his lifetime. So they came actually to make him understand that this is not the way. You should do 5 times prayer every day, and that you should go to Makkah, and if you need help, we will give you money and so on. So they came and they met him, and they told him that you have not gone to Makkah. It is incumbent on all Muslims to go to Makkah, so if you don't have money, we are there to help you. So he made them sit for some time, and then he's supposed to have, that he used to have a pot, water pot kept inside near his weaving machine, hand weaving. So there was a water pot. So I believe he told them, after doing your prayers, please come here and look into the pot. So after doing their prayers, they came and looked, all 3 of them looked into the pot with a white cloth thrown on top of the head. And when they looked, suddenly the water cleared and they saw a scene. They saw inside the water pot, on the water, they saw Makkah. And there they saw a lot of pilgrims going round and round the Kaaba. And along with that, they saw themselves also going round. And in front, the Pir Muhammad Sahib was also going, led by this small boy with his hands on his shoulders, going round and coming out. So when they saw this, they were so astounded and embarrassed that they had asked this holy man to improve himself when they themselves didn't know about him, that they begged pardon of him and said, "We didn't know that you are such a great saint. We are very sorry about it," and went back to wherever they came from. This is one of the stories of Takalapi. So I went there. And then I also used to visit all the little temples, mosques, tombs, wherever I could find them. I went one day, traveled to Tiruchi and went to Srirangam and had a darshan of Ranganatha there, who is lying in the sleeping posture in Anantasayana. And then from there I went to Nagur, where there is a mosque, a tomb of a great saint, Sufi saint, who referred to as Nagur Andavar. Very close to that is the Velankanni shrine, where hundreds and thousands of people go every day. So I went to the Velankanni church also, spent some time quietly. You know, the thing about a church is that first of all, as soon as you enter, especially old churches, when I travel in Europe, I make it a point to go to these old cathedrals. They are so peaceful and beautiful inside. First, because nobody utters a word, everybody is silent, and there is a beautiful altar. And if you are lucky, there are these huge organs which play devotional music. Nobody is singing, only the music. This organ music is so peaceful to the soul that you enjoy it sitting there on the benches which are kept there. I love to go to these cathedrals, old cathedrals. Of course, in many parts of Europe, nobody is attending service now. So many of these cathedrals, some of them have been turned into supermarkets now or into tourist attractions. But they are out of this world. So since I used to go to the Palayam church also in Trivandrum, I went to Velankanni church, spent some time there, meditated, because I believe that a person like Jesus Christ cannot be an ordinary human being. It is not possible. Which ordinary human being would say, "Bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them that despitefully use you and persecute"? Which ordinary human being would say that? Here, if somebody turns one ear, you are ready to kick him in the stomach. How can you forgive somebody? Not only forgive, do good to them that hate you. I mean, this is extraordinary. I think it is not an ordinary man. It's something you cannot define. I think if Jesus Christ was born in India, he would have been one of, now we have Dashavataras, they would have had 11th avatar also put up, because it's not like a human being. So this is the thing. Of course, in the name of religion, battles have been fought, people have been killed. This is because of established religion. It is nothing to do with the true essence of religion. No great teacher has asked or encouraged people to engage in this kind of thing. It's that when it becomes established, all these things happen, and it is organizational. One of my person whom I respect very much, J. Krishnamurti, had a story about this. He used to say that once the devil, you know what a devil is? Satan. Devil and his close friend went for a walk. So as they were walking, the devil bent down and picked up something and put it in his pocket. So his friend asked him, "What have you just picked up?" The devil said, I have just picked up the truth, Satya, Dharma, and so on, the truth. So his friend said, you have picked up the truth and put in your pocket. Then your days are numbered, you are finished, because you are the opposite of truth. You are supposed to be untruth, you are supposed to be darkness, you are supposed to be cruelty. So if you have picked up the truth and put in your pocket, then your days have ended now, you will be destroyed. And the devil smiled and put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said, don't worry friend, I will organize it. Which means truth also, if it is too organized and structured, it can become the untruth, and this is what has happened. No founders of religions, no great beings have ever put man against man. It's the organizations that create all these problems. If you look, you will find that every one of these great beings, this is my personal experience, have been spiritual, caused no harm to others, and never wanted anyone to cause harm to anybody else. Of course, there are different ways to the truth. As Babaji used to say, if you have to reach a pond to drink water, you can reach it through different paths. Now, these are all different approaches to the same truth. You cannot say that that path is wrong and this path is right. There are different ways, and it suits different people to follow different paths. We cannot say this is only right path to go. There are different ways. There is a story of how 4 people belonging to 4 different categories were feeling thirsty. They wanted to drink water. One of them, who was a Greek, said that he wanted to drink aqua. Another one said that he wanted to drink water. A third one said he wanted to drink jala, which is again water, jalam. The fourth one said tanni. But actually they were all trying to drink the same water. A big fight broke up between which is good for thirst, tanni or aqua or water or jala, not knowing that thirst is to be appeased by drinking the same water, no matter whatever name you use for it. That's why the Vedas declared, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vedanti. The truth is one. Wise men may call it by different names.